Welcome, dear friends, to our serene corner of the world. As the gentle crackle of the fireplace warms the room, we invite you to leave your worries behind and immerse yourself in the soothing stories we have lovingly prepared for you. Here, each tale is a ticket to tranquility, waiting to lull you into a peaceful state. Remember, you can enjoy these stories ad-free on our Patreon, ensuring an uninterrupted journey into calm. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us, where every moment is dedicated to your comfort and peace. Story 1. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky stitched with stars, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, dappled sunlight filtered through emerald canopies, painting shifting patterns on moss-carpeted earth that sighed underfoot like a contented sleeper. The air hummed with secrets, the peppery scent of pine resin, the damp sweetness of decaying leaves, and the faintest hint of ozone before summer rains. In this realm, the boundary between earth and enchantment was as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Among the velvet moss cushions dwelled the Mosskin, small folk no taller than foxgloves, their skin patterned like lichen and hair, woven with living tendrils of ivy. Young Fern, whose eyes held the green-gold flicker of sunlit ferns, often sat beside Elder Rowan beside the crystal brook. Rowan's voice was the rustle of autumn leaves as she spoke. "Child, the forest breathes in rhythms older than these stones. Watch how the lumina fireflies dance only when the moon is waxing their light stirs the dreaming seeds below. See how the brook's song deepens before rain. Every ripple is a note in nature's symphony." Fern learned to read the forest's whispers. She felt the thrum of sap rising in spring as a warm vibration beneath her bare feet, tasted the electric tang in the air when storm spirits raced through the treetops. Summer brought the blooming hour, when midnight dewdrops shimmered into tiny, ephemeral flowers that glowed like captured starlight, nourishing the shy woodmice who gathered them with reverent paws. Autumn's magic was a slow, amber-hued sigh. Leaves fell in precise spirals to form warm blankets over burrowing beetles, and the last light butterflies carried fragments of sunset in their wings to store in hollow logs for winter's gloom. But one year, as autumn's copper embrace should have deepened, an unseasonal frost crept in. It came not as winter's gentle herald, but as a thief. Silver rime crawled over blackberry thickets still heavy with fruit. Fern woke shivering, her moss blanket stiff with cold crystals. Outside, the lumina fireflies huddled silent and dim, their light choked by the unnatural chill. Even the brook's song faltered, its voice muffled under a skin of ice. Panic fluttered through the hidden communities. Pip, a quick-footed squirrel scout with a tail like rusted autumn, scampered down to the Mosskin village. "The frost isn't sleeping, it's spreading from the heartwood glade," he chattered, breath puffing white. Elder Rowan's brow furrowed like aged bark. "The heartstone," she murmured. Deep within the glade lay a moss-covered monolith, its surface etched with spirals that pulsed with the forest's seasonal energies. Generations of Mosskin had tended it, ensuring its rhythm matched the turning earth. Fern, Pip, and Glimmer, a brave lumina firefly whose light now flickered like a determined candle, volunteered to journey to the glade. They traveled through a world out of balance. Frost-brittle ferns snapped under Pip's paws. Mushrooms that should have been plump and earthy crumbled to dust at a touch. The scent of decay hung where the warm aroma of leaf molds should have been. Glimmer's light cast long, trembling shadows on ice-veined tree trunks, revealing desperate clusters of field mice sharing body heat beneath frozen acorn caps. As they neared the heartwood glade, the cold grew teeth. Fern's breath crystallized and Pip's whiskers frosted white. They found the heartstone half buried under snapped branches, its usual soft amber pulse weak and erratic. Worse, the protective circle of moon-silver mushrooms around it lay trampled. "Who would do this?" whispered Fern, her heart sinking. Then a low whimper echoed from behind the stone. A young badger, his fur matted with frost and eyes wide with shame, crouched there. I only wanted to help, he sniffled. My name is Burr. The stone looked so cold. I tried to drag it into the sunlight patch, but it's so heavy, and I slipped. Elder Rowan's teachings echoed in Fern's mind. Harmony requires understanding, not anger. She knelt, ignoring the icy ground biting her knees. Oh, Burr, she said softly, placing a small hand on his trembling flank. Your heart was warm, even if the frost isn't. She explained how the heartstone wasn't meant for moving its roots drank from deep earth currents, its spirals tuned to the stars. It needs all of us, she realized aloud. Just like the forest. Hope kindled. Glimmer rallied her kin. Soon, hundreds of lumina fireflies converged, bathing the glade in a soft, golden radiance that melted the immediate frost. Pip raced to summon the woodmiss, whose strong forepaws were perfect for digging. Burr, his strength renewed by purpose, carefully nudged aside the heaviest branches. Fern gathered the trampled moon mushrooms, singing the ancient Mosskin tending song as she replanted their delicate roots in the thawed earth. As she sang, a subtle warmth radiated from her palms, and inherited magic, passed down through countless Mosskin winters, the gentle power of nurture. Together, they cleared the stone. Fern placed her hands upon its chilled surface, pouring into it not just her own energy, but the collective warmth of their efforts. Glimmer's steadfast light, Pip's frantic energy, Burr's earnest strength, the woodmiss's quiet diligence. The stone shuddered. Deep within its core, a slow, resonant thrum began, like the first beat of a sleeping giant's heart. The etched spirals flared not violently, but with the soft, sure glow of a rekindled ember. Amber light spilled across the glade, warm as honey. High above, the unseasonal frost clouds frayed at the edges, torn apart by a sudden, sweet-scented breeze carrying the promise of rain. The ice on the crystal brook sighed and cracked, its song returning as a joyful babble. Invisible to any but the forest's hidden eyes, the blooming hour dewdrops shimmered back into existence on frost-burned leaves. That night, under a moon polished bright by the restored balance, the creatures gathered in the heartwood glade. Elder Rowan smiled as Fern recounted their tale. You see, little ones, Rowan's voice wove through the rustling leaves and the luminous harmonious dance. True magic isn't in grand gestures, but in listening to the world's breath. The stone's strength lies not in standing alone, but in being part of the soil, the roots, the rain, and our strength. Her gaze swept over Fern, Pip, Glimmer, and Burr, now curled contently together. It blooms when kindness lights the way. As the fireflies painted constellations on the darkened forest floor, and the brook sang its lullaby, Fern snuggled into the moss beside Burr. She felt the forest's deep, rhythmic pulse beneath her, the steady beat of the heartstone, the rustle of creatures settling into dream-filled burrows, the distant sigh of contented trees. The frost was a memory now, a lesson woven into the whispering wood's eternal story. Here, in the embrace of ancient magic and newfound friendship, the world was soft and warm and whole. And as the stars spun their slow, silent dance overhead, every hidden heart beat in perfect, peaceful time. Story 2. The little cottage at the edge of Willow Creek had always been home to Clara. It was a place of quiet comfort, filled with the scent of baking bread and the dusty perfume of old books stacked in crooked towers. Clara, a girl with thoughtful gray eyes and a habit of noticing small things, lived there with her grandfather, a clockmaker whose fingers were stained with oil and whose workshop hummed with the soft, steady heartbeat of timepieces. One rainy Tuesday, while Clara was dusting the highest shelf in the sitting room, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, tucked behind a worn atlas. It was a teacup, unlike any she'd seen before. Grandfather's usual mugs were sturdy earthenware, but this was delicate porcelain, thin as a dragonfly's wing. It was the color of twilight, a deep, mysterious blue fading to a pale lavender rim. and painted upon its surface with impossibly fine brushstrokes was a miniature forest scene. Silver birches leaning towards a moonlit path that seemed to shimmer faintly, even in the dim light. Curious, Clara filled it with steaming chamomile tea. As the fragrant steam curled upwards, something extraordinary happened. The painted moon on the cup seemed to brighten, casting a soft, silvery glow onto the worn rug. Then a sound faint at first, like wind sighing through distant pines. Clara leaned closer, her breath catching. The sound grew clearer, the gentle babble of a stream, the rustle of leaves, the cheer-up of unseen crickets. It wasn't just sound. She could smell damp earth and pine needles, feel a cool, gentle breeze brush her cheek. The painted forest scene on the cup seemed to deepen, becoming impossibly real. "Grandfather," Clara whispered, rushing to the workshop. She held out the cup, the miniature forest glowing softly within it. The old clockmaker peered over his spectacles, his tools momentarily forgotten. He took the cup gently, his calloused thumb tracing the rim. "Ah," he breathed, a smile crinkling his eyes. The Whisperwood cup, I wondered where it had wandered off to. "It's magic," Clara exclaimed, the forest sounds still whispering around them. "In a way," Grandfather agreed, handing it back. "It shows the way to the Whisperwood, a place between places, where things forgotten or hidden sometimes drift, but the path isn't always open, and the wood, it asks for something." That night Clara couldn't sleep. The whispers from the cup called to her, a siren song of rustling leaves and distant stars. She crept downstairs, the cup cradled in her hands. Pouring a little warm milk into it this time, the painted path on the porcelain seemed to solidify. The silvery moonlight glow spilled out onto the cottage floor, forming a tangible path of light leading straight through the closed front door. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped onto the light path. It felt cool and slightly springy beneath her bare feet. She opened the door, and instead of the familiar garden path, she stepped into the heart of the Whisperwood. It was breathtaking. Towering trees, their bark patterned like ancient script, reached towards a sky dusted with unfamiliar constellations. Bioluminescent moss carpeted the ground, glowing softly blue and green. Giant luminous mushrooms pulsed with gentle light, and the air hummed with the music of unseen creatures, chimes, flutes, and deep, resonant hums. The path of moonlight stretched ahead, winding between the colossal trunks. Clara hadn't gone far when she heard a soft, snuffling sound. A large, rather grumpy-looking badger emerged from behind a giant fern. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout and carried a bulging satchel made of woven reeds. "HMPH," he snorted, adjusting his spectacles. "Another wanderer on the moonbeam path, lost something, have you? Name's Thorn." I'm Clara," she said, awed. "I'm not sure what I'm looking for. The cup brought me." "Ah, the Whisperwood cup." Thorn's eyes gleamed behind his lenses. "Shows the way, yes. But the wood reveals what needs finding, not always what you think you need. Tricky business. I'm a collector, you see. Lost things find me." He patted his satchel. "Need a guide. Paths here have a habit of shifting." Grateful for the company, Clara agreed. They hadn't walked long before a flash of vibrant blue shot passed. A tiny finch, its feathers shimmering like sapphires, landed on Clara's shoulder. "Ooh, hello, new friend," it chirped, its voice like tiny bells. "I'm Pip. I know all the best updrafts and where the juiciest glowberries grow. Are you lost?" Thorn gets grumpy if he's lost, but he's usually just misplaced his spectacles. Pip giggled. Thorn harumphed, but a small smile touched his muzzle. With the practical, map-minded badger and the cheerful, observant finch, Clara felt less alone in the vast, whispering woods. The moonbeam path led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living vines over a stream that sang with crystal-clear notes. They passed a grove where trees whispered secrets in rustling tongues, and Clara felt a pang of longing for something she couldn't name. Pip flitted ahead, pointing out constellations with names like the Weeping Willow and the Kettle's Steam. Thorn identified rare mosses and explained how the glowing stones marked safe paths. Then the path ended abruptly at the edge of a wide, dark pool. Its water was still as black glass, reflecting the strange stars. In the very center of the pool, resting on a pedestal of smooth, water-worn stone, sat another teacup. It was the twin to Clara's, but pure white, glowing with its own soft, warm light. Between Clara and the cup, the water remained dark and impenetrable. Ah, Thorn sighed, adjusting his spectacles again. The pool of reflection, tricky. Can't swim across the waters heavier than lead down deep. Can't fly, Pip's too small to carry anything. The path stops here. But how do I reach it? Clara asked, her heart sinking. The white cup seemed to pulse, calling to its blue twin in her hands. Pip fluttered anxiously. Ooh, it looks lonely, but the water, it feels sad, deep sad. Clara knelt by the pool's edge. The black water showed her reflection clearly, her wide gray eyes, her messy braid. But as she looked closer, the reflection seemed to shift. She saw herself dropping grandfather's favorite clock gear, her face crumpling. She saw herself hesitating to join other children playing, hanging back near the cottage. She saw the moment she'd found the cup, the pure, unadulterated wonder in her eyes. The pool reflected not just her face, but moments of doubt, shyness, and joy. Thorn nudged her gently. The pool shows what is, he rumbled. Not what we fear or wish, just what is. Pip landed on her knee. Your cup is blue like the night sky, he chirped softly. That one is white like the moon, maybe they're friends. Clara looked at her own twilight blue cup, then at the radiant white cup on the pedestal. They weren't just twins, they were complements. Night and moon. The pool showed her reflection again, her own hesitations, her quiet nature. She wasn't bold like Pip or wise like Thorn. She was Clara, who noticed small things, who felt deeply, who sometimes held back. The challenge wasn't about force or speed or even cleverness. It was about acceptance. The pool reflected truth. To reach the other cup, she needed to offer her own truth, her own reflection, without fear. Taking a deep breath, Clara didn't look away from the dark water. She held her blue cup steadily. I see you, she whispered, not to the white cup, but to the pool, to her own reflection. I see the stumbles and the shyness, but I see the wonder too, and this cup, it found me because I notice things. She poured a tiny bit of the fragrant chamomile tea she'd brought from her cup into the still, black water of the pool. The effect was immediate. Where the tea touched the dark surface, ripples spread out, not dark, but shimmering silver, like the moonbeam path. The ripples grew, spreading across the entire pool, transforming the inky blackness into a mirror of liquid moonlight. The heavy, sad feeling lifted, replaced by a gentle luminescence. The water remained deep, but now it glowed with a soft, welcoming light. A path of stepping stones, previously invisible beneath the dark surface, rose just enough to break the glowing water. They led straight to the pedestal. Clara stepped onto the first stone, cool and smooth beneath her feet. Thorn gave a soft grunt of approval, and Pip chirped a happy little tune. Carefully, Clara walked across the pool of reflection, each step feeling lighter than the last. She reached the pedestal and gently lifted the white porcelain cup. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it beside her own blue cup, they seemed to hum softly in harmony. The painted scene on the white cup was a mirror image, the same moonlit path leading back through silver birches. Holding both cups carefully, Clara returned across the glowing stones. The moment her feet touched the mossy bank, the pool's surface settled back into stillness, though it now held a faint, inner silver light. Well done, wanderer, Thorn said, his gruff voice warm. Wisdom isn't always loud, sometimes it's just seeing clearly. Now you have two friends. Pip sang, flitting around the cups. Night and moon. The moonbeam path reappeared, leading homeward. The journey back felt swifter, filled with shared stories. Thorn told tales of misplaced constellations he'd catalogued. Pip described the taste of starlight dew. Clara spoke of her grandfather's clocks and the smell of baking bread. Back in her cottage, the first pale light of dawn was touching the windows. The path faded as Clara stepped inside, leaving only the scent of pine and damp earth that quickly mingled with the familiar cottage smells. She placed the two cups side by side on the kitchen table. The blue one, twilight and mystery. The white one, pure and radiant. Together they seemed complete. Grandfather found her there, gazing at the cups. He didn't seem surprised. He simply poured fresh tea into the white cup. Steam curled upwards, and this time the sound wasn't a forest whisper, but the gentle, rhythmic ticking of countless clocks, a comforting, familiar heartbeat. The painted scene showed a glimpse of his workshop, bathed in warm lamplight. The whisperwood cup finds what's needed, Grandfather said softly, placing a hand on Clara's shoulder. Sometimes it's a journey, sometimes it's a friend, and sometimes, he gestured to the two cups glowing softly in the morning light, it's simply a reminder that we are whole just as we are, even the quiet parts, especially the quiet parts. Clara smiled, wrapping her hands around the warm white cup. She had journeyed to a magical wood, faced a pool of truth with kindness, and found two wonderful friends, one grumpy, one chirpy. But more than that, she'd found a quiet strength inside herself, as real and comforting as the warm porcelain beneath her fingers. The adventure was over, but the gentle hum of the cups, the lingering scent of pine, and the profound sense of peace settled deep within her, as warm and comforting as the quilt tucked around her that night, promising sweet dreams filled with whispering leaves and the steady, comforting tick of home. Story 3. The fire crackled softly, sending dancing shadows up the stone hearth. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane, a perfect night for a story about quiet courage and the magic within. Settle in, close your eyes, and imagine. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight dappled the mossy floor like scattered gold coins, and the air hummed with the secrets of ancient trees, lived a young girl named Leora. Leora loved the woods deeply, but she loved their sameness most of all. She knew every twist of the foxglove path, every creak of the old willow's branches, every patch of velvety moss where bluebells unfurled each spring without fail. Change, however, rustled through the leaves like an unwelcome stranger, filling her heart with a fluttery unease. One crisp autumn morning, Leora noticed something different. The usually sturdy oak beside her favorite reading nook seemed to shimmer faintly, its bark shifting like water under moonlight. A small, worried frown creased her brow. "That wasn't like that yesterday," she murmured, clutching her worn satchel closer. As she walked deeper into the woods, the changes became undeniable. Familiar clearings had rearranged themselves overnight, ferns unfurled in spirals of silver instead of green. Even the scent of the air carried an unfamiliar tang of ozone and wild honey. "It's unsettling," Leora confided later to her friend, Milo, a boy whose boundless curiosity was matched only by his mop of unruly brown hair. They sat on a smooth, sun-warmed rock overlooking Mossdrop Brook. The woods feel restless, like they're holding their breath. Milo scooped a smooth pebble from the brook. "Maybe they are breathing differently," he suggested, his eyes wide with fascination. "Old Man Hemlock says the whispering woods are alive, truly alive. Maybe they're growing just like us." He skipped the pebble across the water, watching the ripples spread. "But growing means changing," Leora sighed, tracing the cool, familiar grain of the rock beneath her fingers. And change is hard. What if the paths I love disappear? What if the woods forget me? Her anxiety seemed to resonate with the woods themselves. The next day, the shimmering intensified where Leora walked. A patch of clover near her feet shriveled momentarily before blooming again, smaller and paler. A butterfly, startled by her nervous step, shed a single glittering wing scale that dissolved into mist before touching the ground. The magic of the woods, it seemed, was mirroring her inner turmoil, beautiful but unstable, reflecting her fear of the unknown. Old Man Hemlock, the village woodcarver whose beard was as tangled and wise as the roots of the ancient yew tree he lived beneath, noticed Leora's troubled aura. He found her sitting glumly on his porch swing, watching a determined spider weave a web between two lilac bushes. Deep thoughts weigh heavy on small shoulders, child, Hemlock rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. He offered her a steaming mug of something that smelled of cinnamon and sunshine. The woods whisper of your worry. Leora sipped the warm brew, its comfort seeping into her bones. Everything's changing, Hemlock. The woods, the paths, it feels like losing something precious. Hemlock settled beside her, the swing creaking softly. Ah, change, the forest's oldest dance. See that spider? He pointed. Her web changes with the wind, rebuilds after rain. Does it lose its purpose, or does it become stronger, wiser? He picked up a smooth piece of cherry wood from his workbench. This was once a branch reaching for the sky. Now it holds the potential to be anything: a spoon, a bird, a star. Is the branch lost, or is it discovering a new kind of magic? Leora looked at the wood, then at the spider's intricate, resilient web. A tiny spark of understanding flickered within her. But how do I stop the shimmering, the wilting? You don't stop the change, Leora, Hemlock said gently. You learn to dance with it. The shimmer isn't bad, it's the woods feeling your energy. Your fear makes it tremble. Your acceptance, that might make it sing. He handed her the cherry wood and a small, sharp carving knife. Start small. Carve what you feel, not what you fear. Hesitantly, Leora took the tools. Her hands trembled at first, making clumsy nicks. She thought of the shifting paths, the unfamiliar scents, the anxiety tightening her chest. But then she remembered the spider rebuilding. She remembered the branch becoming something new. Slowly, tentatively, she began to carve. She didn't try to make a perfect shape. Instead, she carved flowing lines, like the path of a stream, like the unfurling of a new fern frond. As her focus shifted from fear to the feel of the wood yielding beneath her blade, a strange calm descended. The afternoon sun felt warmer on her back. The lilac scent grew sweeter. Over the next few days, Leora practiced. Milo joined her, carving comical mushrooms and wonky birds, his infectious laughter filling Hemlock's porch. They explored the changing woods together, not searching for the old paths, but discovering new ones. Leora still felt the flutter of unease, but she breathed through it, focusing on the rich scent of damp earth, the velvety touch of new moss, the intricate patterns of light and shadow dancing on the forest floor. She watched the caterpillar spin its chrysalis, a marvel of patient transformation hidden in plain sight. One afternoon, they found a glade they'd never seen before. In its center stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its bark was smooth and pale as moonlight, and its leaves shimmered with iridescent hues of blue, green, and silver, shifting like a living kaleidoscope. Beneath it, the air hummed with a soft, pure energy. It's beautiful, Leora breathed, stepping closer. The shimmering that usually followed her didn't wilt the vibrant grass. Instead, the iridescent leaves seemed to glow brighter, reflecting her awe. A single perfect leaf drifted down and landed softly in her palm. It felt cool and vibrant, pulsing with gentle warmth. Suddenly, she understood. The woods weren't forgetting her, they were inviting her into their growth. Her fear had caused the instability, but her tentative steps towards acceptance were being met with breathtaking beauty. The magical transformation in the woods wasn't separate from her own, it was a reflection. Her inner journey from clinging to the familiar towards embracing the unknown was mirrored in the forest's evolving magic. That evening back at Hemlock's porch, Leora finished her carving. It wasn't a defined object, but a smooth, flowing shape, a spiral that seemed to move even when held still, echoing the unfurling fern, the path of the stream, the growth of the woods in her own heart. She held it up. It felt solid, yet full of potential. See. Milo grinned, holding up his own creation, a lopsided but cheerful owl. Change isn't so scary when you've got friends and something to carve. Old Man Hemlock nodded, his eyes crinkling with warmth. The magic was always in the woods, child, but it blooms brightest when met with an open heart. You learn to listen, not just to the rustle of change, but to the strength it brings. The woods learned your courage. Leora looked at her carving, then out at the whispering woods, now bathed in the soft lavender light of dusk. The shimmering wasn't gone, it was woven into the fabric of the forest, a part of its new, wondrous beauty. The paths hadn't disappeared, they had multiplied, offering new adventures. The fear hadn't vanished entirely, but it was no longer a cage. It was simply a feeling, acknowledged, breathed through, and transformed into something softer, anticipation. She had grown, just like the woods, discovering a resilience and a capacity for wonder she hadn't known she possessed. The lesson wasn't shouted, it was whispered in the rustling leaves, felt in the solid warmth of the wood in her hand, seen in the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of the living forest. As the stars began to wink awake above the whispering woods, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle over her, as warm and comforting as the embers glowing in Hemlock's hearth. She knew there would be more changes, more unknowns. But now she also knew she carried a quiet magic within her, the magic of acceptance, discovery, and the enduring strength found in friendship and an open heart. The woods whispered their ancient secrets, no longer a source of fear, but a lullaby of transformation, sung just for her, as she nestled into the comforting embrace of her ever-changing, ever-magical home. And the fire crackled softly on, a warm sentinel in the quiet night. Story 4. The evening air carried the scent of lavender and damp earth as Finn sat by the hearth in their grandmother's cottage. Outside, the village of Willowbrook slept under a blanket of stars, but Finn's thoughts drifted like autumn leaves, restless and searching. For years they'd felt a quiet ache, a sense that something vital lay just beyond reach, like a half-remembered melody. That night, while helping Gran tidy the attic, Finn discovered an old wooden chest beneath a dust-laden quilt. Its carvings showed twisting vines and crescent moons, worn smooth by time. Inside lay a single object, a pendant shaped like an oak leaf, crafted from amber that glowed as if capturing sunlight within its depths. Gran's eyes softened when Finn brought it downstairs. "Ah," she murmured, cradling the pendant in her wrinkled hands. "This belonged to your great-grandmother, Rowan. She was the last keeper of the Whispering Woods, a guardian of our family's oldest traditions." She fastened the pendant around Finn's neck, its warmth spreading like a hug against their skin. "The woods hold answers for you, child, but tread gently. Some legacies sleep lightly." The next morning, Finn followed a mossy path into the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees arched overhead like cathedral pillars. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the ferns and wildflowers in hues of emerald and saffron. The air hummed with the drone of bees and the rustle of creatures unseen, while the earth breathed cool and damp beneath Finn's boots. Soon they reached a clearing where a brook chuckled over smooth stones. There, beneath the roots of a grandfather oak, rested the first artifact, a river stone, dark as midnight and etched with spirals that seemed to ripple like water. As Finn touched it, a vision bloomed, a woman with kind eyes, Rowan, kneeling by this very stream. She spoke not in words but in feelings. Flow like the river, dear one. Adapt but never lose your true course. The stone's coolness seeped into Finn's palm, a reminder that roots could bend without breaking. Guided by the pendant's gentle pulse, Finn ventured deeper into the woods. Shadows lengthened and the trees whispered secrets in the breeze, stories of storms weathered and seasons changed. In a glade carpeted with bluebells, they met Alara, a forest spirit with hair like woven moss and eyes like dewdrops. Her laughter chimed like wind chimes. "You carry Rowan's light," she said, her voice as soft as falling petals. "Your ancestors walked these paths, tending the balance between humankind and wild things. Come, the grove of echoes awaits." Alara led Finn to a circle of standing stones, draped in ivy and lichen. At its center sat the second artifact, the chalice of rain, carved from moon-pale quartz. It brimmed not with water, but with liquid starlight that shimmered when Finn lifted it. Visions unfolded, a village feast where Rowan passed the chalice among neighbors, sharing harvests in lean winters. A lesson echoed, abundance grows when poured into open hands. Finn's throat tightened. They'd always felt apart in Willowbrook, yet here was proof they belonged to a tapestry woven with threads of community. As dusk painted the sky in lavender and rose, Alara guided Finn to the heartwood of an ancient yew. "The final trial," she whispered. "Wisdom often hides in stillness." Inside the hollow trunk, veiled in cobwebs that glistened like silver lace, hung the lantern of echoes, a delicate thing of bronze and stained glass depicting forests and constellations. When Finn lit its wick with a trembling match, the lantern cast dancing shadows that shaped themselves into scenes. Rowan teaching children to read the language of birds, elders mending fences with rivals under truce moons. The lesson glowed clear: kindness is the compass that outlasts all storms. Finn's journey home felt lighter, the woods now a familiar embrace rather than a mystery. Fireflies winked like fallen stars, and the scent of pine wrapped around them like Gran's quilt. Back at the cottage, Gran waited on the porch, her knitting needles clicking a soothing rhythm. Finn showed her the artifacts, the stone, chalice, and lantern, and shared every vision. Rowan's legacy was never about grand deeds, Gran said, her voice thick with tears. It was tending the small flames of kinship, stewardship, and courage. "You've uncovered our family's truth. We're keepers of bridges, not walls." That night, Finn placed the artifacts on the hearth shelf beside Gran's porcelain teapot. The amber pendant glowed warmly against their chest, no longer a question but an anchor. They joined Gran in the garden, where the old oak stood sentinel under the moon. Crickets sang lullabies and the wind carried the wood's whisper, a chorus of ancestors murmuring, "You are home." As Finn curled into the porch swing, Gran's hand resting on theirs, the ache in their heart melted into peace. They understood now, heritage wasn't a relic to unearth, but a living stream to step into, one that nourished the present with the quiet strength of the past. The stars blurred into a tapestry of light, and Finn drifted to sleep, wrapped in the certainty that every ending was a gentle beginning, and every root, no matter how buried, could bloom anew. Story 5. Leo adjusted the collar of his spacesuit, its fabric whispering against his skin as he gazed through the observation deck's massive viewport. Beyond the glass, the swirling nebula painted the void in hues of amethyst and gold, a breathtaking sight, yet it only deepened the ache in his chest. Harmony Station, the bustling interstellar hub orbiting Saturn, felt colder than the vacuum outside. Back on Earth, he'd had friends who shared his love for stargazing and chess. Here, among diplomats and traders from 100 worlds, he was invisible. A solitary human boy adrift in a sea of aliens. Nearby, a soft, rhythmic chiming broke the silence. Zix, a crystalline being from the mineral-rich planet of Krillos, hovered on a cushion of magnetic energy. Their body resembled a cluster of geodes, facets catching the station's light in prismatic bursts. To Leo, the chiming sounded like wind chimes in a summer breeze, beautiful but meaningless. Zix had been trying to communicate for days, pulsing gentle lavender light toward Leo, who only smiled awkwardly and retreated. Humans didn't understand Krillian harmonics, and Zix's translator pendant had malfunctioned upon arrival. The Krillian's lights dimmed each time Leo turned away, their facets clouding like frosted glass. The misunderstanding deepened during the station's cultural exchange fair. Leo, tasked with demonstrating Earth games, set up a chessboard. When Zix floated closer, chiming inquisitively, Leo pointed at the pieces. "This is a rook, it moves straight lines." Zix extended a slender crystal tendril, tapping the rook with a sound like struck quartz. The piece toppled and Leo gasped, on Krillos, touching an object signified deep respect. To Leo, it seemed like carelessness. "Hey, you can't just knock things over," he snapped. Zix's entire form flickered crimson, a Krillian sign of shame, and retreated like a wounded animal. That night, a power surge rippled through Harmony Station. Alarms wailed, plunging the corridors into emergency lighting. Gravity fluctuated, sending Leo tumbling against a wall. Through the shuddering red gloom, he spotted Zix trapped beneath a fallen service drone, their light sputtering weakly. Fear clenched Leo's throat, not just for himself, but for the alien he'd dismissed. Scrambling forward, he heaved the drone aside. Zix's facets were cracked, emitting pained, dissonant chimes. "It's okay," Leo murmured, unsure if they understood. He slung Zix's lightweight form over his shoulders, their crystal body cool against his neck. The station's AI directed them to Engineering Bay 7, the only safe route sealed by a manual hatch. Leo's fingers fumbled with the heavy wheel. "It's stuck," he cried. Zix pulsed a soft blue light, projecting a magnified image of the mechanism's interior onto the wall. Leo blinked, gears were misaligned. "You can't see inside things." Zix chimed affirmatively. With Zix guiding him via light diagrams, Leo realigned the gears. The hatch groaned open. Inside the bay, oxygen hissed from a fractured pipe. Leo's suit sensors flashed warnings, Zix's light dimmed, their energy waning. Desperate, Leo remembered Zix tapping the chess piece. "Can you fix this?" He guided Zix's tendril to the pipe. Understanding flared in Zix's core. With precise, resonant chimes, they vibrated the metal, fusing the crack shut. Oxygen stabilized. Leo exhaled, fogging his visor. "You saved us," he whispered. Zix responded by projecting a hologram, a chessboard with the rook glowing gently. Leo laughed, tears stinging his eyes. "Yeah, friends don't stay mad about rook knocking." Days later, under the nebula's renewed glow, Leo and Zix sat cross-legged in the arboretum. Zix had repaired their translator, its soft voice now woven with chimes. "You called me friend in the dark place," Zix said. "On Krillos, that word is a bond stronger than crystal." Leo nodded, placing a chess piece between them. "On Earth, it means you're not alone." As they played, Zix hummed a melody that warmed the air like sunlight, while Leo described Earth's oceans, their shared languages no longer barriers but bridges. When Leo's parents finally transferred off-station, Zix gifted him a tiny, glowing geode. "It holds Harmony's starlight," Zix chimed. "Wherever you voyage, it will remember our friendship." Leo clasped it, the crystal radiating a gentle, unwavering warmth against his palm. Gazing at the stars through the viewport, he understood now. Friendship wasn't about speaking the same words, but hearing the same heartbeat in the silence between them. And in that boundless dark, two souls from distant worlds had kindled a light that would never fade. Story 6. The Stardust Weaver drifted through the Inkwell Nebula, its engines humming a low, comforting thrum against the profound silence of deep space. Inside its cozy, wood-paneled observation lounge, a rare luxury on a deep space freighter, two figures sat in uneasy silence, separated by more than just the plush, star-patterned carpet. Kalen from the emerald rainforests of Veridia resembled a walking bouquet. Their skin was a tapestry of soft mosses and smooth bark, tiny bioluminescent flowers blooming along their limbs, casting a gentle, shifting light. Delicate fronds sprouted from their head, twitching occasionally as they nervously traced the grain of the wooden table with a root-like finger. Their large, multifaceted eyes, the deep green of sun-dappled leaves, held a perpetual look of gentle wonder and a flicker of apprehension. Opposite them, hunched over a steaming mug of synthesized lichen tea, sat Rorik. Hailing from the arid, crystalline deserts of Xylo's prime, Rorik was a study in angles and resilience. Their body was covered in overlapping plates of iridescent, sand-scoured chitin, shifting from deep amber to burnished copper under the lounge lights. Two primary eyes, hard and black as obsidian, were set above a cluster of smaller, constantly moving sensory pits. Their movements were deliberate, economical, radiating a quiet, practical intensity. To Kalen, Rorik seemed as impenetrable and cold as the Xylosian night. Their partnership was a bureaucratic accident, a last-minute crew assignment for a routine cargo run. Kalen, a botanist specializing in symbiotic spacefaring flora, needed transport to the newly established Eden Arboretum station. Rorik, a seasoned mineralogist and engineer, was returning to Xylo's prime with geological survey data. The Stardust Weaver was their shared, uncomfortable taxi. The misunderstandings began immediately. When Kalen offered a fragrant sprig of calming stardrop moss, Rorik recoiled, their chitin plates clicking shut defensively. Organic contamination, they rasped, their voice like stones grinding together. Xylosian protocols. Kalen's mossy skin flushed a deeper green, the tiny flowers dimming. They'd meant kindness, a gesture of Veridian friendship. Later, Rorik efficiently rerouted power to the engines during a minor ion storm surge, causing the ambient lighting in Kalen's quarters, tuned to simulate Veridian sunlight, to flicker and dim. Kalen, feeling vulnerable and plunged into gloom, interpreted it as deliberate indifference. "Couldn't they have warned me?" they whispered to the ship's friendly but simple AI, their voice trembling like a leaf in a breeze. Rorik, focused solely on maintaining optimal engine efficiency, hadn't considered the environmental impact. They ate separately, worked in different sections, communicated only through terse ship logs. Kalen found Rorik's silence oppressive, their practical focus devoid of warmth. Rorik found Kalen's constant soft luminescence distracting, their emotional openness illogical and inefficient. The vastness of space outside seemed mirrored by the chasm between them inside the cozy lounge. Then the Stardust Weaver hit the gravity well. It wasn't a charted anomaly. It was a rogue micro-singularity, a cosmic pebble tossed into their path. Alarms blared, harsh and discordant, shattering the artificial calm. The ship shuddered violently, throwing Kalen against the bulkhead, showering them in sparks from a ruptured conduit. Rorik, anchored by magnetic boots in the engineering alcove, wrestled with controls, their chitin plates humming with the strain. "Containment breach in hydroponics bay gamma," the AI announced calmly, a stark contrast to the chaos. "Structural integrity compromised on Deck 3, initiating emergency descent protocol, nearest viable body, Moon 7, Uit Cloud, Sigma Draconis." The descent was a nightmare of screaming metal and protesting engines. They crashed hard on the surface of Moon 7, a desolate, frozen orb perpetually shrouded in twilight. The impact jolted every bone and plate. Silence fell, broken only by the frantic beeping of damaged systems and the mournful sigh of icy wind scraping against the hull. Kaelin, tangled in fallen vines they'd been nurturing, whimpered softly, a deep scratch weeping green sap on their mossy arm. The comforting warmth of their internal luminescence felt feeble against the creeping cold, seeping into the breached hull. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled across their consciousness. A heavy, chitinous hand landed on their shoulder. Kaelin flinched. Rorik stood there, a small emergency light strapped to their carapace, casting long shadows. Injury. Rorik's voice was clipped, but the grinding tone was gone, replaced by a focused urgency. Just a scratch, Kaelin stammered, trying to stem the sap with trembling fingers. It's cold. Rorik observed the wound, then the shivering Viridian. Their sensory pits whirred. Viridian photosynthetic organisms require specific light spectra and minimal frost exposure. Hypothermia risk high. They moved swiftly, pulling a reflective emergency blanket from a wall compartment and draping it roughly around Kaelin. Stay. They then turned and began assessing the damage with ruthless efficiency, their movements precise despite the chaos. Kaelin watched, wrapped in the crinkly blanket, as Rorik braved the freezing gusts whistling through the torn hull near Hydroponics Bay. They watched the Xylosian seal leaks with quick-hardening sealant foam, their chitin plates frosting over but never faltering. Rorik worked not just on the ship, but on creating a temporary seal around Kaelin's precious surviving plants, diverting limited heat from non-essential systems. They didn't speak, but the actions spoke volumes. You need warmth. Your work matters. Later, huddled in the less damaged lounge, powered by a single jury-rigged heater, the cold was a tangible enemy. Kaelin's luminescence flickered weakly. Rorik sat stiffly, their internal heat conservation mechanisms working overtime, but a faint tremor ran through their carapace. Here, Kaelin whispered, their voice thin but determined. They carefully peeled off a small piece of the stardrop moss they'd managed to shield during the crash. Its fragrance, sweet and earthy, filled the small space. It generates a little heat, biochemically. Just hold it. They held it out, their multifaceted eyes wide and earnest. Rorik hesitated. Organic contamination. But the cold was biting deep, deeper than any protocol. Slowly, deliberately, they reached out. Their chitinous fingers, surprisingly dexterous, took the moss. A faint, comforting warmth radiated from it, sinking into their plates. The subtle, calming scent filled their sensory pits. They didn't speak, but the hard obsidian of their eyes seemed to soften infinitesimally. It wasn't contamination. It was shared warmth. The challenge was immense. The Stardust Weaver was crippled. Communications were out. They needed parts, power, and a way to signal for help on this frozen, silent moon. Kaelin's knowledge of organic systems proved invaluable. They identified a resilient, frost-resistant lichen growing near the crash site that, when processed using Rorik's mineralogical tools, could be used to patch bioseals and even generate a weak bioelectric current. Rorik, in turn, used their understanding of geology and engineering to locate deposits of conductive ice crystals and stable geothermal vents beneath the frozen crust. They built crude but effective tools, directed Kaelin on safe paths across treacherous ice fields, and shielded them from the worst of the freezing winds with their own sturdy body. One day, searching for crystal deposits in a deep ice cave, Kaelin slipped. They cried out, tumbling down a steep, glassy slope towards a dark crevasse. Without a moment's hesitation, Rorik lunged. Their powerful limbs dug into the ice, arresting Kaelin's fall just in time, a root-like hand clasped tightly in a chitinous claw. They hauled Kaelin back to safety, the only sound their ragged breaths echoing in the frozen chamber. Kaelin looked up at Rorik, the emergency light reflecting in their multifaceted eyes, seeing not coldness but fierce, unspoken resolve. "Thank you," Kaelin breathed. the warmth of gratitude blooming brighter than their luminescence. Rorik merely gave a curt nod, a faint clicking sound deep in their carapace. Unstable terrain requires caution. But the grip on Kaelin's arm lingered a fraction longer than necessary. Slowly, painstakingly, they worked together. Kaelin cultivated the frost lichen in a makeshift terrarium near a geothermal vent Rorik had discovered, coaxing it to grow faster with gentle Viridian bio-songs. Rorik meticulously crafted the signaling device, a lattice of ice crystals focusing the weak bioelectricity into a pulsing beacon of light, visible against the moon's perpetual twilight. Kaelin wove insulating fibers from the lichen, patching their suits and the ship's breeches. Rorik reinforced the structures, their practical mind now considering Kaelin's need for specific light, ensuring the heater was positioned optimally. They shared meals, synthesized nutrient paste warmed by the moss, melted ice water. They talked, haltingly at first. Kaelin spoke of the whispering forests of Veridia, the symphony of life, the importance of connection. Rorik spoke of the vast silence of the Xylosian deserts, the beauty of enduring structures, the logic of survival. They learned that Rorik's seeming coldness was deep focus, a lifetime of conserving resources in a harsh environment. Kaelin learned that their own openness wasn't weakness, but a different kind of strength, a way of sensing and nurturing. One evening, as their bio-beacon pulsed rhythmically out into the star-strewn darkness, they sat in the repaired lounge. The heater hummed, the smell of warm moss and clean ice filled the air. Kaelin was tending to a small pot of frost lichen, its edges glowing faintly blue. Rorik was polishing a particularly beautiful ice crystal they'd found, its facets catching the light. "The beacon is strong," Rorik stated, their voice less grating now, almost warm. "Probability of detection high." Kaelin looked up, their mossy face creasing in a gentle smile, their luminescence steady and bright. "It is strong because we built it together." They paused. I misjudged you, Rorik. I thought your silence meant you didn't care." Rorik carefully set the crystal down. Their sensory pits rotated towards Kaelin. "I misjudged you, Kaelin. I perceived your light and life as inefficient, illogical." They tapped their carapace. On Xylos, to show vulnerability is to invite predation. Silence is survival. They looked at the glowing lichen. "Your way, it is also survival, different, stronger in its connection." Kaelin reached out, not with moss this time, but simply placing their root-like hand near Rorik's chitinous one on the table. Not touching, but close. A bridge. "We needed both, your strength to hold the ship together, mine to find the warmth to keep going, your logic to build the beacon, my songs to help the lichen grow." Rorik didn't move their hand away. A low, resonant hum vibrated deep within their chest, a sound Kaelin hadn't heard before. It wasn't words, but it felt like understanding. Like the deep, comforting thrum of the Stardust Weaver's engines, finally synced and running smoothly. When the rescue ship, drawn by their pulsing beacon of ice and life, finally descended through the twilight, the crew found them sitting side by side in the observation lounge. Kaelin was explaining the subtle color variations in Viridian mosses under different stars, while Rorik listened intently, occasionally pointing out a relevant mineralogical fact about the nebula outside. The journey back wasn't silent. They shared observations, discussed cross-species applications for frost lichen, even debated the merits of different types of synthesized tea. The warmth in the lounge wasn't just from the heaters anymore. It was the warmth of hard-won respect, of differences understood and valued, of a bond forged not in similarity, but in shared hardship and mutual support. As the Stardust Weaver, now repaired, continued its journey first to Eden Arboretum, then to Xylos Prime, Kaelin and Rorik knew their paths might diverge again. But they also knew something profound. Friendship wasn't about being the same, like two identical stars. It was about being different planets, orbiting the same sun of shared experience and understanding, each casting their own unique light, making the other's journey warmer, brighter, and infinitely less lonely against the vast, beautiful backdrop of the cosmos. And in the quiet hum of the ship, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, that understanding felt like the coziest, most peaceful place in the entire universe. Story 7. The village of Hearthglen nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to cobblestone streets like silver lace. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke wove through gardens of frost-touched marigolds. Young Finn lived here with his grandfather in a cottage crowned by a thatched roof, where ivy curled around the windows like green ribbons. Finn loved Hearthglen's gentle rhythms, until the week the teacups began singing. It started subtly. Mrs. Gable's porcelain teapot would hum during afternoon tea, a soft melody like distant wind chimes. Then Old Man Hemlock's favorite mug crooned folk tunes at dawn. Soon every ceramic vessel in the village chimed, clinked, or warbled at unpredictable hours. Though the songs were sweet, the constant chorus frayed nerves. Baker Brenner's scones burned thrice because her mixing bowls harmonized too loudly. Finn noticed patterns others missed. The singing only happened near water, a sink, a rain barrel, or the moss-edged well in the square. And the tunes grew strongest when dew glistened on spiderwebs at dawn. Armed with a notebook and his grandfather's advice, listen deeper than the noise, lad, Finn sought the reclusive moss-keeper. She dwelled beyond Sunfall Creek in a cottage woven from living willow branches, her only companion a badger with starlight-dappled fur named Nimbus. "Ah," murmured the moss-keeper when Finn described the singing. Her fingers, knotted like tree roots, stroked Nimbus's fur. Ceramics absorb memories like sponges, but this is the work of brook sprites, shy little things drawn to laughter trapped in clay. She explained that brook sprites polished forgotten joys inside pottery, their magic making memories resonate. But why now? Finn asked. The moss-keeper's eyes clouded. Something frightens them. Sprites only sing this urgently when seeking refuge. Guided by Nimbus's twitching nose, Finn traced the sprite trails, glimmers no brighter than dust motes, along the creek bank. At the mossy hollow where 3 birch trees embraced, he found the source. A once bubbling spring feeding Sunfall Creek had clogged with storm-wrenched branches. The blockage silenced the water's whisper, and without its soothing song, the sprites huddled trembling in cracked acorn caps, their light flickering like guttering candles. They'd fled to the village ceramics, pouring their anxiety into every cup and saucer. But the branches were too heavy for Finn's small hands. Remembering the moss-keeper's wisdom, kindness asks for help, wisdom accepts it, he whistled the lullaby his grandfather sang at bedtime. From fern-shaded tunnels emerged earth giants no taller than Finn's knee, stoic stone dwarves with lichen beards and fists like river rocks. They grumbled in gravelly voices, but nodded at Finn's polite bow. With synchronized heaves, they dislodged the branches. Water gushed free, its melody a liquid sigh. The brook sprites burst upward in a helix of blue light, brushing Finn's cheeks with cool, grateful kisses, before diving into the rejuvenated spring. That evening, as Hearthglen gathered in the square, teacups sat silent upon checkered cloths, until Mayor Thistle filled her grandmother's wedding china cup. Instead of chaotic singing, the cup released a single clear note that hung in the air like a frozen raindrop. Then, like an echo, every vessel in the village chimed softly in harmony, a grateful lullaby that curled around the villagers like a warm shawl. Finn's grandfather smiled, stirring honey into his own quiet cup. "Sprites polished more than memories today," he said as fireflies blinked gold above them. "They reminded us that even broken things hold music, if we clear the debris together." Under a sky embroidered with stars, Hearthglen sipped their tea, listening to the creek's contented murmur carry the sprite's lullaby into the dreaming woods. And Finn, wrapped in his grandfather's knitted blanket, knew some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, only shared like steam rising from a cup into the cool, kind night. Story 8. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection. Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Story 9. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and mist clung like silver lace to fern-carpeted hollows, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew luminous underfoot, releasing soft green light with every step, and the air hummed with the secret songs of seasons past. Among them was a young fox named Rowan, whose russet fur held flecks of amber that glowed when moonlight filtered through the canopy. Rowan's dearest friend was Pip, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops that never dried, each bead holding a tiny rainbow. Their days were spent in gentle rhythm, sipping nectar from twilight blossoms, listening to elder trees recount stories in creaking sighs, and watching the dance of the petals, where spring's first blooms pirouetted on breezes woven by the wind sprites. All harmony flowed from the heartstone, a crystal embedded in the oldest oak, pulsing with the forest's lifeblood. It was guarded by Master Elm, a tortoise whose shell bore etched runes of forgotten storms, and whose voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a brook. Balance, he would murmur to Rowan as they basked in sun-dappled clearings, is the breath between seasons. When autumn's chill kisses summer's warmth, when winter's silence cradles spring's song, that is where magic lives. But one year, as the equinox neared, unease stirred. The air grew listless, heavy with the scent of decaying leaves, yet devoid of autumn's crispness. The hearthstone dimmed, its light flickering weakly. Maple leaves, usually ablaze with crimson and gold, hung dull and brittle. Worse still, the wind sprites grew sluggish, their breezes faltering mid-dance, causing petals to wilt unnaturally. Pip trembled as dewdrops evaporated from her quills, leaving them dull. "The seasons are unraveling," she whispered, her nose twitching at the stagnant air. Rowan sought Master Elm, finding him beneath the great oak, his eyes clouded with concern. "The hearthstone weakens," Elm sighed. "Long ago, when I was but a hatchling, such imbalance came. It was the work of the shadow moss, a creeping blight born of forgotten sorrows. It chokes the roots of joy." He nudged a withered bluebell with his snout. "To heal it, we must gather 3 essences, the sigh of autumn's first frost, the tear of a grateful stream, and the hum of the hibernation song. But they must be collected before the moon wanes, or the forest will sleep forever." So Rowan and Pip embarked at dawn, their path lit by anxious fireflies. First they climbed Mossback Ridge, where silver birches shivered in the unnaturally warm air. "The sigh of frost lives in the highest cave," Pip recalled, her tiny legs straining. Inside, the cavern glittered with ice crystals, but instead of frost, they found only damp stone. A family of field mice huddled there, shivering despite the warmth. "The frost spirit hides," squeaked the eldest mouse. "She grieves for her sister, the summer dew, faded too soon." Rowan's amber fur glowed softly as he nuzzled the mice. "Grief shared is halved," he said gently, repeating Elm's wisdom. Together they sang the lullaby of partings, a melody passed down by star-nosed moles. As their voices rose, a tapestry of cheer-ups, hums, and sighs, the frost spirit emerged, a wisp of shimmering cold. She wept one crystalline tear onto Rowan's paw. "Thank you," she breathed, her voice like cracking ice. "You remembered us." Next they journeyed to the thirsty river, once a laughing ribbon of water, now reduced to a muddy trickle. Catfish gasped in shallow pools, their scales dusty. "The tear of gratitude," Pip said, "comes when water remembers its purpose." But the river spirit, a luminous carp named Ripple, surfaced listlessly. "Why be grateful?" she gurgled. "I fade and none notice." Rowan padded to the riverbank, digging a channel with his paws while Pip gathered fallen acorns. "Every drop carries life," he urged, recalling how Elm had taught him that streams sing stories to the sea. Creatures gathered, frogs croaked encouragement, beavers dammed side channels to redirect flow, and spiders spun dew-laden webs to catch morning mist. As the water deepened, Ripple's scales brightened. With a joyful leap, she shed a single iridescent tear into Pip's quills. "You showed me my song matters," she bubbled. Lastly, they ventured into the hollow of slumber, where bears and badgers should have been dreaming deeply. Instead, restless grumbles echoed. The hum of the hibernation song, usually woven by earthworms deep below, had gone silent. A badger named Bramble shuffled forward, eyes bleary. The worms are frightened, he yawned. They feel the shadow moss gnawing at their tunnels. Pip curled into a spiky ball and rolled gently down a slope, her dewdrops scattering like tiny bells. Listen, she urged. Even in darkness there is music. Rowan joined, humming the root song Elm had taught him, a low, steady vibration that resonated through the soil. One by one, creatures added their voices. Owls hooted countermelodies, moles drummed with their claws, and even the wind sprites, drawn by the commotion, sighed harmonies. Deep below, the worms stirred, their soft hum rising to meet the chorus. As the song swelled, the shadow moss recoiled, dissolving into harmless vapor. With the three essences gathered, Rowan and Pip raced back as the moon thinned. At the heartstone, Master Elm smiled. Rowan placed the frost sigh upon the crystal, Pip added the river tear, and together they hummed the hibernation tune. Light exploded, not harsh, but warm and golden, like dawn after a long night. Autumn's chill rushed in, setting maples aflame with color. The river surged, clear and singing, and creatures sighed into contented sleep. Under a canopy of stars, Elm nodded to the young heroes. You learn the greatest magic, that balance is kept not by one but by all, through kindness, memory, and shared breath. As Rowan and Pip curled beneath the oak, the first true frost painted the grass in diamonds, and the wind sprites wove a blanket of warm breezes. The forest sighed a sound of deep contentment, and in that sigh lay an eternal promise. As long as creatures remembered to listen, to share, and to sing, the magic would endure. And so, cradled by ancient wisdom, the whispering woods slept, harmonious once more. Story 10. The old oak tree at the edge of Leo's backyard had always whispered secrets in the wind. Its gnarled roots snaked deep into the earth, and its canopy stretched wide, casting dappled shadows that danced like shy sprites on summer afternoons. Leo, a quiet boy with a heart full of unspoken wonders, often pressed his ear against its rough bark, convinced it hummed a melody only he could hear. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, Leo discovered something nestled in a hollow between two ancient roots, a smooth, palm-sized stone. It wasn't ordinary. It pulsed with a soft internal light, swirling with colors like captured twilight, lavender, deep ocean blue, and the faintest shimmer of gold. When Leo curled his fingers around it, a warm, honeyed hum vibrated through his bones, and the oak's whispers suddenly became clear words. Seek the Glimmerwood. Intrigued, Leo traced the intricate patterns carved into the stone's surface. As he did, the massive root beside him groaned softly. Earth crumbled away, revealing a hidden archway veiled by cascading ivy. Beyond it lay not darkness, but a world bathed in perpetual dusk. Giant mushrooms glowed like lanterns, casting pools of soft blue and green light. Trees with bark like silver lace towered overhead, their leaves shimmering with dew that sparkled like scattered diamonds. The air smelled of damp earth, crushed pine, and something sweet and unfamiliar, like wild strawberries in starlight. Leo stepped through, the stone in his hand flaring brighter, a gentle beacon. He was in the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted in luminous moss, soft as velvet under his worn boots. Bioluminescent fireflies wove intricate patterns in the air, and unseen creatures chirped and trilled a harmonious lullaby. Yet beneath the beauty, Leo sensed a tremor of unease. The light seemed strained. Patches of the glowing moss were dull, and some of the luminous flowers drooped, their petals edged with gray. The stone in his hand pulsed reassuringly, its warmth a constant companion. As Leo ventured deeper, following the stone's subtle pull, a rustle came from a thicket of ferns glowing like emerald stars. A pair of large, wary eyes, the color of polished amber, peered out. Who trespasses in the fading light? A voice rasped, low and cautious. Leo froze. My name is Leo. I found this stone, and it led me here. He held up the glowing object. The ferns parted, revealing a creature about the size of a large hare, but unlike anything Leo had ever seen. Its body was covered in thick, velvety fur, the deep green of forest moss, flecked with tiny, glowing spots like miniature constellations. Large, sensitive ears twitched, and delicate, clawed paws gripped the earth. Its long tail ended in a tuft that glowed faintly. It looked at Leo, then at the stone, its amber eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The guiding stone, it has been lost for cycles of the moon. I am Bramble. Bramble explained he was a luminee, one of the caretakers of the Glimmerwood's light. The forest drew its magic from the great Heartstone, a colossal crystal deep within the whispering caves at the forest's heart. But several moons ago, the Heartstone's light had begun to dim inexplicably. The luminee had searched tirelessly, but the caves were treacherous, filled with shifting paths and disorienting echoes. Bramble himself had been injured during a search, his leg caught in a hidden fissure, making him wary and isolated. The guiding stone, Bramble murmured with reverence, was a key and a compass, attuned to the Heartstone's resonance. Its return was a sign of hope, but time was running out. The fading light wasn't just dimming the beauty, it was weakening the very life force of the Glimmerwood. Plants were withering, and the gentle creatures grew listless. Will you help? Bramble asked, his voice small. The stone chose you, and I cannot journey alone. Leo felt a surge of determination, mixed with a flutter of fear. This hidden world was breathtaking, but its peril was real. He thought of the oak's whisper, the stone's warmth. Yes, he said firmly. We'll find the Heartstone together. Their journey became a tapestry woven with wonder and worry. The guiding stone lit their path through groves of weeping willows, whose silver leaves chimed softly in an unfelt breeze. They crossed bridges spun from luminous spider silk, strung high above rivers where fish glowed like submerged lanterns. Bramble, despite his limp, proved invaluable. He knew which glowing berries were safe to eat, they tasted like sunshine and rain, which paths avoided the treacherous sink moss that could swallow a creature whole, and how to soothe the skittish glimmer deer whose antlers shed soft light. Leo shared his packed apple and a piece of cheese, which Bramble nibbled with curious delight. As they walked, Leo confided his loneliness back home, his struggle to find friends who understood his quiet nature. Bramble spoke of his people's despair as the light faded, his own fear of failing them after his injury. An unlikely friendship blossomed, rooted in shared purpose and whispered vulnerabilities. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the fading became. Vast meadows of starflowers now resembled fields of gray ash. The air grew colder, the harmonious sounds of the forest replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful hoot of a shadow owl. The guiding stone's light became crucial, not just for direction, but as a source of warmth and courage in the encroaching gloom. One night, camped under the skeletal branches of a light-starved lumina tree, Bramble pointed a trembling paw towards a cluster of distant, jagged peaks silhouetted against the perpetually twilit sky. The whispering caves, he whispered, where the echoes steal your thoughts if you listen too long. The ascent was arduous. The paths were steep and slick, with a strange, dark lichen that seemed to absorb light. The whispering caves lived up to their name. As Leo and Bramble entered the vast, cathedral-like entrance, a cacophony of disembodied voices swirled around them, fragments of their own conversations, half-remembered songs, distant laughter, and chilling, wordless sighs. The guiding stone pulsed strongly, its light cutting through the oppressive darkness and seeming to push back the confusing echoes, creating a bubble of calm focus around them. Focus on the stone's hum, Bramble advised, pressing close to Leo. Let it anchor you. The caves were a labyrinth of glittering quartz and deep shadows. The guiding stone tugged Leo forward, its light reflecting off crystal formations that fractured the beam into dazzling rainbows. They navigated narrow ledges over bottomless chasms, their footsteps echoing ominously. They squeezed through crevices where the walls seemed to breathe. The air grew thin and cold. Doubt gnawed at Leo. What if they were too late? What if the heartstone was broken? Bramble's quiet presence and the stone's steady warmth kept him moving. Finally, after what felt like days in the echoing dark, the narrow tunnel they were traversing opened into a colossal cavern. In its center, on a natural pedestal of obsidian, should have sat the great heartstone. Instead, there was only an empty space, radiating a profound sense of absence. The cavern walls, once likely ablaze with reflected light, were dull and lifeless. The air hung heavy and still. Despair washed over Leo. They had failed. But the guiding stone flared violently in Leo's hand, its light blazing not towards the pedestal, but towards a shadowed alcove high up on the cavern wall. There, nestled among jagged rocks, something pulsed with a weak, erratic light. It wasn't the colossal crystal Bramble had described. It was smaller, perhaps the size of Leo's head, cracked and covered in a thick, tarry substance that seemed to choke its radiance. And curled protectively around it, fast asleep, was a creature Bramble recoiled from with a hiss. "Shadow scale," he breathed, terror in his voice. The creature was reptilian, covered in overlapping scales as dark as the deepest cave, absorbing the little light that remained. It had powerful limbs ending in sharp claws, a long, whip-like tail, and a wedge-shaped head resting on its paws. Spines ran down its back. It looked fearsome, guarding the dimly flickering crystal. Bramble trembled. They are creatures of the deep dark, they drain light. It must have stolen the heartstone and corrupted it. He urged Leo to use the guiding stone to drive it away. Leo hesitated. The stone felt agitated in his grip, but not aggressive. It pulsed towards the sleeping shadow scale and the choked heartstone fragment not with anger, but with urgency. Concern. He remembered the loneliness in Bramble's eyes when they first met, the misunderstanding he himself often felt. The shadow scale looked exhausted. Its breathing was labored, and a faint whimper escaped its throat in its sleep. Was it truly a thief, or was there another story? Ignoring Bramble's fearful whispers, Leo took a cautious step forward. The guiding stone's light washed over the shadow scale. It stirred, blinking open large, vertical pupilled eyes that were not black, but a deep, sorrowful violet. It flinched away from the light, not aggressively, but as if pained, letting out a low, guttural whine. It didn't attack, it shrank back, pressing itself against the wall, shielding the flickering crystal fragment with its body. Its scales weren't just dark, they looked dull and sickly. The thick tarry substance seemed to cling to its claws and belly too. Leo knelt, holding the guiding stone out, not as a weapon, but as an offering of light. "It's okay," he murmured, his voice soft and steady. "We're not here to hurt you." The shadow scale watched him, its violet eyes filled with a profound sadness and confusion. Bramble crept closer, curiosity overcoming fear. "Look," he whispered, pointing a glowing paw. "The dark sludge, it's on it too, and it's crying." Tears, clear and luminous like liquid crystal, welled in the creature's violet eyes and traced paths through the grime on its scales. Leo slowly reached out, not towards the creature, but towards the tarry substance coating the cracked heartstone fragment. He touched it with a fingertip. It was cold, sticky, and smelled of stagnant water and decay. The guiding stone flared, and where its light touched the sludge, it recoiled, sizzling faintly before dissolving into harmless smoke. The fragment beneath pulsed slightly brighter. Understanding dawned on Leo, bright and clear as the guiding stone's light. It didn't steal the heartstone, he said softly, turning to Bramble. It was trying to protect it, something poisoned it. The heartstone must have cracked, maybe fallen. This piece broke off. The shadow scale found it, covered in this darkness. It tried to shield it, but the poison is hurting it too. The shadow scale made a soft, keening sound, nudging the fragment weakly with its snout, as if confirming Leo's words. It wasn't a thief, it was a guardian overwhelmed by a force it didn't understand, suffering alongside the very thing it sought to protect. Bramble's expression shifted from fear to dawning shame and then compassion. We thought. He hobbled closer to the shadow scale. I am sorry, friend of the dark, we did not understand. He gently placed his small, glowing paw on the creature's dark, scaled foreleg. The shadow scale flinched but didn't pull away. A faint warmth spread from Bramble's touch. Hope rekindled. The guiding stone can cleanse it, Leo declared. He held the stone close to the tar-covered fragment. Focusing all his will, he imagined the stone's pure, warm light washing over the poison, dissolving it. The stone responded, its glow intensifying into a brilliant, focused beam. The sludge hissed and smoked, retreating, vanishing under the relentless radiance. As the last traces dissolved, the heartstone fragment flared with a pure white gold light, so intense it filled the cavern, pushing back the shadows. The shadow scale gasped, its violet eyes wide with wonder and relief as the light washed over its scales. Where the light touched, the dullness vanished, revealing scales of deep, iridescent indigo, shimmering like polished amethyst. The tar clinging to its body evaporated. It stretched, letting out a sound that was almost a purr, basking in the restored radiance. But the fragment was still cracked. It pulsed brightly, yet its light was unstable. The main heartstone is still broken, Bramble said, his voice filled with awe and renewed purpose. This fragment must return to the whole. With the shadow scale now revealed as a creature of stunning indigo beauty, whom Leo named Indigo leading the way, they navigated the caves with newfound ease. Indigo knew every crevice, every echo. They found the main heartstone deep within the cavern system. It was massive, taller than Leo, but a jagged crack ran through its center, choked with the same dark sludge. Its light was a feeble, sickly flicker. Indigo nudged the glowing fragment towards the crack with its snout, letting out an encouraging rumble. Leo stepped forward, the guiding stone blazing in his hands. He placed the cleansed fragment against the crack in the main heartstone. As he did, the guiding stone fused its light with the fragment. Leo poured his hope, his newfound courage, and the warmth of the friendships forged with Bramble, with Indigo into the stone. He imagined the crack healing, the poison dissolving, the light flowing strong and pure once more. Bramble pressed his glowing paws against the stone, adding his luminy light. Indigo leaned in, his indigo scales reflecting the radiance, adding his own deep, resonant energy. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells filled the cavern. The dark sludge evaporated in plumes of harmless smoke. The crack in the great heartstone shimmered, fused, and vanished. The fragment seamlessly rejoined the whole. Then the heartstone ignited. Light exploded outwards, not harsh, but a warm, golden radiance that pulsed like a heartbeat. It flooded the cavern, then streamed out through tunnels and cracks, rushing through the whispering caves and bursting forth into the Glimmerwood beyond. Leo, Bramble, and Indigo stood bathed in the pure, restoring glow, their shadows dancing joyfully on the now gleaming walls. Emerging from the caves, they witnessed the transformation. The gray ash dissolved from the starflower meadows, replaced by blooms of vibrant, pulsing light. The silver-laced trees shimmered fiercely. Bioluminescent creatures took to the air in swirling, celebratory dances. The air itself hummed with vibrant energy, thick with the scent of life and magic renewed. The Glimmerwood was healed, its light brighter and more joyful than ever. Their journey back was a triumphant procession. Creatures of light emerged to greet them, their forms dazzling and diverse winged sylphs made of swirling pollen light, lumbering moss beasts whose fur now blazed like emeralds, schools of prism fish leaping in newly radiant streams. They hailed Leo, Bramble, and Indigo as heroes. Indigo, once feared and misunderstood, walked proudly, his indigo scales gleaming under the forest's renewed glow. Bramble walked without his limp, his constellation spots blazing with happiness. At the edge of the Glimmerwood, near the archway hidden by the old oak's roots, they paused. The guiding stone in Leo's hand had dimmed to its original, gentle pulse. "It's time for you to return, Leo," Bramble said softly, his amber eyes warm. "But the Glimmerwood will always remember you, and you can return whenever the oak whispers." Indigo nudged Leo gently, a deep rumble of affection in his throat. Leo knelt, hugging his moss-furred friend, and then rubbing the smooth scales on Indigo's head. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart full. "Both of you." Stepping back through the archway, Leo found himself under the familiar oak in his backyard. The autumn night was cool, the moon a silver crescent. The guiding stone was cool and smooth in his hand, its light now a soft, comforting ember. He looked back at the roots. The archway was gone, sealed once more, but the oak hummed its ancient melody, clear and strong. He knew the Glimmerwood was safe. He knew he had friends in a hidden world. Leo kept the stone, a tangible reminder of courage found, friendships forged across divides, and the power of seeking understanding over fear. Back in his world, he felt different. The quiet boy was still there, but now his quiet held a depth of warmth and a newfound confidence. He found himself smiling more easily, reaching out to others, remembering Indigo's misunderstood heart and Bramble's loyal courage. He knew the world held hidden wonders, and that kindness was the truest magic. And every night as he lay in bed, the guiding stone resting on his bedside table like a captured star, he'd close his eyes and hear the gentle hum of the Glimmerwood, a lullaby of friendship and restored light, wrapping him in warmth and the peaceful certainty that even in the deepest dark, understanding could always rekindle the dawn. The oak outside his window rustled softly, a familiar, comforting whisper in the night, promising that the door to wonder was never truly closed. Sleep came easily then, wrapped in the soft glow of memory and the quiet, unshakable light of a transformed heart. Story 11. The distant stars glittered like scattered diamond dust against the velvet blackness of the cosmos. Within the worn but sturdy hull of the freighter Stardust Drifter, two beings who couldn't have been more different shared a quiet watch. Kalen, a fur-covered mechanic from the arid dunes of Veridia, adjusted a flickering console light with careful, clawed fingers. Beside him, perched on a specially cooled seat, sat Zorik, a being composed of shimmering, multifaceted crystal from the glacial world of Krylia. His internal light pulsed with a soft blue rhythm, like a slow, calm heartbeat. Their journey had been one of necessity, not choice. Kalen, hauling rare Viridian sand iron, had answered a distress signal near Krylia's orbit. He found Zorik's small, elegant scout vessel crippled by a micrometeor shower, its crystalline pilot radiating distress in sharp, discordant light patterns Kalen couldn't understand. With no common language beyond basic galactic standard symbols, Kalen offered refuge. Zorik, sensing no malice in the warm, earthy scent of the furred giant, accepted. Now bound for the neutral trading hub of Nova Saren, they navigated the silence between them. The misunderstandings began immediately. Kalen kept the ship warm, a comforting desert-like temperature for him. To Zorik, it felt like an oppressive furnace, causing his facets to vibrate uncomfortably. He tried to communicate this by projecting sharp, cold light beams onto the temperature controls. Kalen, mistaking it for impatience or even aggression, merely grunted and turned the heat up higher, thinking Zorik was cold. Zorik retreated further into his corner, his light dimming to a miserable gray. Conversely, when Zorik attempted to cool his immediate area using his innate abilities, a localized frost formed on the console near Kalen. The Viridian recoiled as if burned, his fur standing on end. "Too cold like the void itself," he rumbled, rubbing his arms. Zorik's light flickered in confusion and apology, but Kalen saw only the frost and felt only the unwelcome chill. They existed in a bubble of mutual discomfort and misinterpretation, sharing space but not understanding. Fate, however, had other plans. As they skirted the turbulent nebula of whispers, a sudden gravitational eddy, unseen on their rudimentary scanners, seized the Stardust Drifter. Alarms blared, a harsh sound that made Zorik's facets resonate painfully. Kalen wrestled with the controls, his strong hands gripping the yoke as the ship shuddered violently. "Brace," he bellowed, though he knew Zorik wouldn't understand the word. The freighter groaned, pitched sideways, and plunged towards the dense, bioluminescent jungle canopy of the uncharted moon below. The impact was a cacophony of tearing metal, shattering branches, and the sickening crunch of landing struts giving way. Silence fell, thick and heavy, broken only by the hiss of escaping coolant and the eerie chirps of unseen jungle creatures. Dust motes danced in the shafts of alien moonlight, filtering through the cracked viewport. Kalen groaned, untangling himself from his safety harness. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. He looked over, fear gripping him. Zorik's crystalline form lay partially buried under a collapsed storage container. Several facets were cracked, leaking a faint, glowing liquid that smelled faintly of ozone and mint. His light was flickering erratically, weakly. Zorik. Kalen scrambled over, ignoring his own pain. He carefully lifted the heavy container, his muscles straining. Seeing the cracks and the leaking essence, he understood injury, even if the form was alien. He remembered the cold. Too cold for me, but maybe for him. Acting on instinct, Kalen ripped open a nearby emergency kit. Inside was a thermal blanket, designed to reflect body heat. He hesitated only a second before draping it over Zorik, hoping it might somehow contain the cold the being seemed to generate, perhaps slowing the leak. To his amazement, Zorik's flickering light steadied slightly. A soft, questioning pulse of blue light emanated from beneath the blanket, touching Kalen's worried face. It wasn't words, but it felt like a question, tinged with surprise and a flicker of gratitude. Kalen pointed to his own injured shoulder, then gently touched the blanket over Zorik's cracked area. "Hurt," he said simply. Zorik understood. He projected a thin beam of concentrated cold light onto Kalen's throbbing shoulder. The Viridian flinched at first, but then sighed as a profound, soothing numbness spread through the bruised muscle, easing the pain. He looked at Zorik, his dark eyes wide. "Thank you," he breathed, the words thick with realization. The cold wasn't an attack, it was Zorik's nature, his way of healing. The heat wasn't aggression, it was Kalen's comfort. Their shared challenge had begun. The jungle moon was humid, teeming with strange life, and potentially dangerous. The Stardust Drifter was crippled. They needed water, food, and a way to signal for help. Survival depended on cooperation, on understanding not just words, but needs and abilities. Kalen, with his strength and knowledge of mechanics, began assessing the damage. He needed parts, tools. He mimed, searching outside. Zorik, understanding the intent, projected a map of the immediate area gleaned from his ship's fragmentary scans before the crash, displaying it as a shimmering hologram on the dusty floor. He highlighted mineral deposits Kalen might use for repairs. When Kalen ventured out, Zorik stayed vigilant by the cracked viewport, his crystalline body acting like a multifaceted lens, magnifying the dim light to help Kalen see and scanning the jungle shadows for movement, projecting warning pulses of red light if anything large approached. finding drinkable water was crucial. Zorik detected underground streams with his unique ability to sense minute temperature variations and vibrations in the earth. He projected the location. Kalen, digging with powerful claws, unearthed a clear spring. He brought water back, cupping it carefully in a salvaged bowl. Zorik couldn't ingest it like Kalen, but he needed to absorb its moisture. Kalen carefully poured water near Zorik's base, watching in fascination as the crystal being seemed to drink it through contact, his light pulsing brighter and warmer. Food was trickier. Kalen found strange, luminous fruits. He hesitated. Were they safe? Zorik, sensing his caution, extended a slender, crystalline tendril. He touched the fruit, his internal light shifting through complex spectrums as he analyzed its composition. He projected a soft, steady green light safe. Kalen ate, the fruit tasting sweet and strange. Zorik, meanwhile, absorbed nutrients from the mineral-rich soil Kalen had dug up, his facets regaining some of their lost luster. One night, a fierce electrical storm raged. The wind howled like a lost creature, and torrential rain lashed the broken hull. Kalen shivered, the damp cold seeping into his fur. Zorik, remembering the thermal blanket, nudged it towards Kalen with a crystalline limb. Kalen wrapped it around himself, the reflective material trapping his body heat. He looked at Zorik, who had positioned himself near a small lake where cold rainwater pooled. He was absorbing the chill, his light a contented, deep blue, while simultaneously preventing the water from flooding their shelter. "You like the cold rain," Kalen stated, not a question anymore. Zorik pulsed a soft, affirmative blue. Kalen chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. "And I like the warm sand." He mimed lying in sunshine. Zorik projected an image of shimmering Krillian ice fields, beautiful and serene. They didn't need galactic standard. They understood. In the quiet moments during repairs, they learned more. Kalen showed Zorik how to hold a wrench, the crystal limb adapting surprisingly well to the task, its natural chill preventing his hand from slipping on the metal. Zorik taught Kalen how to interpret his light pulses: a slow blue for calm, a rapid yellow for caution, a warm amber for agreement. They shared silent companionship, watching the moon's twin moons rise, bathing the jungle in an ethereal silver light. Kalen would hum deep, tuneless Viridian work songs. Zorik would resonate softly in harmony, creating a unique, soothing vibration that filled the damaged ship. The challenge of repairing the communication array was their greatest test. It required delicate work high up in the damaged superstructure, exposed to the elements. Kalen, braving the height, struggled to realign a crucial component, his large fingers clumsy with the tiny connections. Below, Zorik watched, projecting a focused beam of light onto the exact spot Kalen needed, illuminating the microscopic contacts. When a sudden gust of wind threatened to knock Kalen off his perch, Zorik pulsed a sharp, urgent red. Kalen grabbed hold just in time. Finally, after days of shared effort, understanding, and quiet support, the array crackled to life. Kalen sent out a distress call on all frequencies. As they waited, hope a fragile thing, they sat together near the repaired console. Kalen, feeling the lingering ache in his shoulder, looked at Zorik's repaired facets, still slightly scarred but whole. He placed his large, furred hand gently on the cool, smooth surface of Zorik's crystalline arm. It wasn't the heat of Veridia or the cold of Krillia. It was a new temperature, born of trust. Zorik responded by resting a slender crystalline limb on Kalen's forearm. His internal light glowed with a deep, warm amber, the color they had come to understand as friendship. No words passed between them, only the shared warmth of contact and the quiet hum of the ship's systems. The vast gulf of species, origin, and language had been bridged not by grand speeches, but by shared cold nights and warm gestures, by offering comfort in a form the other could receive, by relying on each other's strengths when their own faltered. When the rescue ship, a sleek Nova Saren patrol vessel, finally descended through the jungle canopy, its bright light sweeping the crash site, the rescuers found an unusual sight. A large, fur-covered Viridian and a shimmering crystalline Krillian stood side by side. They weren't just survivors, they stood with an easy closeness, a silent understanding radiating between them. The Viridian had a thermal blanket draped loosely over his shoulders, and the Krillian's facets gleamed with a steady, contented blue light. As they boarded the rescue ship, Kalen looked back at the wreck of the Stardust Drifter, now just a shadow in the luminous jungle. He then looked at Zorik, who met his gaze with a soft pulse of amber light. The journey to Nova Saren was quiet, but the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the warmth of newfound understanding and the unshakable comfort of a friendship forged in the shared challenge of the unknown. They had discovered the true meaning of connection, not in being the same, but in learning how to share their different worlds, one act of quiet kindness, one moment of mutual support at a time. And as the rescue ship soared back towards the star-dusted void, both beings knew their unlikely companionship was just beginning, a warm, enduring light against the endless, welcoming dark. Story 12. Story 13. Leo had always loved the sameness of his days. Each morning he'd wake precisely at dawn, polish his collection of smooth river stones until they gleamed like wet obsidian, and walk the same winding path through Whisperwood village to visit the old stone bridge. There he'd count exactly 32 ripples in the stream before returning home. Change felt like a sudden gust threatening his carefully stacked stones, unsettling and unwelcome. But that autumn the world seemed determined to nudge him. The maple outside his window blazed crimson overnight, startling him with its audacity. "Why can't things stay as they are?" he murmured, tracing the frost etching his window pane. His gray tant, Alara, noticed his unease. She tended the village's secret garden, a place where moonflowers bloomed under starlight and ferns hummed lullabies when brushed. One crisp afternoon, she led Leo past the wrought iron gate. "Look closely, dear heart," she whispered, her voice as soft as dandelion fluff. "The garden remembers everyone who walks here." As if summoned, a silver-throated sparrow alighted on her shoulder, chirping a melody that made the air shimmer. "Meet Pip," Alara smiled. "He's rather fond of lost things." Pip tilted his head, dark eyes reflecting Leo's hesitant expression. That night Leo dreamt of roots tangling around his ankles, pulling him into warm, dark earth. He woke to find his palms dusted with iridescent pollen that glowed when he breathed. Frightened, he rushed to Alara. She simply took his hands, her touch cool as river pebbles. "Ah," she said, "the bloom dust has chosen you. It only appears when someone's ready to grow." Leo protested. He wasn't ready. But Pip nudged a fallen acorn toward him, and when Leo picked it up, it sprouted emerald leaves in his palm. "Magic mirrors the heart," Alara explained. "Your fear is making it flicker. Try curiosity instead." So Leo began visiting the garden daily. He'd sit beneath the ancient weeping willow, whose branches dripped liquid amber light. Pip brought him gifts, a twisted twig, a blue jay's feather, a smooth black stone unlike any in his collection. Each time Leo held them, the bloom dust on his skin brightened, weaving tiny vines that curled around his wrists. "It's changing me," he fretted, watching a vine blossom into a star-shaped flower. Alara knelt beside him, the scent of crushed mint rising from her apron. "All living things transform, little bud. Even mountains wear down to make valleys. What matters is how you grow." One moonless evening, a fierce windstorm rattled the village. Leo huddled indoors, but Pip tapped urgently at his window. In the garden, the weeping willow trembled, its glowing amber tears guttering like dying candles. A crack split its trunk, a wound mirroring Leo's own fear of upheaval. "It's dying," Leo cried. Alara shook her head, her face lit by Pip's soft silver glow. "It's remembering it's more than a willow. Help it find its strength." Tentatively, Leo pressed his palms to the bark. His bloom dust flared, vines spiraling down his arms to knit across the crack. He closed his eyes, thinking not of fear, but of quiet afternoons with Pip, Alara's stories, the brave scarlet maple outside his window. Warmth pulsed from his hands, and the tree's amber light blazed anew, brighter, golden now, swirling with patterns like constellations. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the willow stood whole, its branches heavy with luminous amber fruits that chimed in the breeze. Pip nestled in Leo's hair, trilling triumph. Alara hugged him, her embrace smelling of rain and rosemary. "You didn't just heal the tree, my dear. You let your own roots deepen." Leo realized his river stones no longer felt like anchors. He'd scattered them that morning along a new path, one leading to a hillside where he'd plant his magic acorn. The bloom dust had faded, leaving only freckles like tiny seeds on his skin. He wasn't the same boy who dreaded change. He was someone who understood that growth was a quiet conversation between courage and kindness, tended by friends who believed in you. Years later, villagers would speak of the boy who sang with sparrows and grew gardens from his palms. But Leo, watching Pip teach fledglings to fly beneath his now towering oak, simply smiled. Every rustling leaf, every shift of light through branches, whispered the lesson he'd learned, that personal transformation isn't a storm to endure, but a gentle unfurling, a becoming as natural and beautiful as a seed learning it was always meant to be a forest. And in the secret garden where moonflowers still bloomed for dreamers, the willow's golden fruit chimed on, a lullaby of resilience for anyone who listened. Story 14. The gentle hum of the Harmony outpost filled the corridor as Kaelin shuffled toward their new quarters, the polished metal floor cool beneath their thick-soled boots. From the desert world of Aridus, Kaelin's amber eyes, adapted to endless dunes and searing suns, squinted at the station's soft blue lighting. Their skin, tough and cracked like sun-baked clay, felt tight in the recycled air. Inside the shared room, they found their roommate already there, a being from Aquaria named Neri, whose smooth, cerulean skin shimmered like water under moonlight. Neri floated in a tank of briny water, bubbles rising from delicate gills at their neck, their webbed fingers tracing patterns on the glass. The air smelled faintly of ozone and salt. "Greetings," Kaelin rasped, their voice like shifting gravel. Neri's large, liquid eyes widened in alarm, and they retreated to the far side of the tank, their bioluminescent markings pulsing a nervous violet. Kaelin sighed, unpacking a pouch of precious Aridus sand, a comfort from home. Neri watched, bewildered, as the grains spilled onto the floor. To Kaelin, it was a grounding ritual. To Neri, it looked like reckless waste. That night, as Kaelin slept curled on a heat pad, Neri's soft, melodic humming, a lullaby of deep ocean currents, kept the desert dweller awake, mistaking it for mocking. Kaelin tossed a pebble at the tank. The humming stopped, replaced by hurt silence. Misunderstandings piled like cosmic dust. When Kaelin offered a dried cactus fruit, Neri recoiled, fearing poison. When Neri shared a vial of glowing plankton, Kaelin thought it a prank, for the light stung their eyes. They communicated through clipped translations on their wrist comms, words stripped of warmth. "Your sand clogs filters," Neri messaged. "Your water tank steals space," Kaelin retorted. Loneliness settled over them both, heavier than Aridus' twin moons. Then, during a routine maintenance cycle, a shudder rocked the outpost. Alarms blared. A meteoroid strike had fractured a coolant pipe near their sector. Lights flickered. The air grew thick and stale. Kaelin's throat burned as oxygen levels dropped, while Neri's tank began overheating, the water turning murky. Panic seized them. Kaelin gasped, fumbling for their emergency mask. Neri thrashed, gills straining in the soupy water. For a heartbeat they locked eyes, terror reflecting terror. But survival sparked instinct. Kaelin remembered Neri's distress pulses. Neri recalled Kaelin's resilience. With a grunt, Kaelin heaved a storage crate toward the tank. "Climb out," they croaked. "I'll carry you." Neri hesitated. Exposure to dry air was agony, but trust flickered. They slid into Kaelin's arms, skin against skin, cool and scalding. Kaelin staggered under the weight, Neri's webbed hands clinging to their shoulders. Together they navigated dim corridors, Kaelin's boots scraping, Neri's breath shallow whistles. Near engineering they hit a dead end, a sealed bulkhead. Kaelin slumped, coughing. No strength left. Neri's markings flared a determined gold. Pointing to a vent, they hummed a complex sequence, the sound waves resonating with the lock mechanism. Kaelin, understanding, pounded the rhythm with their fists. Clang, clang, hiss. The door slid open. Inside, they found the ruptured pipe, spewing freezing vapor. Kaelin's heat-resistant hands could patch it, but the coolant burned like acid. Neri plunged their aquatic limbs into the stream, numbing the pain with their natural cryogenic ability. "Quickly," Neri urged, voice strained. Kaelin worked, fingers numb but precise, sealing the breach with emergency gel. As the system stabilized, warmth and light returned. They collapsed side by side, Kaelin's rough hand resting on Neri's trembling arm. In the quiet aftermath, everything changed. Kaelin offered water from their canteen, now understanding its preciousness. Neri sang their ocean lullaby softly, no longer a nuisance, but a balm. They shared stories, Kaelin of dunes that sang in windswept harmonies, Neri of coral cities glowing in abyssal dark. Kaelin learned Neri's wasteful plankton was a light of hope in Aquaria's depths. Neri saw Kaelin's sand as a tapestry of home, not dirt. Their differences weren't barriers, but bridges. Weeks later, the outpost gardens bloomed under starlight. Kaelin had built a small desert terrarium, Neri a pool with dancing luminescent fish. They sat together, Kaelin's heat pad warming Neri's bench, Neri's mist humidifier soothing Kaelin's skin. When Kaelin gifted Neri a vial of aridus sand, mixed with Aquarian seashells, Neri placed it beside their tank where it caught the light like a galaxy. "Friendship," Neri murmured, "is the gravity that pulls souls together across the void." Kaelin nodded, the stations hum a gentle lullaby around them. Under the infinite stars, two beings from distant worlds finally felt at home, not because they were the same, but because they had learned to hold each other's worlds in their hearts. And in that quiet garden, surrounded by the scent of blooming starlilies and the soft ripple of water, they knew no challenge was too great, as long as they faced it side by side. Story 15. The Wayfarer's Rest drifted silently through the Veil Nebula, its metallic hull glinting against swirling clouds of violet and indigo stardust. Inside, the air hummed with the low thrum of failing engines, carrying scents of aged metal and the faintest trace of ozone. In a forgotten greenhouse dome, where resilient star vines climbed cracked viewports and luminescent moss carpeted the floor, two beings huddled, each unaware of the other's presence until a flickering light panel sparked above them. Pip, a small, russet-furred creature from the forest world of Verdantia, trembled beneath a tangle of glowing ferns. Her large, dark eyes scanned the shadows, ears twitching at every creak of the derelict station. She'd crash-landed her seed pod escape vessel here after a solar storm tore through her convoy, and now the silence felt heavier than the gravity wells back home. Pip missed the chorus of whispering trees and the warmth of bioluminescent blooms. Here, everything was cold angles and eerie echoes. A soft chirp escaped her, a Verdantian lullaby her mother used to sing, meant to soothe frayed nerves. Across the dome, near a dry fountain crusted with mineral deposits, Kale shifted. His body, a latticework of interlocking amber crystals, emitted a low resonant hum as he moved. From the caverns of Geminar, where geodes pulsed with inner light and rivers of liquid gemstone flowed, Kale was a geologist explorer. He'd boarded the station to study rare nebula-affected minerals, but the same storm had severed communications and locked the bulkheads. Now his crystalline form felt brittle, drained by the station's artificial dryness. A Geminian needed ambient moisture to maintain flexibility, and here the air tasted like desert wind. He focused, projecting a soft, pulsing light from his core, a Geminian distress beacon, hoping some passing ship might see it. Pip saw the light first. It danced like a trapped firefly near the fountain. Curiosity overcame fear, and she crept forward, her paws silent on the moss. But when she neared, Kale's slow turn, a necessary movement for his rigid joints, seemed like a deliberate advance to Pip. She froze, then darted behind a hydroponic tank, chirping a warning. Kale, interpreting the high-pitched sound as aggression, dimmed his light and retracted his appendages, creating a defensive shell. Misunderstanding thickened the air like fog. For days, they circled each other in the dome. Pip scavenged edible mosses and sipped condensation from leaves, always watching Kale's glowing form. Kale, sensing her movements, mistook her quick, skittering dashes for attempts to steal the few energy crystals he'd gathered. When Pip left a cluster of juicy moonberries near the fountain, a Verdantian gesture of truce, Kale assumed it was a trap, letting them wither untouched. Loneliness gnawed at them both. Pip remembered her mother's words, "Fear builds walls, little sprout, but kindness, it finds cracks." Kale recalled his elder's resonance. In stillness we preserve, in sharing we thrive. The breaking point came when the station shuddered violently. A power conduit burst near the dome's entrance, showering sparks and plunging half the space into darkness. Pip yelped as a falling support beam pinned her tail. Panic seized her. She couldn't wrench free. Across the gloom, Kale saw her struggle. His light flickered uncertainly. This small creature had seemed a thief, but her cries were pure distress, a universal language. Geminians valued preservation above all. To ignore suffering went against his core. With effort he lumbered forward, his crystals scraping the floor. Pip flinched as he neared, but Kale extended a faceted limb, not toward her, but to the beam. He pushed, his form humming with strain, until the metal groaned and lifted just enough. Pip scrambled free, her fur bristling but unharmed. For a moment they stared, Pip's breaths rapid, Kale's light pulsing erratically. Then Pip did something instinctive. She nudged her water gourd, still half full, toward Kale. It was her most precious resource. Kale hesitated, then dipped a crystal tip into the water. A sigh-like resonance filled the dome as his form softened, shimmering with renewed vitality. He responded by offering Pip his smallest energy crystal, a glowing blue shard. Pip, understanding its warmth, placed it near her nest, bathing her corner in soft radiance. The walls between them crumbled like old rock. Their shared challenge became clear. The station's core reactor was failing. Without power, life support would cease. To reach the control deck, they had to navigate collapsed corridors and a zero-gravity chasm. Pip, agile and quick, scouted ahead, her chirps guiding Kale through safe paths. Kale, strong and sturdy, cleared debris, his light cutting through oppressive darkness. In the zero-gravity section, Pip clung to Kale's back, her tiny paws gripping his crystalline ridges, while he used magnetic boots to walk along the walls. They drifted past stars through shattered viewports, the nebula painting them in ethereal hues. Pip hummed her lullaby, Kale answered with a deep, harmonic hum. Friendship, they realized, wasn't about speaking the same words. It was about listening to the same heart. in the control room, despair loomed. The primary crystal array lay shattered, its shards dull and lifeless. Cale examined the fragments, his light dimming. No resonance, he hummed mournfully. Pip nudged a shard, then trilled, recalling Verdanche's living energy grids, how plants channeled starlight through roots. She gestured to the broken system and then to Cale himself, whose core still glowed. Cale understood. Geminians could regenerate, but fracturing one's own crystal was painful, a last resort. Yet Pip placed her paw on his facet, her eyes earnest. Together. Cale focused, and with a resonant chime, he broke off a small fragment of his core crystal. Pip took it gently, combining it with pulped starvine sap she'd gathered, a natural conductor. They placed the hybrid crystal into the reactor. Nothing happened. Then Pip poured the last of her water over it, and Cale channeled his light into the shard. Slowly, beautifully, the crystal ignited, bathing the room in gold and azure light. Power surged through the station like a waking heartbeat. As warmth returned to the air, they sat by a viewport, watching the nebula swirl. Pip curled against Cale's crystalline side, her fur warmed by his glow. Cale projected gentle light patterns on the ceiling, images of Geminar's caves and Verdanche's forests, a silent story. Rescue ships arrived within hours, drawn by the restored beacon. When the crews found them, they were nestled together, Pip's soft snores harmonizing with Cale's contented hum. Parting was bittersweet, but not an end. Pip gifted Cale a pouch of Verdantian soil, promising it would grow crystals wherever he planted it. Cale gave Pip a polished nebula stone, whispering, "When light hits it, think of shared darkness." As their ships diverged among the stars, they knew distance couldn't unravel their bond. For true friendship, born in misunderstanding and forged in shared struggle, was a universe in itself, warm, enduring, and infinitely bright. And in the quiet of their journeys home, both carried the same comforting truth: no one is ever truly adrift when kindness becomes their compass. Story 16. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley, like a contented cat curled beside a warm hearth. Cobblestone streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs dusted with perpetual autumn leaves, and lanterns hanging from wrought iron posts glowed with captured starlight. Every chimney puffed gentle spirals of wood smoke that smelled of cinnamon and pine. In this peaceful place, young Clara lived with her grandmother, tending their garden of moon-blooming lilies and whispering snapdragons. But one crisp October evening, strange things began to happen. It started with Clara's favorite blueberry scone, vanishing from the kitchen windowsill where it cooled. She found it hours later balanced precariously on the weather vane of the town hall, perfectly intact. The next morning, all the copper kettles in Willowbrook were discovered hanging like peculiar fruit from the branches of the great oak in the village square. Then came the night when every single left shoe in every home disappeared, only to reappear at dawn arranged in a neat circle around Mrs. Thimble's prize-winning pumpkin patch. Whispers rustled through the village like dry leaves. Mischievous sprites, wondered the baker. A clumsy giant, fretted the cobbler. But Clara noticed something others missed. Each displaced item was handled with exquisite care, never broken, always placed where it could be seen. Determined to solve the mystery, Clara packed a satchel with gingerbread stars and a thermos of spiced apple cider. She sought out old Finn, the village woodcarver whose beard was as white as owl feathers and whose workshop smelled perpetually of cedar and patience. He listened to her tale, whittling a piece of maple into the shape of a curious fox. "Hum," he rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a brook. "Trouble caused without harm is often a request for help. Look for patterns, little sprout, and listen to the rustlers in the twilight." Taking Finn's advice, Clara spent the next evening hidden beneath a quilt of fallen leaves near the great oak. As the moon rose, painting the world in silver, a soft whump-whump echoed through the quiet. Peering out, Clara saw not a sprite or a giant, but a young, flustered dragon the size of a sheepdog. His scales shimmered like tarnished copper, and enormous, earnest eyes blinked nervously above a snout dusted with flour. He clutched Clara's grandmother's best-laced doily in his claws, flapping his wings with tremendous effort but barely lifting off the ground. With a grunt, he draped it carefully over a sleeping hedgehog like a tiny blanket before shuffling away, tripping over his own tail. Clara followed him deep into Whisperwood, where moss swallowed footsteps and fireflies winked like scattered emeralds. The dragon led her to a clearing where a magnificent weeping willow wept not tears, but liquid moonlight that pooled in its roots. Beneath its shimmering curtain lay a treasure hoard unlike any in tales: Clara's blueberry scone, slightly nibbled, a left slipper knitted with rainbow yarn, a shiny button collection, and dozens of other misplaced village items, all arranged with painstaking neatness. Curled beside the hoard, breathing shallowly, lay an enormous dragon with scales like aged bronze, the young one's mother. Her wing was bent at an unnatural angle, and frost crystals glittered on her nostrils despite the mild night. The little dragon, whose name was Ember, whimpered as he nudged a warm stone against his mother's side. He looked at Clara with pleading eyes. "Mother is cold," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering. The sky fire inside her flickers low. Shiny things, warm things, I thought they could help. His clumsy thefts, Clara realized, weren't mischief, but desperate offerings, attempts to gather warmth and light for his ailing parent. He'd chosen items that gleamed, kettles, buttons, or radiated comfort, slippers, scones, the doily, placing them where humans might find them again, hoping they'd understand the silent plea. Clara's heart melted like butter on warm bread. She rushed back to Willowbrook, not with fear, but with purpose. She woke old Finn, who fetched his healing herbs and warmest woolen blankets. She roused the baker for fresh, hot rolls, the apothecary for soothing salves, and even persuaded Mrs. Thimble to lend her largest, warmest quilt, the one stitched with sunburst patterns. Together, guided by Fireflies, Ember summoned with a hopeful chirp, the villagers quietly entered the moonlit clearing. Under Finn's gentle direction, they worked through the night. Finn carefully splinted the mother dragon's wing with flexible willow branches, humming an ancient woodland tune. The apothecary applied a poultice of warming herbs wrapped in soft linen. Villagers piled the sunburst quilt and wool blankets over the great dragon's body, while the baker placed steaming rolls near her snout, the comforting aroma coaxing a weak sigh. Clara placed her thermos of spiced cider near Ember, who curled gratefully beside his mother, purring a sound like distant thunder. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the mother dragon stirred. Deep within her chest, a warm, golden glow pulsed her skyfire, growing steadily brighter. She opened eyes the color of molten amber and nuzzled ember, then looked at the circle of humans with profound gratitude. "You offered warmth when we had none," she rumbled, her voice vibrating through the roots of the willow. "We are keepers of the willow's heart," she explained. The weeping willow was a sacred tree, its roots drawing warmth from deep within the earth, its moon tears nourishing the forest. When she'd injured her wing, she couldn't complete her nightly flight to stir the roots, and the heart's warmth had begun to wane, chilling them both. The surprising resolution wasn't just the healing, but the discovery of an ancient bond. Willowbrook's cozy warmth wasn't just from hearths, it was subtly fed by the willow's heart, tended by the dragons. Ember's clumsy thefts were a dragonette's instinct to gather warmth for his mother and, unknowingly, for the faltering heart. Now, understanding bloomed. The villagers built a sheltered nook near the willow for the dragons, lined with stones that held the sun's heat. Finn crafted a harness so Ember could help stir the roots until his mother healed fully. And every full moon, Willowbrook held a gleaming night where children left polished stones, baked treats, or small, shiny trinkets at the edge of Whisperwood, not because things went missing, but as gifts of friendship and shared warmth. Clara often sat with Ember under the weeping willow, sharing gingerbread stars as moonlight pooled around them. The strange occurrences had woven a deeper magic into Willowbrook's tapestry, a reminder that sometimes what looks like trouble is just a whisper for help, wrapped in scales and earnest eyes. And as the village lanterns glowed beneath the stars, their light seemed warmer, brighter, and infinitely kinder, fueled by the grateful pulse of the willow's heart and the gentle rumble of a dragon's purr, safe and cherished at last. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where cobblestone paths wound between cottages crowned with thatch. In the smallest cottage, at the edge of a whispering birch grove, lived a quiet girl named Maya. She spent her days tending her grandmother's garden, where snapdragons hummed and rosemary perfumed the air. Maya often felt invisible, her voice soft as dandelion fluff, her steps lighter than falling leaves. But she noticed things others missed, how dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, or how the old copper kettle above the hearth caught the light just so at twilight. One blustery autumn evening, while polishing the kettle's tarnished surface, Maya glimpsed something impossible, a reflection not of the cozy kitchen, but of a snow-capped mountain peak she'd never seen. As she traced the kettle's curved handle, a faint melody drifted from its spout, a tune like wind chimes and distant streams. When she whispered, "Where is that place?" the kettle's reflection rippled, revealing a path through emerald forests and over misty bridges. Grandmother had always said the kettle held stories. Now Maya understood it held journeys too. The next morning, Willowbrook's river, the village's lifeline, dried to a cracked, silent bed. Crops wilted and worry hung thick as fog. Remembering the mountain in the kettle, Maya filled her satchel with oat cakes and a sprig of rosemary for courage. She lifted the kettle, now warm to the touch, and stepped into the birch grove. Its surface glowed, casting a beam of light that illuminated a hidden trail only she could follow. Her journey began in the whispering woods, where trees murmured secrets. There she met Bramble, a badger with fur like storm clouds and eyes like polished amber. He spoke in riddles, his voice a low rumble. "Lost rivers find new paths, little listener," he said, nudging her toward a mossy tunnel. "But stones in the heart weigh heavier than stones in the stream." Bramble guided her through tangled roots, teaching her to read the language of lichen and the songs of earthworms. Deeper in the forest, a chattering rustle announced Pip, a squirrel with sunbeam-bright fur and a tail that twitched like a question mark. "Ooh, an adventure," Pip squeaked, scampering alongside her. "I know every acorn cache from here to the stony peaks." Pip's boundless energy lifted Maya's spirits. He scrambled up pines to scout the way, dropping pinecone maps into her hands and sharing stories of cloud shapes that looked like dancing badgers. As the woods thinned into rugged foothills, Maya faltered, daunted by sheer cliffs. The kettle hummed softly, and from the twilight sky descended Orla, an owl with feathers like moonlit snow. Silent as a falling feather, Orla offered her broad back. Maya clung tight as they soared over gorges ribboned with silver waterfalls. Orla's quiet strength spoke louder than words, a nod toward a hidden valley, a gentle nudge when paths forked. At last they reached the mountain's heart, a cavern where the river should have gushed forth. Instead, two enormous boulders, slick with algae, blocked the entrance. Before them stood Neri, a river nymph with hair of swirling currents and eyes like deep, sad pools. "The river sleeps," Neri sighed, her voice echoing like rain on stone. "Your village took its gifts without gratitude, trampled its banks, clouded its waters. Why should it wake for careless hearts?" Maya's helpers gathered close. Bramble nudged her knee. "Stones in the heart," he repeated softly. Pip chittered, "Tell her about the rosemary and the snapdragons." Orla's wing brushed her shoulder. Maya understood. Force wouldn't move the boulders, only healing could. She lifted the copper kettle. Its surface shimmered, reflecting not the cavern, but Willowbrook, villagers building fish ladders to help salmon, children planting wildflowers along the barren banks, her own grandmother singing to the parched earth. "We see our mistakes," Maya said gently. "And we remember now, rivers are friends, not servants." Then, recalling the kettle's first melody, Maya sang the lullaby her grandmother crooned to seedlings. Her voice, once too timid to fill a room, now wove through the cavern like clear water. Neri's eyes softened. She placed a cool hand on the boulders. "The river remembers kindness," she whispered. With a sound like melting ice, the boulders shifted, not by force, but as Neri revealed a narrow channel behind them, diverted by tree roots. "Guide the water gently," she said. "It will return when trust does." Maya and her friends worked through the night. Pip gathered twigs to mark the new channel, Bramble dug with sturdy claws, Orla carried stones to reinforce the banks. As dawn painted the sky peach and gold, a trickle became a stream, then a joyful rush, flowing toward Willowbrook. Neri smiled, her form blending into the current. "Listen," she murmured, "and it will whisper its needs." The journey home was lighter. Pip danced on Maya's shoulder, Bramble shared a riddle about rainbows, and Orla glided above like a guardian cloud. When Maya returned, the river was already singing through the valley, and the village cheered, not just for the water, but for the quiet girl who'd carried wisdom in an old copper kettle. Now Maya's voice rings clear in the village meetings, and her garden blooms with flowers from Neri's cavern. The kettle rests by her window, showing reflections of starlit mountains or bramble napping in ferns. Some nights when the fire crackles and the wind sighs through birches, you might hear it hum that lullaby, a reminder that even the smallest heart can hold oceans of courage, and that kindness, like water, finds its way through the hardest stones. And as you drift to sleep, imagine Maya smiling, knowing that wonder often hides in plain sight, waiting for a gentle hand to polish it bright. Story 18. The old magnifying glass felt heavier than it looked in Milo's small hands. Its brass rim, cool and slightly tarnished, pressed against his palm, while the thick, curved lens caught the late afternoon sun, throwing a distorted, shimmering circle onto his worn rug. Milo, a boy whose thoughts often seemed louder than his voice, had found it tucked away in the dusty corner of his grandfather's attic, wrapped in faded velvet. It felt important somehow. Special. Life outside his window felt large and sometimes overwhelming. The bustle of the town square, the loud games of other children, even the rustling of the ancient oak tree beside his house could make Milo retreat further into his quiet shell. He preferred the company of books and the intricate world of insects he observed in his small, wild garden. But today, the garden felt different. A strange, soft humming seemed to emanate from the overgrown lavender bush near the back fence, a sound felt more in his bones than heard with his ears. It prickled his curiosity. Tucking the magnifying glass into his pocket, its comforting weight a secret talisman, Milo slipped out the back door. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and honeysuckle, warm and drowsy. Sunlight filtering through the canopy of the oak, dappled the long grass in shifting patterns of gold and green. He crept towards the lavender bush, the humming growing subtly stronger, vibrating the air like a plucked harp string. Kneeling carefully, mindful of the buzzing bees, Milo peered into the tangled purple stalks. Nothing unusual. Just leaves, stems, and busy insects. Disappointment flickered, but then he remembered the glass. Pulling it from his pocket, he held it up, aiming the lens towards the heart of the bush. He gasped. The world beneath the lens exploded into impossible detail, but it was more than just magnification. It was transformation. Through the ancient glass, Milo saw not just lavender stalks, but towering, fragrant columns of amethyst. The buzzing bees weren't just bees. They were shimmering creatures with wings like spun sugar, their bodies adorned with tiny, intricate patterns that pulsed with light. And nestled amidst the giant lavender blooms, woven from spider silk stronger than steel and petals softer than velvet, was a miniature village. Tiny dwellings clung to the stems, looking like acorn cups and hollowed blossoms. Bridges made of woven grass spanned gaps between leaves. Luminous fireflies, harnessed in gossamer threads, bobbed like living lanterns along winding paths. Milo's heart hammered against his ribs, a mix of awe and disbelief. He'd stumbled upon a hidden world Lumina Vale. As he watched, utterly transfixed, a small figure emerged from a doorway woven from a curled fern. It stood no taller than Milo's thumb, but radiated a quiet dignity. Its skin had the faint, pearlescent sheen of moonlight on water, and its large, gentle eyes, the color of deep moss, widened in surprise as they met Milo's magnified gaze. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but finer, shimmered faintly on its back. It wore a simple tunic of woven moss and carried a slender staff tipped with a glowing crystal that pulsed with the same soft hum Milo had sensed. The tiny being didn't flee. Instead, it tilted its head, studying Milo with intense curiosity. It raised a hand, palm outward in a gesture that felt strangely peaceful. Then it spoke. The voice was like the chime of distant bells, impossibly clear despite its minuteness, amplified somehow by the magic of the glass. "Greetings, child of the sunlit world," it chimed. "I am Phelan, keeper of the veil, you see us." Milo lowered the glass slightly, momentarily breaking the connection. The village vanished, replaced by the ordinary bush. Panic fluttered in his chest. Had he imagined it? But the humming persisted. He raised the glass again, and Phelan was still there, waiting patiently. I see you," Milo stammered, his own voice sounding impossibly loud and clumsy in the sudden quiet. "I'm Milo. I found this glass. In the attic." Phelan nodded, a slow, graceful movement. "The lens of true sight, it has been absent for many turnings of the moon. Its return is timely." A flicker of concern passed over the tiny face. "We sensed its awakening, and we sensed the shadow stirring." "Shadow." Milo whispered, leaning closer, the scent of lavender filling his senses. "The shadow snarls," Phelan explained, his bell-like voice lowering. "Creatures of decay and discord, they dwell in the damp, forgotten corners, feeding on neglect and fear. Normally they are small, mere nuisances we manage, but lately they grow bolder, stronger. They gnaw at the roots of our homes, dim the light of our fireflies, and their whispers bring unease to the vale. We fear something feeds their malice." Milo shivered, though the air was warm. He understood whispers that brought unease. "What can I do?" Phelan smiled, a small, warm light. "You see us, Milo, you hold the lens. That is the first step. Perhaps you could see more, see where the shadow gathers. Your eyes, so much larger than ours, might perceive what we cannot." A journey. Milo felt a familiar flutter of anxiety. Exploring his own garden felt safe, but seeking out shadows. Yet looking at Phelan's trusting, worried eyes, a spark ignited within him, a spark of protectiveness for this tiny, wondrous world he'd discovered. "Okay," he whispered, the word feeling surprisingly solid. "Show me." Thus began Milo's extraordinary journey into the microcosm of Lumina Vale, guided by Phelan's gentle presence through the lens. He crawled on hands and knees, the magnifying glass held steady, his world shrinking and expanding simultaneously. He marveled at towering blades of grass, like emerald skyscrapers. A single raindrop clinging to a spiderweb became a vast, quivering crystal palace. He met other Vale folk, Thistle, a sturdy, bark-skinned gardener whose touch made wilting leaves perk up, Pip, a swift, acorn-hatted messenger who rode on the back of a friendly ladybird, and Willow, a weaver whose song seemed to strengthen the very silk she spun. Each encounter was a revelation. He learned that Thistle's deep connection to plants allowed him to sense sickness in roots before it showed on leaves. Pip's speed was not just physical, but an uncanny ability to navigate the complex pathways of the garden instantaneously. Willow's songs held subtle magic, weaving calm and courage into the air. Their wisdom wasn't loud or boastful. It was quiet, inherent, born of deep connection to their world. They accepted Milo, the giant outsider, with open-hearted kindness, sharing stories and tiny cups of dewdrop tea that tasted like purest spring water. Phelan explained the delicate balance of Lumina Vale, how the fireflies' light nurtured the glow moss that lined the paths, how the bees pollinated special starflowers whose scent kept the air pure, how Thistle's care ensured the giant plants provided shelter without collapsing. The shadow snarls sought to unravel this harmony, fostering rot and spreading a creeping coldness that stifled growth and light. Guided by Pip, who sensed disturbances in the garden's subtle currents, Milo navigated deeper into the wilder, damper corners near the old stone wall. Through the lens, the world grew darker, the colors muted. The cheerful hum of Lumina Vale faded, replaced by a low, grating whisper that seemed to slither through the undergrowth. The air grew thick with the smell of damp decay. There, Pip chirped nervously, pointing a tiny finger towards a dense thicket of ferns beneath the dripping wall. Coldest there, Snarl's nest. Milo focused the lens. The ordinary ferns transformed into a dripping, oppressive jungle. Amongst the dark, oversized fronds, he saw them. The shadow snarls. They weren't solid creatures, but shifting, smoky shapes like living ink stains. They had too many thin, grasping limbs and glowing pinpricks of malevolent red light for eyes. They seemed to coalesce and dissolve, oozing over mossy rocks and gnawing with insubstantial teeth on the vital roots of the ferns. Where they passed, healthy green turned sickly yellow, and vibrant moss shriveled into gray dust. The whispering intensified, a sound that made Milo's skin crawl, words of despair, of worthlessness, of inevitable decay. He felt the familiar cold grip of fear. It was vast and dark and terrifying. He wanted to lower the glass, to run back to the safety of his room. But then he felt Phelan's tiny hand, impossibly warm, press against the edge of the lens where Milo held it. He saw Willow perched on a giant pebble, her eyes closed, singing a soft, pure note that pushed back against the oppressive whispers like a tiny candle flame against the dark. Thistle stood firm, his broad hand placed on a trembling root, channeling strength into the afflicted plant. "They feed on fear, Milo," Phelan's voice chimed softly in his mind, amplified by the lens. "But they cannot withstand true light, true connection. Remember the veil, remember its harmony." Milo took a shaky breath. He remembered the warm scent of lavender, the gentle glow of the fireflies, the taste of dewdrop tea, the kindness in Phelan's moss-green eyes. He remembered the intricate balance, the quiet courage of his tiny friends. His fear didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a fierce determination to protect this fragile, beautiful world. He didn't know magic songs like Willow, or possess Thistle's deep-rooted strength, or Pip's swiftness. But he had the lens, and he had his own unique perspective. Focusing intently, Milo scanned the Snarl's nest through the glass. He saw not just the terrifying shadows, but their effect. He saw the specific roots. They were gnawing the vital anchors of the ferns that sheltered part of Lumina Vale's western edge. He saw how their smoky forms coalesced thickest around a dark, damp crevice in the old wall, where stagnant water pooled the source of their strength. "Phelan," Milo whispered urgently. "They're clustered near the wall where the water is old and still. That's feeding them, and they're attacking the roots holding up the big fern near the moonpetal glade." Phelan's eyes widened with understanding. The stagnant pool, we had not realized its corruption had spread so far. Thistle, the roots. Thistle immediately lumbered towards the giant fern root Milo indicated. Placing both hands upon it, he closed his eyes, humming a deep, resonant tone. Milo watched through the lens as a warm, green light flowed from Thistle's hands into the root, pushing back the creeping gray decay the snarls had inflicted. The root pulsed faintly with renewed life. "Willow," Phelan called. "The pool, we need light and flow." Willow nodded, her song shifting. It became brighter, clearer, like sunlight on water. She directed it towards the dark crevice. Pip zipped away, a blur of motion, returning moments later leading a procession of larger Vale folk carrying tiny, glowing orbs concentrated firefly light. They hurled them towards the stagnant pool. Where the orbs landed, the murky water hissed and the thick shadows recoiled, their whispers turning to angry hisses. But the snarls weren't defeated. Enraged, they surged towards the Vale folk, their smoky forms elongating into grasping tendrils. One lashed out towards Willow, who faltered in her song. Milo acted without thinking. He couldn't fight them physically, but he could see. He focused the lens directly on the attacking snarl, concentrating not on its terror, but on the stagnant pool that fed it, on the healthy root Thistle was healing nearby, on the pure light of Willow's song. He poured his own newfound determination, his protective feelings for his friends, into his gaze through the magical glass. The lens flared with a warm, golden light. It wasn't a beam, but an illumination. Where the light from the lens touched the snarl, its smoky form seemed to unravel slightly, becoming less dense, less threatening. It recoiled with a shriek of pure dissonance, retreating into the shadows near the pool. Milo swept the lens's amplified light across the nest. The other snarls writhed and shrank back, their malevolent red eyes dimming. The oppressive whispering faded to a disgruntled murmur. "Now, Pip, the sunstones," Phelan commanded. Pip darted to a hidden nook beneath a mushroom cap and emerged struggling with a small, rough-hewn crystal that pulsed with captured sunlight. With a mighty heave for his size, Pip rolled the sunstone towards the stagnant pool. It landed with a soft plop right in the center. A brilliant, cleansing light erupted from the stone, pure and warm. It filled the crevice, vaporizing the stagnant water and burning away the clinging shadows like morning mist. The remaining snarls let out final, fading shrieks and dissolved into wisps of harmless vapor that dissipated on a sudden, clean breeze that smelled of rain-washed earth. Silence fell, deep and peaceful. The grating whispers were gone, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant, cheerful hum of Lumina Vale. The ferns stood taller, their color returning to a healthy green. The air lost its chill and dampness, feeling fresh and vibrant. Milo lowered the lens, blinking. The garden looked ordinary again, yet profoundly changed. The late afternoon sun seemed warmer, the colors richer. The humming from the lavender bush was back, stronger and sweeter than before. Phelan fluttered up, landing gently on Milo's knee. The tiny being bowed deeply. "Milo, child of the sunlit world, keeper of the lens, you have saved Lumina Vale. Your sight, your courage, and your heart have banished the shadow." Milo felt a warmth spread through him, different from the sun. It was the warmth of accomplishment, of connection, of belonging. I was scared," he admitted softly. "As were we all," Phelan said gently. "Courage is not the absence of fear, Milo. It is the choice to act with kindness and purpose even when fear whispers loudest. You chose to see the light, even in the darkness. You chose to stand with friends." They returned to the heart of Lumina Vale, now bathed in the soft, golden light of the setting sun, filtering through the giant lavender blooms. The Vale folk gathered, their tiny faces filled with relief and gratitude. A celebration began, unlike anything Milo had ever witnessed. Fireflies danced intricate patterns in the air, weaving ribbons of light. Willow sang a song of gratitude and renewal that made the very petals vibrate. Thistle presented Milo with a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cup filled with the sweetest nectar he had ever tasted. Pip performed daring aerial loops on his ladybird steed. As twilight deepened, painting the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Milo sat quietly beside the lavender bush, the lens of true sight resting in his lap. He didn't need to look through it now to feel the magic. He could hear the gentle hum, smell the calming scent, feel the quiet pulse of life all around him. He felt different, too. The world outside his window still felt large, but no longer overwhelmingly so. He had faced shadows, both literal and within himself, and discovered a wellspring of quiet strength he hadn't known he possessed. He had learned that friendship could come in the smallest, most unexpected packages, and that courage was a gentle flame nurtured by kindness. Phelan fluttered down beside him. "The lens chose you, Milo," he chimed softly. It sensed a heart capable of true seeing, not just with eyes, but with understanding and compassion. You may not always need its magic to see the wonder now. The connection is forged. Milo smiled, a genuine warm smile that reached his eyes. "Will you be okay?" The snarls. "The stagnant pool is cleansed," Phelan reassured him. "Balance is restored. We will remain vigilant as always. But the veil is strong, especially with friends watching over it, both large and small." He placed a tiny, warm hand on Milo's finger. "Remember, the light you found within yourself today is always there, and the veil and its friends are always here." The first stars began to prick through the darkening sky. Milo knew it was time to go in. He carefully tucked the lens back into his pocket. It felt lighter now, no longer a heavy secret, but a cherished reminder. "Good night, Phelan," Milo whispered. "Good night, Lumina Vale." "Good night, Milo," the tiny chime echoed softly from the lavender blooms. "Sleep well, friend, the garden watches over you." Milo walked back to his house, the scent of lavender clinging to his clothes. He paused at the door, looking back at his garden. The fireflies were out, their tiny lights dancing like captured stars. The old oak tree rustled softly, a comforting sound. He didn't see the miniature village, but he felt it. He felt the hum, the peace, the vibrant life hidden just beneath the surface of the ordinary. That night, as Milo lay in his bed, the events of the day played like a magical story in his mind. The fear had been real, but so had the courage. The shadows had been dark, but the light, both from the veil and from within himself, had been brighter. He held the ordinary-looking magnifying glass for a moment, watching moonlight catch its lens, before placing it gently on his bedside table. He drifted to sleep not with thoughts of overwhelming bigness, but with the comforting hum of Lumina Vale echoing in his heart, a lullaby of friendship, courage, and the extraordinary magic hidden in plain sight. Outside his window, the garden breathed peacefully under the starry sky, watched over by tiny guardians, and by a boy who had learned to see the world and himself with new, wonder-filled eyes. The ordinary magnifying glass caught a beam of moonlight, casting a small, perfect circle of silver light on the wall, a gentle, silent promise that the magic was always there, waiting to be seen by those who knew how to look. And Milo finally knew. Story 19. The town of Willowbrook nestled between sleepy hills, a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep and chimney smoke curled like lazy cats in the afternoon sun. In a small house with blue shutters lived a quiet child named Sam. Sam felt a little like a misplaced button, observant but often overlooked, finding comfort in the small, ordinary things others hurried past. Sam's favorite refuge was the attic, a dusty kingdom filled with forgotten treasures, hatboxes whispering of bygone parties, trunks smelling of cedar and mystery, and on a high shelf, tucked behind a porcelain shepherdess, a chipped teacup. It wasn't fancy. Its porcelain was thin, painted with faded forget-me-nots around the rim, and a hairline crack snaked from its base. One rainy Tuesday, seeking solace after a day where words seemed to stick in Sam's throat, the child retrieved the cup. Holding it, a strange warmth bloomed in Sam's palms, not unpleasant, like sunlight captured in porcelain. Curious, Sam filled it with lukewarm chamomile tea from the kitchen below. As the first sip touched Sam's lips, the attic didn't just smell of dust and old paper, it sang. The scent became a melody of sun-dried linen and distant meadows. The gentle patter of rain on the roof transformed into a soft, rhythmic drumming, like tiny hooves dancing on leaves. Sam gasped, nearly dropping the cup. It wasn't just sound, it was feeling. The warmth of the tea spread not just through Sam's body, but seemed to resonate with the very air, making the dust motes dance in visible, joyful swirls. The cup, Sam realized with a heart pounding like a captured bird, didn't hold tea, it held essence. It amplified the hidden heart of things, turning the mundane into a symphony of sensation. The rough wool of an old blanket became a chorus of bleating sheep and wind over hills. A dried rose in a book sighed a perfume so rich it felt like velvet against the skin, whispering tales of summer gardens long gone. Sam knew this secret was too big, too wondrous to keep entirely. Yet sharing it felt risky. What if someone took the cup? What if they didn't understand? A deep loneliness, sharper than before, pricked at Sam. The cup showed the world's hidden beauty, but it also highlighted the silence in Sam's own life. One evening, gazing into the empty cup, Sam saw not a reflection, but a faint, shimmering image, a valley bathed in impossible twilight hues, cradled by mountains that looked like sleeping dragons. A longing deep and resonant as the cup's magic stirred within. This, Sam felt certain, was where the cup belonged, or perhaps where Sam needed to go. Gathering courage like scattered pebbles, Sam packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, a knitted scarf the color of moss, and the precious teacup wrapped carefully in soft flannel. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Sam slipped out, drawn by the image in the cup. The journey began through familiar fields, where buttercups nodded sleepily. Sipping dew from a leaf using the cup made the morning air taste like chilled honey and crushed mint. The dew amplified the quiet hum of the waking earth, a reassuring presence. Sam hadn't walked far into the whispering woods bordering Willowbrook when a voice, gruff but not unkind, spoke from the ferns. "Bit small to be wandering the deep woods alone, aren't you?" Out shuffled Bartholomew, a badger whose fur was more silver than black, his eyes bright with curiosity behind spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He was a collector of lost things buttons, interesting pebbles, snippets of songbirds' tunes. Sam, hesitant but emboldened by the cup's warmth in the satchel, shared the vision of the valley. Bartholomew's spectacles gleamed. "The Glimmer Vale, a tricky place to find, paths shift like smoke, but I know someone who might see the way." He led Sam deeper, where sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins. High in a birch tree, chirping a melody that sounded like laughter, was Pip, a sky-blue finch with feathers that shimmered like captured starlight. Pip saw the world in currents of air and shifts of light, invisible to others. The Vale. Pip trilled, flitting down to land on Sam's shoulder, surprisingly light. "It breathes, you know, its paths glow warmest just before dusk, but getting there, you need to cross the still water, and old Grimshell guards the only safe crossing. He's particular." Pip's usually cheerful tune dipped into a minor key. The trio journeyed together, Sam steady and observant, Bartholomew navigating with his nose for forgotten paths and his knowledge of hidden nooks, Pip flitting ahead, scouting and singing encouragement, his song making the rustling leaves sound like applause. The woods grew thicker, ancient oaks groaning softly. They reached the still water as dusk began to paint the sky. It wasn't a river, but a vast, mirror-calm lake reflecting the deepening twilight. On the far shore, the air shimmered faintly, the entrance to the Glimmer Vale. But between them and the shimmer stood a bridge made of smooth, dark stones, and upon it, immense and still as the water itself, sat Grimshell. He was a turtle, ancient beyond imagining. His shell was moss-covered stone, etched with patterns older than the forest. His eyes, deep and slow as glaciers, regarded them without blinking. Bartholomew shuffled nervously. Pip hid behind Sam's ear. "He doesn't like noise," Bartholomew whispered. "Or haste, or well, much of anything, really. He just is." Sam remembered the cup's magic, its ability to reveal the hidden heart. Perhaps Grimshell wasn't just an obstacle. Perhaps he was the bridge in a way they didn't understand. Taking a deep breath, Sam unwrapped the teacup. Pip chirped a warning, but Bartholomew nudged Sam gently forward. Sam approached the great turtle slowly, respectfully. The air was utterly silent, thick with time. Kneeling by the water's edge, Sam dipped the cup into the still water. The water was cool and clear. Bringing it close, Sam took a small sip. Instantly, the silence deepened, but it wasn't empty. It became a profound listening. Sam heard the slow, tectonic heartbeat of the earth beneath the lake. Sam heard the patient sigh of stone, the quiet contentment of moss growing over millennia. And most overwhelmingly, Sam heard Grimshell. Not words, but a deep, resonant feeling, a weary loneliness as vast as the lake itself, a longing for stillness to be understood, not just endured. The turtle wasn't guarding the bridge. He was the bridge's spirit, its patient soul. Sam didn't speak. Instead, moved by the understanding flowing from the cup and into Sam's own heart, the child carefully placed the cup on the smooth stone bridge right before Grimshell. Then Sam sat down beside the great turtle, not trying to cross, not making a sound, simply being present in the profound quiet. Bartholomew settled nearby, closing his eyes in respect. Pip stopped flitting and perched silently on Sam's knee. Minutes stretched, filled only by the slow rhythm of Grimshell's breath and the deep pulse of the earth. Sam felt the ancient turtle's weariness, his isolation, and beneath it, a flicker of surprise. Then something shifted. A low, resonant hum, like stone warming in the sun, vibrated through the bridge. Grimshell's massive head turned just slightly, his ancient eyes meeting Sam's. In that gaze was a depth of understanding that needed no words. He saw Sam's quiet heart, the respect, the willingness to listen to the world's deeper song. Without a sound, Grimshell slowly, deliberately, slid forward a few inches. Then a few more. He moved to the very center of the bridge. The mossy patterns on his shell seemed to glow faintly in the twilight. It wasn't permission granted. It was the bridge itself opening, its guardian becoming part of the path. Sam understood. Carefully picking up the teacup, Sam stood. Bartholomew and Pip followed silently. They walked across the dark stones, passing close by Grimshell's immense, still form. As Sam passed, the turtle's eye closed slowly, a gesture of profound peace. The hum deepened, resonating in Sam's bones, a sound of acceptance. Stepping onto the far shore felt like walking through a curtain of cool, sparkling mist. The air shimmered. The glimmer veil unfolded before them, more breathtaking than the cup's vision. Flowers bloomed in colors that seemed invented just then, glowing softly. Trees with silver bark whispered secrets on a breeze smelling of cinnamon and starlight. A gentle, warm light emanated from everything, not from sun or moon, but from the valley itself. In the center stood a small, clear pool, fed by a waterfall that fell silently like liquid moonlight. Sam knew instantly. This was the cup's home, the source of its resonance. Approaching the pool, Sam felt the cup pulse warmly. Kneeling, Sam gently placed the chipped teacup into the moonlit water. It settled on the sandy bottom, nestled among smooth, luminous pebbles. As it touched the pool, a soft chime echoed through the valley, pure and clear. The forget-me-nots painted on its rim seemed to brighten for a moment, glowing with the same gentle light as the flowers around the pool. Then the glow subsided, leaving the cup looking perfectly ordinary, yet utterly at peace, resting where it belonged. A profound sense of rightness washed over Sam. The loneliness that had been a constant companion melted away, replaced by a warm fullness the understanding gained from the journey, the connection forged with Bartholomew and Pip, and the silent communion with Grimshell. The cup had guided Sam here, not to keep its magic, but to return it, and in doing so, to find a different kind of magic within. "It's happy here," Pip whispered, his voice hushed with awe, fluttering down to sip from the pool. The water tasted of peace. "Found its place," Bartholomew rumbled softly, polishing his spectacles. Like a good button finally sewn onto the right coat. Sam smiled, a true deep smile that started in the heart. The journey back through the woods felt different. The world was still ordinary, the rustling leaves, the scent of damp earth, the chirping crickets, but Sam heard it differently. The cup's magic hadn't vanished, it had settled inside Sam. It was the ability to listen deeply, to see the hidden heart in silence, in stillness, in the quiet companionship of friends. The woods felt like an old friend now, whispering welcome secrets Sam could finally understand without amplification. Returning to the blue-shuttered house in Willowbrook as the first stars blinked awake, Sam wasn't the same quiet child who had left. The attic felt warmer, not just from memories, but from the new understanding Sam carried. Sam still loved the small, ordinary things, but now saw their extraordinary symphony. They conducted the story in the grain of wood, the song in the whistle of the kettle, the comfort in the shared silence of family reading by the fire. Sometimes, on clear nights, Sam would climb to the attic window and look towards the whispering woods. And if the breeze was just right, carrying the scent of cinnamon and starlight, Sam would close their eyes and listen. Not with ears, but with the heart. And from very, very far away, carried on that special breeze, would come the faintest, warmest hum like ancient stone contentedly basking, or a tiny, chipped cup resting peacefully in moonlit water, home at last. It was the sound of belonging, the echo of a journey that started with a whisper and ended with a heart full of quiet, extraordinary wonder. And with that gentle hum warming the night, Sam would drift into sleep, wrapped in the cozy certainty that the world was full of hidden songs, waiting only for a patient, kind heart to listen. Story 20. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered a little longer and fireflies danced like scattered stardust. Moss softened every stone wall, and the air hummed with the gentle magic of growing things. In this cozy corner of the world, young Benji lived with his grandmother, Sylvie, in a cottage that smelled perpetually of cinnamon buns and drying herbs. Benji loved Willowbrook, but lately something peculiar was happening, a gentle mystery that ruffled the peaceful air. It began subtly. Grandma Sylvie's favorite blueberry-stained mixing spoon vanished from its hook. Then the little silver thimble she used for mending socks disappeared from her sewing basket. Next, it was the smooth river stone Benji used to hold down his drawings of fantastical beasts. Small, cherished things were simply gone. No signs of forced entry, no mischievous imps caught red-handed. Just an empty space where something precious used to be. "It's most curious, Benji," Grandma Sylvie murmured one evening, sipping chamomile tea by the crackling hearth. The firelight painted dancing shadows on the walls, lined with books and jars of preserves. Like whispers on the wind, leaving only absence. Benji, curled on a worn rug with a book about constellations, frowned. Who would take such little things, and why? "That," Grandma Sylvie said, her eyes twinkling like the stars Benji studied, "is the mystery. Perhaps instead of wondering who, we should wonder why they were taken. Mysteries often reveal themselves to patient observers." Grandma Sylvie was Benji's wisest mentor. She knew the language of birds, the healing properties of moonlit dew, and possessed a quiet wisdom that settled over worries like a warm blanket. She encouraged Benji to watch, to listen, and to think. The next day, Benji became Willowbrook's smallest detective. He moved quietly, his eyes sharp. He noticed things others might miss, the intricate pattern a spider wove overnight, the specific way sunlight hit the dew on a spiderweb at dawn, and the tiny footprints like delicate bird tracks, but even smaller near the back door of their cottage. They weren't leading away, but strangely, towards the ancient, gnarled oak tree at the bottom of their garden. Following the tracks, Benji found himself beneath the oak's vast canopy. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of an old friend. He pressed his ear against the cool, rough surface. Instead of silence, he heard a faint, rhythmic tapping, like tiny hammers, and a soft, melodic humming, like miniature bells. It came from within the tree. Remembering Grandma Sylvie's advice about seeking help, Benji didn't rush in. He knew the oak tree was home to the dust sprites. These weren't mischievous fairies, but shy, industrious creatures no bigger than acorns. They collected fallen stardust, polished dewdrops, and generally tidied up nature's small messes. They were rarely seen, but their presence was felt in the sparkling cleanliness of morning cobwebs and the perfect symmetry of a dandelion clock. "Hello," Benji whispered, his voice barely disturbing the air. "Dust sprites, it's Benji. I need your help." For a moment, only the rustling leaves answered. Then a tiny head, crowned with filaments of gossamer, peeked out from a knothole. Large, luminous eyes blinked at him. Another sprite joined, then another, until a dozen watched him with cautious curiosity. Their humming had ceased. "Things are missing," Benji explained softly. "From our cottage, small things, a spoon, a thimble, a stone. Have you seen anything?" The sprites conferred in a flurry of soft clicks and whistles. One brave sprite, shimmering faintly silver, fluttered closer. It pointed a tiny, twig-like finger not towards the village, but deeper into the woods, towards whispering pines. Then it mimed something, holding an object, tapping it gently, then looking worried. "Whispering pines?" Benji asked. "And tapping like fixing something." The sprite nodded vigorously, then mimed, shivering. "Cold. Something is cold and needs fixing." Benji guessed. The sprite nodded again, its tiny face earnest. Then the sprites retreated into their knothole, their humming starting up again, softer this time. Whispering Pines was a serene grove where ancient pine trees sighed secrets to each other on the breeze. It was also home to Old Man Hemlock, a venerable badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose eyes held the depth of centuries. He was known for his quiet contemplation and profound understanding of the forest's ways. If anyone knew about strange occurrences in the pines, it would be him. Benji found Old Man Hemlock near the base of the tallest pine, meticulously sorting dried mushrooms. The air smelled of pine resin and damp earth. "Greetings, young Benji," the badger rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. "The forest whispers of a seeker. What brings you to the sighing pines?" Benji explained about the missing items and the dust sprite's clues. They pointed here and mimed something cold needing fixing and tapping. Old Man Hemlock stroked his chin thoughtfully with a claw. Cold needing fixing, tapping. He gazed towards the heart of the grove, where the ground dipped into a small, mossy hollow. There has been an unusual quiet near the Mosskin burrow lately, less of their evening cheer-ups. They are shy folk, rarely seen, smaller even than the dust sprites. They dwell in the deepest moss and care for the warmth of the earth itself. The Mosskin. Benji had only heard whispers of them, tiny beings woven from moss and moonlight who tended the forest floor's hidden warmth. The Mosskin Hemlock confirmed. They disliked disturbance, but cold needing fixing. He stood slowly. Perhaps observation rather than intrusion is key. Come. He led Benji to the edge of the mossy hollow, hidden behind a curtain of ferns. They waited in silence, breathing in the peaceful scent of pine and damp earth. The only sounds were the wind sighing through the needles and the distant call of a wood dove. Then Benji saw it. A flicker of movement in the thick, velvety moss covering the hollow. Then another. Tiny figures, barely distinguishable from the moss itself, emerged. They moved with purpose towards a specific spot near a large, smooth stone. And there, partially buried in the moss, Benji gasped. It was Grandma Sylvie's thimble, and beside it her blueberry spoon, and nestled against them his own smooth river stone. But they weren't just lying there. The Mosskin were using them. One tiny figure was carefully placing glowing blue-white moss, colder than ice, into the thimble. Another was using the spoon to gently scoop more of this strange moss. A third was tapping the river stone rhythmically against another rock, creating a soft, resonant clink that seemed to make the cold moss glow brighter. "They are collecting starlight moss," Benji whispered in awe. He'd heard of it, a rare moss that only grew in deep shade and absorbed the cold light of stars, used by forest folk to soothe fevers or cool overheated earth. Old Man Hemlock nodded slowly. "Indeed, but see how dim it glows. Normally it pulses like captured moonlight. Something is wrong." Just then Benji noticed what the Mosskin were so focused on. Nestled deeper in the moss was a cluster of tiny, pearlescent eggs. They looked fragile and even from a distance seemed to radiate too much heat. The Mosskin were frantically bringing the cold starlight moss to pack around the eggs, tapping the stone perhaps to generate vibrations that helped the cooling. But the moss wasn't glowing brightly enough. The Mosskin chirped anxiously, a sound like dry leaves skittering. "The eggs are too warm," Benji realized. "They need the moss to be colder to protect them, but the moss isn't working right." "The early thaw," Old Man Hemlock mused. "The ground warmed too quickly this year. The deep chill the starlight moss needs to thrive hasn't lasted. They need something colder, something that holds the deep cold." Benji thought hard. What was colder? He remembered the dust sprite miming shivering. Then it clicked. "The stone, my river stone, it's always cold, even on sunny days. It comes from the deep, cold mountain stream." He looked at Old Man Hemlock, who gave a slow, approving nod. "Wisdom often lies in seeing the purpose behind the action, young Benji. They didn't take to harm, but to heal, to protect." Carefully making no sudden movements, Benji stepped out from behind the ferns. The Mosskin froze, their tiny eyes wide with fright. Benji knelt slowly. He pointed to the eggs, then to the dimly glowing moss in the thimble and spoon, then to his river stone. He mimed placing the stone near the eggs. He made a soft, soothing sound like wind through reeds. The Mosskin watched, unblinking. One brave soul, slightly greener than the others, chirped questioningly. Benji nodded. He gently, slowly, pushed his smooth river stone closer to the cluster of eggs. The Mosskin hesitated, then swarmed over it. They touched its cool surface, chirping excitedly. Quickly, they packed the starlight moss tightly around the stone and nestled it right against the warm eggs. Almost immediately, the faint glow of the moss intensified, bathing the eggs in a soothing, cool blue light. The anxious chirping subsided, replaced by soft, contented hums. Benji saw understanding dawn in their tiny eyes. They looked at the thimble, the spoon, and the stone not as stolen goods, but as essential tools. One Mosskin carefully nudged the thimble and spoon towards Benji with a tiny, apologetic bow. "It's okay," Benji whispered. "You needed them. You can't keep them as long as the eggs need them." He smiled. "And maybe we can find you some other things that stay cold. Special stones from the stream." The Mosskin chirped happily, a sound like tiny bells. The green one scampered back into the moss and returned with a perfectly smooth, white pebble, warm from being held close. It placed it gently in Benji's palm, a token of thanks. Back in Willowbrook, Benji explained everything to Grandma Sylvie as they sat by the fire, the white pebble warm in his hand. She listened intently, her eyes soft. So the mystery wasn't one of theft, but of need, she said, stirring her tea with a different spoon, a smile playing on her lips. The Mosskin, shy and desperate, used what they could find to save their young. Our little things became great tools. And the dust sprites knew, Benji added, because they see everything small. An old man Hemlock helped me understand. The wisdom of friends both big and small, Grandma Sylvie said. And the wisdom of looking beyond the first glance. Sometimes what seems lost is simply being used for a purpose we haven't yet seen. She patted his hand. You solved the mystery with kindness and observation, Benji. That's the best kind of solving. The next day, Benji and Grandma Sylvie visited Whispering Pines again. They brought smooth, cold stones collected from the mountain stream and a tiny, hand-carved wooden bowl. They placed them near the Mosskin hollow. Later, Benji found his river stone returned, placed carefully on their doorstep, cool and clean. Beside it lay Grandma's thimble and spoon, polished until they shone. And tucked beside them was a small, perfect sprig of glowing starlight moss, radiating gentle, cool light. That evening, as Benji drifted to sleep, he held the white pebble, warm and comforting. Outside his window, the fireflies danced, and the sighing pines whispered secrets carried on a gentle breeze. The mystery was solved not with shouts or fear, but with quiet understanding and the help of wise friends. The cozy magic of Willowbrook felt deeper, warmer, and more peaceful than ever, a comforting blanket woven from kindness and resolved secrets, promising sweet dreams under the watchful, starry sky. Story 21. The village of Glimmerbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced like liquid gold on mornings, and evenings painted the sky in sherbet hues. Here, beneath trees that hummed soft lullabies when the wind blew just right, lived Barnaby, a hedgehog whose quills weren't just prickly, but prismatic. They shimmered with every color imaginable, changing with his mood sunny yellow when happy, deep ocean blue when thoughtful, and sometimes a surprising polka dot pattern when he ate too many elderberry tarts. Barnaby's dearest friend was Pip, a sparrow with wings the precise shade of a forget-me-not petal and a remarkable talent for finding lost things. Pip could spot a missing button in a field of clover or a dropped coin beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Together they often picnicked by the giggling stream, whose waters chuckled over smooth pebbles, sharing stories and sticky buns. One crisp morning, as Barnaby admired his particularly vibrant emerald-green quills, he just found a perfect patch of clover. A strange hush fell over Glimmerbrook. The sunbeams seemed dimmer, the sherbet sky faded to a dull gray, and worst of all, the humming trees fell utterly silent. Even the giggling stream gurgled nervously instead of laughing. Pip. Barnaby whispered, his quills flickering anxiously between gray and worried purple. What's happened? It's like all the color and music has been sucked away. Pip fluttered down, her usually bright wings looking strangely muted. It's dreadful, Barnaby. I flew over Old Man Hemlock's cottage, and his prize-winning rainbow roses are completely white, and Mrs. Thistledown's yarn, the one she dyed with sunset clouds, gray as dishwater. The problem was magical, and it was spreading. Color was vanishing from Glimmerbrook. Flowers lost their petals blush, painted doors became drab, and even the cheerful red stripes on the village postbox faded to a mournful beige. A pall of gloom settled over the valley. Their only clue led them to the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the air always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth. There, beneath a colossal ancient oak tree whose bark resembled a wise, wrinkled face, lived Ambrose. Ambrose was a wizard, but not the stern, pointy-hat kind. He was more of a tinkerer-magician, his long silver beard perpetually tangled with useful bits, stray feathers, interesting pebbles, a slightly melted licorice wand, and occasionally a snoozing dormouse. His specialty was minor magics, fixing squeaky gates, making teapots whistle cheerful tunes, and coaxing shy mushrooms to grow in neat rings. Barnaby and Pip found Ambrose pacing frantically, his beard whipping around like a confused squirrel's tail. His usually twinkling eyes were wide with dismay. "Oh, crumbs and cobwebs," Ambrose wailed, tripping over a loose root. "It's all my fault. I was trying a new spell, you see. A little color-keeping charm for Mrs. Thistledown's yarn. She said the sunset cloud dye always faded too quickly." "What happened?" Pip chirped, landing on a mossy rock. "Well," Ambrose mumbled, untangling a bluebell from his beard, "I might have mixed up the ingredients. Instead of preserving color, I think I seem to have created a sort of color-slurping sniffle." "A what?" Barnaby asked, his quills pulsing confused orange. "A sniffle," Ambrose explained, blowing his nose loudly on a surprisingly clean handkerchief he pulled from his sleeve. "It started as a tiny sneeze during the spell, a little achoo, but it must have carried the reversed magic. Now, every time someone in Glimmerbrook sneezes, poof, a little bit of color vanishes." He pointed a trembling finger towards the gloomy valley. "See, someone must have caught a frightful cold." The solution seemed simple: reverse the spell. But Ambrose scratched his head, sending a startled dormouse tumbling into a pile of leaves. "Ah, there's the rub, my dears. The reversal spell requires concentrated joy. A pure fizzy burst of it, like the heart of a perfect soap bubble. And frankly," he sighed, looking at the gray world, "joy is in rather short supply right now. Everyone's too busy sniffling and sighing." Barnaby's quills dimmed. Concentrated joy. How could they possibly find that when Glimmerbrook looked like a faded old photograph? Pip hopped thoughtfully. "Lost things are my specialty, Ambrose, but joy, that's tricky. It's not something you can just find under a leaf." As they pondered, a chilly wind whipped through the whispering woods, making Barnaby shiver violently. The sudden drop in temperature, combined with the dusty magic in the air, tickled his tiny hedgehog nose unbearably. Achoo. Barnaby sneezed with the force of a miniature hurricane. Pip fluttered back in surprise, and Ambrose yelped, clutching his beard. But instead of more color vanishing, something astonishing happened. From Barnaby's shimmering quills burst a dazzling shower of tiny, multicolored sparks. They swirled through the gray air like living confetti: ruby reds, sapphire blues, emerald greens, and sunny yellows. Wherever they landed, color bloomed back instantly. A patch of gray grass became lush green, a faded buttercup glowed gold, and even a drab gray pebble shimmered like amethyst. Barnaby blinked, utterly bewildered. I sneezed color." Ambrose gasped, his eyes wide as saucers. "By the bristles of a billy goat, Barnaby, my dear boy, your quills, they don't just reflect color, they hold it, pure, concentrated essence of color. And your sneeze, it wasn't slurping color, it was releasing it, like shaking a fizzy drink." A brilliant, polka-dotted idea flashed across Barnaby's mind. "Ambrose, your reversal spell needs concentrated joy. What's more joyful than color bursting back?" Pip chirped excitedly, and Barnaby's sneezes release color. "It's the fizzy joy you need." Ambrose danced a little jig, nearly tripping over his beard again. "Of course, the reversal spell requires joy, and restoring color is joy. Barnaby, you're not just affected by the sniffle, you might be the cure. We need to harness that sneeze." The challenge became clear. Barnaby needed to sneeze deliberately, a big, joyful, color-restoring sneeze, right into the focus of Ambrose's reversal spell. But how do you make a hedgehog sneeze on command, especially when he's trying not to? they devised a plan. Pip flew back to Glimmerbrook, gathering the most ticklish things she could find. A puff of dandelion seeds, a feather shed by the famously ticklish goose, Gertrude, and a pinch of Old Man Hemlock's legendary sneezing powder, used sparingly, for emergencies only. Meanwhile, Ambrose set up his spell-reversing apparatus, a large, slightly dented copper bowl inscribed with runes, placed carefully under the ancient oak. Barnaby stood bravely before the bowl, Pip hovering beside him with her gathered tickle treasures. The entire village, drawn by Pip's frantic chirping, gathered at the edge of the woods, their faces pale and hopeful in the gloom. "Ready, Barnaby?" Ambrose asked, holding his licorice wand aloft. Barnaby took a deep breath, his quills shimmering nervously. "Ready as I'll ever be. Pip, do your worst." Pip went to work. She fluttered around Barnaby, gently brushing his snout with the goose feather. Barnaby twitched. She blew the dandelion seeds towards him. He scrunched his nose. Finally, with a deep breath, Pip blew the tiny pinch of sneezing powder right at his nostrils. Barnaby's nose wrinkled. His eyes watered. He wiggled. He jiggled. He took a huge, shuddering breath. It wasn't just a sneeze, it was a supernova in miniature. A colossal, rainbow-hued explosion erupted from Barnaby, a swirling vortex of every color imaginable. It shot like a comet straight into Ambrose's copper bowl. The runes blazed with golden light, and Ambrose shouted the reversal words, his voice echoing with power and relief, chroma restituo. The rainbow energy shot upwards from the bowl like a fountain, then exploded outwards in a silent, shimmering wave. It washed over the whispering woods, turning gray leaves vibrant green and coaxing shy bluebells into bloom. It swept down into Glimmerbrook like a tidal wave of pure delight. Color flooded back with breathtaking speed. The village postbox blazed red. Mrs. Thistledown's yarn basket overflowed with vibrant sunset hues. Old Man Hemlock's rainbow roses burst into spectacular bloom, each petal a different, dazzling shade. The sky blushed a deep, contented rose gold as the sun began to set. Best of all, the trees of Glimmerbrook began to hum again, a soft, joyful melody carried on the evening breeze. The giggling stream chuckled heartily, splashing rainbow droplets. The villagers cheered, dancing in the suddenly vibrant streets, their faces alight with wonder and relief. Barnaby, slightly dizzy but beaming, looked at his quills. They shimmered with a deep, contented gold, brighter than ever before. Pip landed on his head, chirping a happy tune. Ambrose wiped a joyful tear from his eye, accidentally dislodging a sleepy dormouse who yawned and snuggled deeper into the wizard's beard. "My dear Barnaby, you didn't just reverse the spell, you made everything more colorful than before. That was the fizziest, most joyful sneeze in magical history." And so, Glimmerbrook learned that sometimes the solution to a big problem comes from the most unexpected, quirky places, like a color-changing hedgehog with a powerful sneeze. Barnaby became a local hero, though he remained modest, preferring picnics by the giggling stream with Pip. And whenever a villager felt a sniffle coming on, they'd just look at Barnaby's shimmering quills, remember the great colorful sneeze, and smile, knowing that even a sneeze could hold the magic of pure, sparkling joy. The trees hummed a little louder, the stream giggled a little brighter, and under the velvety, star-strewn sky, Glimmerbrook glowed with warmth and color, a perfect picture of whimsy restored, lulling all who lived there into the sweetest, most colorful dreams. Story 22. The steady drumming of violet rain on the tin roof of Way Station Gamma was the only sound in the dimly lit repair bay. Borvan, a sturdy, fur-covered mechanic from the perpetually storm-lashed planet of Gloam, wiped oily paws on his overalls. His 3 eyes scanned the hulking form of a grounded star freighter, the Starlight Drifter, its engines sputtering like a dying beast. He sighed, the sound a low rumble in his chest. Business was slow, and loneliness was a heavier burden than any engine block. Suddenly the bay doors hissed open, admitting not another trader, but a shimmering cascade of light. It coalesced into a tall, slender figure, composed of interlocking geometric crystals that refracted the bay's dim work lamps into dancing rainbows. Zil illumina from the serene, sun-drenched crystal fields of Solara pulsed with a soft, anxious light. Their communication was primarily through shifting light patterns and resonant chimes, translated by a small pendant they wore. "Greetings, Earth-designate mechanic," Zil's translator chimed, the voice smooth but devoid of inflection. "This unit requires immediate transit facilitation. Primary vessel sustained critical malfunction during stellar transit. Repair imperative." Borvan blinked his 3 eyes, taken aback. Luminas were rare this far out on the rim. Their reputation was one of cool detachment, valuing logic and crystalline perfection above all else. He gestured towards the starlight drifter. "That heap she's grounded good and proper. Ion storm chewed her motivators. Parts are scarce out here, takes time." Zil's crystal facets flickered rapidly, a kaleidoscope of blues and violets. "Time parameter unacceptable. Urgent delivery of photonic stabilizers for the Helios Nebula Medical Outpost. Lives depend on timely arrival." Borvan's ears, tufted and usually laid back, pricked up. Medical supplies. That changed things. But the Lumina's formal, almost dismissive tone grated on him. "Look shiny even if I had the parts, which I don't. She needs a full motivator rebuild. That ain't quick work, especially with—" He gestured vaguely at Zil's crystalline form. "Different work methods." A sharp, discordant chime. "This unit possesses advanced photonic manipulation protocols. Efficiency is optimal. Your organic limitations are the primary variable hindering progress." Zil's light dimmed slightly, a gesture Borvan misinterpreted as disdain. "Limitations." Borvan puffed out his chest, his fur bristling. "I can rebuild a hyperdrive core with my eyes closed and one paw tied behind my back. You wouldn't know a spanner from a sunbeam." He turned back to his workbench, muttering about sparkly know-it-alls. The misunderstanding hung thick in the air, heavier than the scent of ozone and lubricant. Zil retreated to a corner, their light pulsing a low, troubled amber. They hadn't meant offense. Efficiency was paramount for saving lives. Why did the furry mechanic react with such hostility? They projected a complex fractal pattern onto the wall, a luminar expression of deep thought and mild distress. The violet rain intensified, pounding on the roof. Then, with a deafening crack, a bolt of emerald lightning struck the station's main power conduit just outside the bay. Sparks showered down. Lights flickered wildly and died, plunging the bay into near-total darkness, save for the faint, emergency glow strips along the floor and Zil's own internal luminescence, now flaring in alarm. Blasted gloam storms. Borvan cursed, fumbling in the gloom. His night vision was good, but the sudden darkness and the smell of burning circuitry was disorienting. Worse, he heard the ominous groan of the bay's main overhead crane, its magnetic locks destabilized by the power surge. It began to drift, creaking ominously towards the starlight drifter and directly towards Borvan's workbench. Panic surged through Borvan. He scrambled back, tripping over a toolbox. The massive crane arm loomed closer, a shadowy behemoth in the chaotic gloom. He braced for impact. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of pure, white light lanced out from the corner. It struck the crane's control panel with pinpoint accuracy. Zil, standing tall, facets blazing like captured stars, pulsed with intense concentration. The beam wasn't destructive. It was a focused stream of photonic energy, interfacing directly with the crane's fried circuits. With a grinding shriek and a shower of sparks, the crane shuddered and halted mere feet from crushing Borvan and his bench. Borvan lay frozen, heart hammering against his ribs, staring up at the halted menace, then at Zill. The lumina's light was now a steady, calming blue-white. Threat neutralized, the translator chimed softly. Are you functionally operational? Earth designate Borvan. Borvan slowly got to his feet, his fur still slightly puffed. Why, yeah, he stammered, his voice rough. Thanks, Zill. He used their name for the first time. That was incredible light work. Preservation of organic life takes priority, Zill chimed, the light softening further. Your skills are required for the freighter. The medical stabilizers cannot be delayed. The shared brush with danger dissolved the icy barrier. Borvan saw not a cold, logical crystal, but a being who had acted instantly, selflessly, to save him. Zill saw not a slow, bristly organic, but a skilled craftsman whose life held value. Right, Borvan said, grabbing a multi-tool, his voice firm but warmer. Medical supplies, let's get this heap flying, but we gotta work together. Your light magic and my grease monkey know-how. Deal. Zill pulsed a warm, golden-hue illumina smile. Parameters accepted. Collaboration protocol initiated. The following hours were a symphony of unlikely partnership. Borvan, working by the light Zill projected, diagnosed the fried motivators. He needed parts salvaged from deep within the freighter's cramped, dark engine, housing a place too confined for his bulk and terrifying for a being of light accustomed to open spaces. Zill, trembling slightly but resolute, flowed through the narrow access tunnels like liquid crystal, their light illuminating the way and using delicate photonic tendrils to retrieve the needed components Borvan described. Borvan, in turn, patiently explained the complex mechanical systems, using simple analogies Zill could understand. Think of the coolant flow like the currents in your crystal rivers. He learned that Zill's cold logic was born from a deep sense of responsibility, and their focus on efficiency stemmed from a profound desire to prevent suffering. Zill learned that Borvan's gruffness masked a kind heart and a wealth of practical wisdom earned through hardship. During a break, sharing a flask of Borvan's strong, bitter gloamroot tea, which Zill couldn't ingest but appreciated the warmth radiating from the flask, Borvan spoke of the loneliness of the way station. Zill, in a series of soft, melancholic chimes and shifting indigo light, spoke of the isolation that came with being so different, even among their own kind, and the weight of their mission. When Borvan burned his paw on a plasma conduit, Zill instantly projected a soothing, cool light onto the injury, easing the pain in a way no Bactigel could. When Zill became overwhelmed by the chaotic noise and confined spaces, Borvan would rumble a low, rhythmic gloam lullaby, the vibrations strangely calming to the crystalline being. Slowly, painstakingly, the starlight drifter came back to life. The final challenge was synchronizing the new motivators. It required precise timing. Borvan's mechanical adjustments, coordinated exactly with Zill's photonic calibration pulse. Ready. Borvan asked, paws poised over the controls, sweat beading on his fur. Zill pulsed a steady, confident green. Affirmative, initiating photonic sequence on your mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Borvan threw the switch. Zill emitted a focused pulse of light into the core. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a deep, healthy thrum vibrated through the bay. Lights flickered back on across the freighter's console. The engines purred with renewed power. They did it. Borvan let out a whoop, a deep, rumbling sound of pure joy. Zill's entire form erupted in a dazzling display of celebratory light spirals, starbursts, and cascading rainbows that filled the bay with color. The storm had passed, leaving a sky streaked with the bruised purples and pinks of a gloam twilight. The starlight drifter stood ready, humming with power. The crates of photonic stabilizers were secured. Borvin stood beside Zill on the landing ramp. "She's all yours, Captain Sparkles. Get those supplies where they are needed." Zill turned to him, their light a soft, warm gold. "This unit I could not have achieved this without you, Borvin, your skill, your courage, your friendship." The word seemed to glow brighter as it chimed from the translator. Borvin felt a lump in his throat. Friendship. He hadn't expected to find that here, under a tin roof on the edge of nowhere, with a being made of light. He reached out a large, furred paw hesitantly. Zill extended a shimmering, crystalline hand. They didn't touch, their forms were too different, but a spark of understanding, warm and real, passed between them. "The way station's always here," Borvin said gruffly, "if you ever need a pit stop, or just a cup of gloamroot tea." Zill pulsed warmly. "I will return, there is much to share, and perhaps I could show you the light patterns of the Solara dawn." Their facets shimmered with unspoken emotion. "Farewell, my friend." As the starlight drifter lifted off, carving a graceful arc through the twilight sky towards the Helios Nebula, Borvin watched it go. He wasn't alone anymore. He had a friend sailing the star lanes, a friend who saw past fur and crystal to the heart beneath. The violet rain started again, softer now, a gentle percussion to the hum of the repaired station systems. Borvin smiled, a genuine warm smile that crinkled the fur around his eyes. He turned back towards the cozy glow of the repair bay, the scent of oil and ozone now mingling with the memory of pure, radiant light. The universe felt a little less vast, and the tin roof under the alien rain felt a little more like home. He knew deep in his core that friendship wasn't about being the same. It was about shining your light when the other was in darkness and finding warmth in the most unexpected places. And somewhere out among the stars, Illumina carried that same warmth, a tiny sunbeam kindled in a gloam storm, towards a nebula waiting for its healing light. Story 23. The first snow fell like a whisper upon the quiet village of Everwood, muffling familiar sounds and painting the world in hushed shades of white and gray. Inside a snug cottage perched on the edge of the whispering pines, young Leo watched the flakes dance past his window. A familiar restlessness stirred within him, deeper than the usual winter doldrums. His village was kind, his home warm, yet Leo felt an echo of something missing, a yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if the world outside his window held a secret, muffled beneath the snow. His grandmother, Nana Alara, noticed his quiet gaze. Her hands, gnarled like ancient roots, gently placed a steaming mug of spiced cider beside him. "The winter speaks deeply to some souls, Leo," she murmured, her voice like crackling embers. "It holds stillness, yes, but also hidden depths. Remember the story of the winter heart." Leo nodded. It was an old tale, whispered on cold nights, about a mythical source of warmth and renewal hidden deep within the frozen earth, guarded by the heart of winter itself. Most dismissed it as mere fancy, but Nana's eyes held a knowing glimmer. "Sometimes," she added softly, "the deepest journeys begin with the smallest step, guided by a heart that listens." Later, while gathering firewood near the frozen brook, Leo's boot struck something hard beneath the snow. Brushing away the white blanket, he uncovered not a stone, but a smooth, pale bulb about the size of his fist. It felt cool to the touch, not icy, and pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light, like a miniature heartbeat trapped within mother of pearl. Thump, thump, thump. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen. As his fingers closed around it, a strange warmth spread through his palm, and a single, impossibly delicate snowdrop bloomed instantly on its surface, glowing with a soft, internal light before vanishing as quickly as it appeared. A surge of wonder, sharp and bright, banished his restlessness. This was no ordinary bulb. It felt alive, purposeful. Holding it close, Leo felt an almost magnetic pull, not towards the village, but deeper into the snow-laden forest, towards the ancient, moss-covered root wall where the oldest trees stood sentinel. The bulb seemed to hum, its faint light pulsing faster as he approached the massive, gnarled roots of an ancient oak. Nestled between two thick roots, half hidden by frost and feathery ice ferns, Leo spotted an opening he'd never noticed before, a dark, downward-slanting tunnel, just large enough for him to crawl through. The bulb in his hand flared warmly, illuminating the entrance like a tiny lantern. The journey called. Taking a deep breath of the crisp, pine-scented air, Leo tightened his scarf and crawled into the earth. The tunnel was surprisingly smooth, worn by time and perhaps unseen travelers. The air grew warmer, damp, and thick with the rich, loamy scent of ancient soil. Roots thick as his arm and glistening with moisture wove intricate patterns overhead and along the walls. The bulb's gentle light cast dancing shadows, revealing veins of quartz that sparkled like trapped stars. He moved deeper, the world above fading to a distant memory, replaced by the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of water and the low thrum of the earth itself. He wasn't afraid. The bulb's warmth and steady pulse felt like a companion, guiding him. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel widened. Leo emerged, blinking, into a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in velvety darkness. But the darkness wasn't empty. It was filled with light. Bioluminescent mosses clung to the walls in shimmering cascades of emerald and sapphire. Giant luminous mushrooms, their caps like glowing parasols, dotted the cavern floor. Crystal formations sprouted from the ground, refracting the soft light into dazzling rainbows that danced across the walls. A warm, gentle breeze, smelling of damp earth and something sweet like honeyed pollen, caressed his face. This was Glowhaven, a hidden world pulsing with life beneath the frozen surface. "Who dares disturb the quiet deep?" a sharp, high-pitched voice demanded. Leo jumped. Peering from behind a cluster of glowing blue mushrooms was a creature about the size of a large rabbit, but covered in dense, silvery gray fur. It had bright, intelligent black eyes, twitching whiskers, and powerful digging claws. A vole, but unlike any vole Leo had ever seen. This one wore a tiny cap woven from luminous moss fibers, and regarded Leo with wary suspicion. I didn't mean to disturb," Leo stammered, holding up the glowing bulb. "I found this and it led me here. My name is Leo." The vole's eyes widened at the sight of the bulb. "The heartseed," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "You carry the heartseed, but you're surface folk, tall and noisy." It sniffed the air cautiously. "I am Thistle, keeper of the lower tunnels. What do you want with the heartseed?" Leo explained his restlessness, the pull he felt, finding the bulb and following its guidance. "It feels important," he finished. "Like it needs something." Thistle scratched his furry chin thoughtfully. "Important, understatement. The heartseed is the promise. It holds the echo of the true winter heart, but it's dormant, weak." He gestured around the glowing cavern. "Glowhaven feels it. The lights dim faster each cycle. The warmth fades, without the winter heart's true pulse." Thistle shivered, a ripple passing through his silver fur. "The quiet deep grows too quiet. The long cold might reach even here." Leo felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. What happened to the winter heart? "Lost," Thistle said sadly. "Or sleeping too deeply. Legends say only one bearing the heartseed can find the path to its resting place, deep within the crystal core, the very center of Glowhaven. But the path is hidden, guarded by the whispering stones. They haven't spoken in generations. Many have tried, none have returned." He looked at Leo, a flicker of reluctant hope in his black eyes. "The heartseed chose you, surface folk, for whatever reason." A sense of profound responsibility settled over Leo, heavier than his winter coat. His restlessness hadn't been meaningless, it was a summons. He looked at the faintly pulsing bulb in his hand, then at the vast, beautiful, yet fading cavern. I have to try Thistle. The vole studied him for a long moment, then gave a decisive nod. Then Thistle guides, can't have you blundering into rockfalls or glow-gator nests. Follow closely, surface folk, and try not to step on anything important. Their journey through Glowhaven was a marvel that unfolded step by step. They traversed meadows of luminous, soft grass that sighed underfoot. They crossed bridges woven from living, glowing vines spanning chasms, where underground rivers sang with the voices of 1,000 droplets. They passed colonies of iridescent beetles moving in shimmering waves, and shy, furry creatures with eyes like liquid moonlight who watched them from crystal grottos. Thistle proved an invaluable guide, pointing out safe paths, identifying edible glowing berries, lumberries, sweet as starlight, and sharing stories of Glowhaven's history of the great crystal bloom, the time of singing stones, and the slow dimming that had begun seasons ago. He spoke of the whispering stones, ancient monoliths imbued with earth magic. To pass safely to the crystal core, one needed to awaken them, to answer their silent riddles. They don't speak with voices, Thistle explained as they navigated a labyrinth of towering, glowing stalagmites. They speak with light and shadow, patterns, feelings. You must listen not with ears, but with, he tapped his small chest with this. Finally they reached the edge of a vast, circular chamber. Its floor was smooth obsidian, reflecting the dimmer lights of Glowhaven like a dark mirror. Rising from the center of the chamber were 3 colossal stones, each easily twice Leo's height. They weren't glowing like the rest of Glowhaven. They were a deep, non-reflective black, absorbing the light around them. The air here was still and cold, heavy with ancient silence. This was the Chamber of Echoes, guarded by the Whispering Stones. Beyond them, Leo could just make out the entrance to another tunnel, presumably leading to the crystal core. The heartseed in his hand pulsed weakly, its light seeming strained. Now what? Leo whispered, the sound swallowed by the oppressive quiet. Now, Thistle murmured, his voice barely audible, you listen, and you offer the heartseed. Hesitantly, Leo stepped forward onto the obsidian floor. As he approached the center, equidistant from the 3 dark monoliths, the heartseed's light flickered. Suddenly beams of utter darkness, cold and heavy, shot out from each stone, converging on the spot where he stood. It wasn't painful, but it felt empty, drained. Leo felt a wave of despair. The echo of his winter restlessness amplified 100-fold the feeling of being lost, insignificant, disconnected. The heartseed dimmed almost to nothing. This is it, a voice seemed to whisper in the cold void. Why struggle? Why hope? The warmth fades. The light dies. Be still. Be quiet. Leo wanted to sink to his knees, to let the darkness take him. But the faint, fading pulse against his palm reminded him. It reminded him of Nana's warm cider, of the snowflake dancing outside his window, of the wonder in Thistle's eyes when he saw the heartseed, of the vibrant, fragile beauty of Glowhaven. This darkness wasn't truth, it was despair. The stones weren't speaking riddles, they were reflecting the fear of loss, the paralysis of hopelessness. He didn't try to shout back. He didn't try to force light. Instead, Leo closed his eyes, shutting out the physical darkness. He focused inward on the tiny, struggling pulse in his hand. He remembered the feeling of the snowdrop blooming on its surface, fragile, brief, yet undeniably alive. He poured that feeling into the heartseed, not as a command, but as an offering. A memory of warmth. A spark of defiant hope. A quiet affirmation, life persists. Light returns. He held the heartseed out towards the converging beams of darkness, not as a shield, but as a tiny, brave candle. A tremor ran through the obsidian floor. The beams of darkness wavered. The heartseed cradled in Leo's trembling hand gave one feeble, determined pulse. Then another, and another. Its light, though faint, began to push back against the oppressive dark, not banishing it, but illuminating it from within. The light touched the surface of the nearest monolith. The black stone didn't glow. Instead, intricate patterns emerged on its surface, traced in lines of soft, silver light patterns of unfurling ferns, of interconnected roots, of snowflakes melting into streams. It wasn't a riddle to solve with logic, it was a feeling to resonate with. It spoke of cycles, of connection, of change being the essence of life, not its end. The despair Leo felt began to lift, replaced by a profound sense of belonging within a vast, living system. The heartseed pulsed stronger in response, its light warming. Leo moved instinctively towards the lit patterns, holding the bulb close. As its light washed over the stone, the silver tracery flared brightly, then faded, leaving the stone simply dark but no longer menacing. The beam of darkness emanating from it vanished. One stone awakened. The next beam of darkness felt different. It carried not despair but a chilling loneliness, a sense of utter isolation. Leo felt cut off, adrift in an uncaring void. He tightened his grip on the heartseed, but its light felt solitary now, insignificant against the vast emptiness. He thought of Thistle, waiting anxiously at the chamber's edge. He thought of the lumberry Thistle had shared, the stories he'd told. He thought of Nana's knowing smile. He wasn't alone. He focused on the heartseed, pouring into it the feeling of Thistle's gruff friendship, of Nana's unwavering love, of the interconnected life buzzing through Glowhaven the beetles, the shy moon-eyed creatures, the very roots and stones. He offered the feeling of connection. The second monolith responded. Patterns of intertwined vines, of constellations linked by starlight, of a single snowdrop growing beside a mighty oak, bloomed across its surface in soft gold light. It spoke of interdependence, of strength found in unity, of the quiet hum of existence shared. The crushing loneliness dissolved. Leo stepped forward, bathing the stone in the heartseed's light. The golden tracery flared and faded, the second beam vanished. Two stones awakened. The final beam of darkness hit him. It carried a crushing weight of stagnation, of endless, unchanging cold. It whispered of futility, of effort wasted against the inevitable freeze. The warmth of the heartseed seemed fragile, doomed to be extinguished. Leo felt the weight of the eternal winter pressing down. But he remembered the journey, the descent into warmth, the vibrant life beneath the snow. He remembered the heartseed itself, a promise of spring hidden within winter's grasp. He focused on the bulb, pouring into it not just hope, but trust in the cycle, trust in renewal, trust that the deepest cold holds the seed of the warmest bloom. He offered the feeling of transformation. The third monolith stirred. Patterns of a caterpillar dissolving into a chrysalis, emerging as a butterfly, of a frozen stream cracking, releasing rushing water, of a bare branch sprouting a single determined bud, appeared in a vibrant, life-affirming green light. It spoke of necessary rest, of potential waiting, of the inevitable, glorious return. The weight lifted, replaced by a sense of patient anticipation. Leo held the heartseed high, its light now strong and steady. The green tracery blazed on the stone, then gently faded. The final beam of darkness dissolved like mist in sunlight. Silence filled the chamber, but it was no longer heavy. It was peaceful, reverent. The three monoliths stood dark, but their oppressive presence was gone. The entrance to the tunnel beyond shimmered faintly, invitingly. The heartseed glowed with a warm, confident light, pulsing steadily in rhythm with Leo's own heart. Thistle scurried forward, his eyes wide with awe. You did it, surface folk, you woke the stones. He nudged Leo's boot. The crystal core awaits quickly. The tunnel beyond was short, lined with veins of crystal that refracted the heartseed's light into dazzling displays. It opened into a smaller, perfectly spherical chamber. The walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with millions of tiny, pure white crystals, like frozen dew. In the very center of the chamber, set into the crystalline floor, was a shallow depression, shaped like a perfect heart. It pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible light, slow and weary. This was the true winter heart, not a physical organ, but the concentrated essence of the season's deep magic, the promise of renewal held safe beneath the frost. The heartseed in Leo's hand surged with light, pulling him gently towards the depression. He knelt, the crystals cool beneath his knees. With a sense of profound rightness, he placed the pale bulb into the heart-shaped hollow. The moment it touched the crystal, the heartseed flared with blinding brilliance. Its light shot out, racing along the millions of crystal facets, igniting them from within. The entire crystal core blazed with pure, white light, warm and invigorating. The faint pulse in the depression surged, becoming strong, steady, and deep thump, a thump resonating through the crystal, through the stone, through Leo's very bones. Outside, in Glowhaven, the effect was instantaneous. The bioluminescent mosses brightened, their colors deepening and intensifying. The giant mushrooms glowed with renewed vigor, their light casting longer, warmer shadows. The air itself seemed to hum with revitalized energy. A collective sigh, a release of held breath, seemed to ripple through the hidden world. The long cold had been held at bay, the true pulse of winter, the quiet guardian of spring, was restored. Leo watched, awestruck, as the heartseed seemed to melt into the crystal, becoming one with the winter heart. Where it had rested, a single perfect snowdrop bloomed, carved from purest crystal, glowing with the same internal light. It was a marker, a symbol of the connection made. The journey back through Glowhaven was a celebration. Creatures emerged, chittering and singing in their own ways, the air filled with relief and joy. Thistle puffed out his chest. Told you the heartseed knew what it was doing, mostly. He gave Leo a surprisingly gentle nudge. You did good, surface folk. Leo. At the tunnel leading back to the surface, Thistle stopped. This is where Thistle stays. Glowhaven needs its keeper. He looked up at Leo, his black eyes serious. Remember the stones, remember the heart. The surface world has its winters too, Leo. Remember the quiet strength beneath. Leo nodded, his throat tight. He'd found more than he'd known he was searching for. Thank you, Thistle, for everything. The vole nodded gruffly. Go on, your world awaits, and tell them the old stories sometimes. They hold truths. Crawling back up, the root tunnel felt different. Leo wasn't restless. He was filled with a deep, quiet peace. The bulb was gone, but its warmth, its lesson, remained within him. He emerged into the biting cold of the surface world. The snow still fell, but it no longer felt like a muffling blanket. It felt clean, pure, full of latent life. He looked back at the ancient root wall. The entrance was gone, seamlessly blended once more. Had it all been a dream? But the memory was vivid, the warmth in his chest undeniable. He trudged back through the snow to Everwood. Nana was waiting on the cottage porch. She didn't ask where he'd been. She simply looked at him, her eyes soft and knowing. She saw the stillness in him now, the quiet depth that had replaced the restless yearning. She saw the snowdrop impossibly blooming in his buttonhole, a real one, fragile and white, not crystal. It hadn't been there when he left. Welcome home, Leo, she said softly, holding out a fresh mug of cider. The winter speaks differently now, doesn't it? Leo touched the snowdrop, a small, living echo of the crystal heart. Yes, Nana, he said, his voice clear and calm. It speaks of quiet things, of waiting, of strength beneath the surface. and of the promise that always blooms. He told her the story not as a grand adventure, but as a quiet truth of Thistle, of Glowhaven's fading light, of the whispering stones reflecting fear and loneliness, and of the heartseed's journey home. He spoke of the deep, resonating warmth restored. Nana listened, her eyes shining with understanding. The rest of the winter passed differently for Leo. He still watched the snow, but now he saw the hidden life beneath it, the intricate patterns of frost as echoes of Glowhaven's crystals. He helped neighbors with a quiet diligence, finding purpose in small tasks. He felt the village's own subtle winter's old misses, Gable's loneliness, the miller's worries, and offered quiet companionship, a listening ear, a small spark of warmth learned from the heartseed. He didn't preach, he simply was differently. Kinder, more patient, more attuned to the quiet strength and hidden connections. When the first true thaw finally came, weeks later, it wasn't a sudden burst. It was a gentle surrender. The snow retreated slowly, revealing not just muddy ground, but clusters of brave snowdrops pushing through the earth, their white petals glowing against the brown. They bloomed everywhere in Everwood that spring, more abundantly than anyone could remember, carpeting the forest floor and dotting the village green with resilient beauty. Leo stood with Nana on the cottage porch, watching the green world reawaken. The air was soft, carrying the scent of damp earth and new growth. He touched the small, dried snowdrop he kept pressed in his notebook, a reminder. The heartseed did its work, Nana murmured, sipping her tea. Above and below. Leo smiled, looking out at the vibrant village, at the children chasing butterflies, at the old folk sitting in the warming sun. He felt the gentle pulse of life, resilient and renewing, echoing the deep, steady beat of the winter heart far below. His journey hadn't just changed Glowhaven, it had changed him. He had learned to listen to the quiet depths within and around him, to find warmth in connection, strength in stillness, and to trust the inevitable, beautiful return of the light. The yearning was gone, replaced by a profound sense of belonging within the grand, quiet rhythm of the world. He was home, truly home, in a way he'd never been before. And as the first bees buzzed lazily past, Leo knew that even in the deepest winter, the promise of spring, small and bright and impossibly resilient, always bloomed. Story 24. Deep within the whisper-spine forest, where sunlight dripped like liquid gold through a canopy older than kingdoms, and shadows held secrets softer than moss, there existed a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the ordinary and the magical was as thin and shimmering as a dragonfly's wing. The air hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet decay of fallen leaves, a perfume of timelessness. At the heart of this ancient realm lay the Mirror-Dew Pond, a circle of still, impossibly clear water cradled by smooth, gray stones and ferns that dipped their fronds like shy courtiers. This pond was no mere puddle, it was the forest's pulse, reflecting not just the sky and trees, but the subtle magic woven into the seasons themselves. In spring, its surface shimmered with the pale green light of new life, making the tadpoles darting within glow like emeralds. Summer nights saw it filled with constellations of reflected fireflies, a cool counterpoint to the warm, cricket-song air. Autumn painted its waters with fiery hues, and in winter it held the frost patterns like delicate lace, radiating a silent, crystalline cold. The keeper of this sacred place and its ancient wisdom was a venerable turtle named Grumble. His shell, patterned with lichen and etched by centuries, bore the map of Whisperspine's history. He moved with the deliberate pace of mountains shifting, his eyes, deep and dark as polished river stones, holding the calm understanding of ages. Grumble spent his days basking on a sun-warmed rock beside the pond, observing the intricate dance of life around him. Living near the pond were others who understood its quiet power. Pip, a tiny, bright-eyed harvest mouse with fur the color of toasted barley, lived in a cozy burrow lined with thistledown beneath a gnarled oak root. She possessed boundless energy and a curiosity that often led her into gentle scrapes. Then there was Bramble, a sturdy hedgehog whose prickles were perpetually adorned with stray leaves and petals. He was thoughtful and kind, his movements deliberate, his voice a low, comforting rumble. And there were the dew sprites, not truly sprites, but a shimmering colony of iridescent beetles no bigger than pinheads. They danced in sunbeams over the pond at dawn, their wings catching the light and scattering tiny rainbows onto the water's surface. Their collective hum was the pond's morning song. One unusually warm autumn afternoon, a ripple of unease disturbed the forest's harmony. Pip, scampering along the mossy bank, skidded to a halt. Grumble, Bramble, look. Her tiny voice trembled. She pointed a quivering paw towards the center of the mirror-dew pond. Where the water should have been deepest and stillest, a hairline crack had appeared in the smooth, ancient stone lining the bottom. It was small, barely noticeable, but it leaked a slow, steady trickle of the precious water into the thirsty earth below. Worse, the water around the crack seemed dimmer, less vibrant. The reflections of the turning maple leaves above lacked their usual fiery brilliance, appearing washed out and sad. Bramble trundled closer, his snout twitching. "Oh dear," he murmured, his voice thick with worry. "That's not good. The pond looks tired." He dipped a careful paw into the water. "And it feels warmer than it should be for this time of year. The autumn chill hasn't settled upon it." Grumble slowly slid from his rock into the cool water, paddling with surprising grace towards the crack. He examined it closely, his ancient eyes narrowed. "Hum," he rumbled, a sound like stones grinding deep underground. "This crack, it whispers of imbalance. The great roots of the sentinel oak to the west thirst too deeply after the dry summer. They pull more than the earth can readily give, straining the stone heart of our pond, and the unseasonable warmth, it confuses the water's rhythm. The magic that ties it to the seasons is fraying." Pip's whiskers drooped. "But what can we do? Without the mirror-dew, the forest's magic will fade. The dew sprites won't dance, the frost patterns won't form, everything will be out of tune." She thought of the stories Grumble told on cold night stories of winters, where the pond froze with such perfect clarity it showed futures, springs where its water healed winter-worn creatures, summers where its coolness saved lives during droughts. The pond wasn't just water, it was memory, hope, and the forest's quiet song. Bramble nudged Pip gently with his snout. "Don't despair, little friend. Grumble wouldn't tell us the problem if there wasn't a way." He looked towards the ancient turtle who had surfaced near the bank, water beating on his mossy shell. "True wisdom, Bramble," Grumble said, his voice a low, soothing vibration. "The solution lies not in one, but in many. The forest provides, and the forest must mend." He gazed towards the towering sentinel oak, its massive roots visible above ground like gnarled fingers gripping the earth. The great tree thirsts, but its roots are strong. They can be guided. And the water, it needs the touch of the season, the true coolness of autumn, to remember its place in the great wheel of the year. "But how?" Pip asked, her natural optimism battling her feet. "We must weave a little magic of our own," Grumble explained. "A magic of cooperation. Pip, your speed is needed. You must journey to the whispering willows by the eastern stream. Seek the oldest willow, the one whose branches trail deepest in the water. Ask her respectfully for a gift of her strongest, finest root threads. She will understand." Pip nodded, puffing out her small chest. "I can do that." "Bramble," Grumble continued, turning to the hedgehog, "your strength and patience are required. Go to the foot of the sentinel oak, speak softly to its roots, tell them of the pond's distress, of the crack. Ask them, with the forest's love, to ease their thirsting pull just a little, to seek moisture elsewhere for a time. Offer them the cool promise of the dew to come." Bramble dipped his head solemnly. "I will speak gently and firmly, Grumble." "And I," Grumble said, settling himself firmly on the cracked stone beside the fissure, his broad plastron covering part of it, will hold the space here. I will remind the water of its nature, of the coming frost, of the deep coolness that slumbers beneath the earth. He closed his eyes, a deep, resonant hum beginning in his chest, vibrating through the water and the stone. Pip darted off like a russet streak through the ferns, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filling her senses. The journey was long for her small legs, but the urgency lent her wings. She reached the whispering willows as the sun dipped low, casting long, purple shadows. The air here was cooler, damper, filled with the soft sighing of the willow fronds brushing against each other. She approached the eldest willow, her trunk wide and silver-gray, her branches forming a curtain of green gold. Pip squeaked her plea, telling the tale of the cracked pond, her voice tiny against the willow's ancient presence. For a moment, there was only the sighing of the leaves. Then slowly, gracefully, a long, slender root thread, strong as woven silk yet flexible as a vine, detached itself from the tangle near the water and coiled gently at Pip's feet. She gathered it carefully, feeling its surprising strength and cool, earthy energy. "Thank you, wise mother," Pip whispered, bowing her head before scampering back towards the heart of the forest. Meanwhile, Bramble had reached the mighty sentinel oak. He placed his small paws on the thickest root, feeling the immense, slow pulse of life within. He spoke softly, pouring his concern for the pond, his love for the forest, and Grumble's wisdom into his words. He described the crack, the dimming water, the unseasonable warmth. He spoke of the pond's vital magic, of the frost patterns yet to come, of the dew sprite's dance. He asked humbly for the great tree to share its strength by easing its pull on the pond's foundation, to seek water further afield, promising the tree would drink deeply again when the balance was restored. He sat there for a long time, his rumbling voice a steady, comforting murmur against the oak's bark. Gradually he felt a subtle shift, a lessening of the immense thirst radiating from the roots near the pond, a redirection of that powerful energy deeper into the forest soil. A single acorn, polished and perfect, dropped beside him, the tree's quiet acknowledgement. Night had fallen when Pip and Bramble returned to the Mirror-Dew Pond. The air had turned crisp, carrying the first true bite of autumn. Fireflies, fewer than usual and seeming dimmer, hovered anxiously over the water, their light reflecting weakly on its troubled surface. Grumble still sat sentinel on the cracked stone, his hum a constant, grounding thrum. Moonlight, cold and silvery, spilled through the canopy, touching the pond with an ethereal glow. "We have it, Grumble," Pip panted, presenting the strong willow root thread. The sentinel oak listens, Bramble rumbled. Its thirst shifts. A flicker of warmth, like distant starlight, passed through Grumble's ancient eyes. "Good now, little Pip, with your nimble paws, take this thread. Bramble, anchor it firmly around that sturdy root there." He indicated a thick root protruding near the bank. "Then, Pip, you must dive, swim down to the crack, weave the willow's thread back and forth across the fissure, like darning a sock. Let the willow's strength bind the stone, let her connection to water soothe the breach." Pip took a deep breath. The water looked deep and dark, the crack ominous. But Bramble gave her an encouraging nod, his eyes kind. He secured one end of the thread firmly. Pip, clutching the other end, plunged into the surprisingly cool water. Guided by the faint moonlight filtering down and the soft, guiding hum from Grumble above, she swam deeper than she ever had. The water felt alive around her, tingling with the remnants of magic and Grumble's focused intention. She reached the crack. It felt warmer than the surrounding water, a small, sad leak of the pond's vital essence. With incredible dexterity, her tiny paws working swiftly, she began weaving the strong, pliable willow thread across the fissure. Back and forth, over and under, she worked, her lungs burning but her determination fierce. The willow thread seemed to glow faintly with a soft, greenish light as she wove, sealing the stone not just physically, but magically, mending the flow of energy. As she knotted the final strand, securing it to a small protrusion of stone, a profound shiver ran through the water. Above, Bramble felt the thread pull taut and vibrate with power. Grumble's hum deepened, resonating through the pond like a giant bell, tolling softly underwater. Then the true magic happened. A sudden, genuine autumn wind sighed through the whisper spine, carrying the scent of frost. It swept over the surface of the Mirror-Dew pond. Instantly, the water remembered. The unnatural warmth fled, replaced by a deep, refreshing coolness that rose from the very stones. The crack sealed by Pip's weaving shimmered, the willow thread becoming indistinguishable from the ancient stone, strong and whole. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. The dimness vanished. The pond's surface became a perfect, dark mirror once more, reflecting the cold, bright moon and the sharp outlines of the trees with startling clarity. The water itself seemed to glow with an inner, silvery light. The fireflies, sensing the shift, erupted into joyous life, their lights blazing like tiny stars, their reflections doubling their brilliance on the now perfect surface. Their collective hum rose into a chorus of pure, chiming delight. Pip burst through the surface, gasping but triumphant. Bramble helped her onto the bank, wrapping her in a large, dry leaf. Grumble opened his eyes, a deep contentment settling over his ancient features. He looked at the pond, now whole and radiant, humming with the restored magic of the season. "Well done, little weaver," he rumbled to Pip. "Well spoken, gentle ambassador," he said to Bramble. The forest breathes in harmony once more. They sat together on the bank, the crisp autumn air nipping their noses, watching the dew sprites dance with renewed vigor, their iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns on the water. The crack was gone, the stone cool and solid. The sentinel oak stood tall and serene, its sacrifice acknowledged. The willow's gift held strong. "Grumble," Pip whispered, snuggling into Bramble's warm side, watching the moon's reflection dance with the fireflies. "How did you know the willow and the oak would help?" Grumble shifted slightly, his shell scraping softly on the stone. "The wisdom of the forest, little one, is passed root to root, leaf to leaf, season to season. Nothing exists alone. The willow knows her strength is in flexibility and connection to water. The oak knows his strength is in endurance and community. They understand that the pond's song is their song too. When one part falters, the whole feels the strain. Healing comes not from force, but from listening, asking, and weaving together the strengths that already exist." He paused, watching a perfect frost pattern begin to etch itself delicately at the very edge of the pond, a lacework of cold silver. And sometimes it needs the courage of a small mouse, the kindness of a steadfast hedgehog, and the patience of an old turtle to remember the tune. As the first true frost of autumn gently settled over the whisper-spine forest, dusting the ferns in silver and making the air sparkle with cold diamonds, the creatures nestled by the Mirror-Dew pond. The water glowed, deep and cool and magical, reflecting the serene moon and the peaceful, sleeping forest. The gentle hum of the dew sprites and the crackle of the first ice forming at the pond's edge blended into a lullaby of perfect balance. Pip yawned, her fear replaced by warm contentment. Bramble sighed, a sound of deep peace. Grumble settled lower on his stone, his watchful eyes soft. The ancient forest held them, safe and harmonious, whispering its timeless secrets on the frost-kissed breeze, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the quiet magic of nature's interconnected heart. And high above, the sentinel oak cradled its single, gifted acorn, a promise of seasons yet to come, nurtured by the restored dew. All was well, deep within the whisper spine. Sleep gently, little listener, sleep. Story 25. The fire crackled softly, chasing shadows across the ceiling. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for drifting into dreams. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to a place where the ordinary hides the extraordinary, where a lonely heart finds its echo, and where the smallest spark of kindness can illuminate the deepest mysteries. Our story begins with a girl named Maya, whose world felt as gray as the cobblestones lining her street. Maya lived in the bustling, soot-kissed city of Stonehaven. Life was a predictable pattern: school, chores, helping her weary aunt in their small apothecary shop filled with dusty jars and the sharp scent of dried herbs. She felt like a lone dandelion seed drifting unnoticed, yearning for something she couldn't name. Her only solace was the neglected patch of earth behind their cramped building, where stubborn weeds fought through cracks. There she'd sit, tracing patterns in the grime with a stick, whispering secrets to the indifferent brick walls. One damp afternoon, while clearing a tangle of bindweed, Maya unearthed something unexpected. It wasn't a stone or broken pottery, but a smooth, palm-sized object, cool to the touch. It resembled a river stone, yet seemed to hold light within its depths, a swirling nebula of deep blues and purples, flecked with tiny, star-like points of silver. As she brushed away the dirt, a faint, melodic hum vibrated against her skin, like the lowest note of a wind chime kissed by a breeze. Intrigued, Maya slipped the strange stone into her pocket. It felt both heavy and impossibly light, humming a quiet song only she seemed to hear. She called it the Echo Stone, for it seemed to resonate with the quiet ache inside her. That night, the stone pulsed warmly beneath her pillow. Its soft glow painted shifting constellations on her ceiling, and the hum deepened into a gentle, wordless call. It tugged at her, a persistent whisper in the quiet dark. The next morning, a Saturday gray and heavy with mist, the pull became irresistible. The stone felt insistent in her pocket, humming louder whenever she looked towards the distant, brooding shape of the whispering woods, a place city children were warned against, a tangle of ancient trees rumored to swallow wanderers whole. Fear warred with the insistent hum. But the loneliness, the grayness of her life, pushed her forward. With a hastily packed satchel containing a crust of bread, a small flask of water, and the Echo Stone, Maya slipped out before dawn, her heart pounding like a trapped bird against her ribs. The city walls gave way to fields, then to the fringes of the woods. The air grew cooler, damper, smelling of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something green and alive and ancient. The mist clung to the gnarled trunks of oak and ash trees, muffling sound. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting the forest floor in perpetual twilight. The Echo Stone's glow intensified, casting a soft, guiding light ahead. It hummed a complex melody now, seeming to harmonize with the rustle of unseen creatures and the drip of moisture from leaves. Maya felt watched, but the gaze wasn't hostile. It felt curious, ancient. Following the stone's pulsing light and the subtle shifts in its hum, Maya ventured deeper. The path wasn't a path at all, but a weaving through colossal ferns, over moss-covered logs that felt like velvet beneath her boots, and under arches formed by twisted roots. The air grew sweeter, tinged with the scent of unfamiliar blossoms like cinnamon and moonlight. And then she stepped through a curtain of shimmering, silver-hued ivy hanging between two immense, intertwined beeches. The world changed. Sunlight, warm and golden, dappled a forest floor carpeted not with decaying leaves, but with soft, luminous moss that glowed faintly blue where her shadow touched it. Trees shimmered with iridescent bark, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors unseen in the human world: deep amethyst, shimmering topaz, emerald so bright it hurt the eyes. Gigantic bioluminescent mushrooms like glowing lanterns dotted the landscape, casting pools of soft, ethereal light. Butterflies with wings of stained glass flitted through air that hummed with unseen energy. Crystal-clear brooks chuckled over smooth, multicolored pebbles. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden world pulsing with vibrant, ancient magic. Maya stood transfixed, the Echo Stone singing a joyful, resonant note in her hand, its light blazing like a captured star. Her awe was interrupted by a frantic rustling nearby. A small creature, no larger than a rabbit, but unlike anything Maya had ever imagined, tumbled out from behind a cluster of glowing amber ferns. It had fur like spun moonlight, shimmering silver-white, large, luminous eyes the color of twilight, and long, delicate ears that twitched nervously. Its most astonishing feature were its wings not feathered, but like gossamer spun from rainbows and starlight, currently tangled in a thicket of thorny, dark-vined creepers that seemed distinctly out of place in this radiant world. The creature whimpered, a sound like tiny bells breaking, its huge eyes wide with fear and pain as it struggled against the cruel thorns. Maya's fear evaporated, replaced by a surge of protective compassion. "SHHH," she whispered, her voice sounding loud in the magical hush. "Don't be afraid, I can help." Kneeling carefully, she pulled out her small pocket knife. The creature flinched but held still, watching her with desperate trust. The thorns were sharp and the vines tough, but Maya worked slowly, gently, murmuring reassurances. The echo stone pulsed warmly against her leg, its hum a soothing counterpoint to the creature's frightened whimpers. Finally, the last thorny strand snapped. The creature pulled free, shaking its delicate wings, which shed tiny sparks of light. It looked up at Maya, its twilight eyes filled with profound gratitude and curiosity. "Thank you, Earthwalker," it chimed in a voice like wind through crystal chimes. "I am Lior. You have saved me from the shadow vine." Lior tilted its head, studying Maya and the echo stone she now held openly. "You bear the heartstone, it called you here. It calls to the fading." "Fading?" Maya asked, mesmerized by Lior's voice and presence. "What's fading, and this is the heartstone." Lior fluttered its wings, hovering just above the glowing moss. "The Glimmerweald weakens, Earthwalker, the veil thins, the shadow vine grows where it should not." It gestured sadly towards the patch of dark, thorny vines Maya had freed it from. "The heartstone, it remembers the old connection. It remembers when your world and mine were closer, when belief was stronger. It senses the imbalance. It called to one who could still feel its song, one who could still see." Lior landed softly on Maya's outstretched hand, its tiny form radiating warmth. "You are that one." A profound sense of purpose washed over Maya, mingled with awe. The echo stone, the heartstone, hadn't just led her to wonder, it had led her to a need. "But what can I do? I'm just Maya." "You feel," Lior chimed softly. "You helped. The heartstone responds to true feeling, to kindness. It is the key. But the source of the shadow vine, the cause of the fading, it is a mystery deeper in the weald. Will you help us find it? Will you help us heal?" Maya looked from Lior's trusting eyes to the radiant, yet subtly strained beauty of the Glimmerweald. She saw now the faint patches where the luminous moss dimmed, where leaves drooped listlessly, where the vibrant colors seemed muted. The heartstone pulsed in her hand, not just with light, but with a shared urgency. Her loneliness, her sense of being adrift, vanished. Here was connection. Here was a purpose that resonated deep within her soul. "Yes, Lior," she said, her voice firm with newfound courage. "I will help, show me." Their journey through the Glimmerweald was a revelation. Lior, her unexpected friend and guide, flitted beside her, pointing out wonders, trees whose bark rippled like liquid silver, pools of water that reflected not the sky but swirling galaxies, flowers that chimed harmoniously when the breeze stirred them. Maya learned to tread softly on the moss, to listen to the subtle song of the weald. She tasted dew that sparkled like diamonds and had the flavor of sunlight and mint. She saw creatures of light and shadow, willowy beings made of woven leaves and starlight, shy rock sprites that blinked with gemstone eyes, playful wisps of pure color that darted through the air. Lior explained the delicate balance, the ancient pact between the realms, and how human disbelief and the slow encroachment of cold, hard stone from the city, were causing the veil, the barrier between worlds, to weaken, allowing the invasive, draining shadow vine to take root. The heartstone guided them. When they came to a fork in a path lined with singing reeds, it would pulse more strongly towards one direction. When they encountered a grove shimmering with confusion magic, making paths twist and turn back on themselves, Maya held the stone aloft. Its steady, resonant hum cut through the disorientation, revealing the true path forward, a path of pure, unwavering feeling. It wasn't intellect that navigated the Glimmerwield's deeper mysteries. It was the heart's compass, amplified by the stone. The signs of decay grew more pronounced. Patches of shadow vine spread like dark stains, their thorns seeming to suck the light and vibrancy from the surrounding flora. The air grew colder in these spots, the magical hum muted. Lior grew quieter, their wings drooping slightly. The core is near, they chimed, their voice tinged with sorrow. The place where the veil is thinnest, where the shadow seeps in. They emerged into a clearing unlike any other. At its center stood a colossal, ancient tree, its trunk wider than Stonehaven's town hall. This was the sentinel oak, Lior explained in a hushed whisper, the heart-root of the Glimmerweald. But its once iridescent bark was now streaked with veins of sickly gray. Its massive branches, which should have been heavy with glowing leaves, were instead choked with thick, pulsating ropes of shadow vine. The vine seemed to pulse with a dark energy, radiating cold that made Maya shiver despite the surrounding magic. Worse, at the base of the great tree, the veil wasn't just thin, it was torn. A jagged dark rift, like a wound in the very air, flickered unsteadily. Through it Maya caught fleeting, distorted glimpses of the gray, rain-slicked cobblestones of Stonehaven, her own world, looking bleak and lifeless from this side. The tear, Lior mourned, landing on Maya's shoulder. It grows, the shadow vine festers here, draining the sentinel's strength. It feeds on the cold disbelief, the forgotten magic from your world. Maya stared at the pulsating rift, the choking vines. Fear threatened to paralyze her. How could she, a small girl from a gray city, heal this ancient wound? The heartstone pressed against her chest pulsed steadily. It didn't offer power, it offered a reminder. Feel. Connect. Remember. Lior nudged her cheek gently. The heartstone remembers connection, belief, true feeling. Maybe you can remind the veil. Taking a deep breath, Maya stepped closer to the wounded sentinel oak, ignoring the creeping cold radiating from the shadow vine. The rift flickered ominously. She closed her eyes, clutching the heartstone. She didn't try to force anything. Instead, she remembered. She remembered the awe she felt stepping into the Glimmerweald, the wonder at Lior's first chime, the softness of the glowing moss beneath her boots, the taste of starlight dew, the profound friendship blossoming with this tiny, magical being, the vibrant, singing life of this hidden world she never knew existed, but now fiercely wanted to protect. She poured these feelings into the heartstone, not demanding, but offering. Gratitude, wonder, compassion, love for this newfound place and its inhabitants. The stone grew warm, then hot, not burning, but radiating pure, gentle light. Its hum deepened, becoming a resonant, pure tone that vibrated through the clearing, shaking loose dust from the ancient bark. Maya opened her eyes. The heartstone blazed like a captured sun in her hands. The light streamed out, not attacking the shadow vine, but washing over it. Where the pure light touched the dark vines, they didn't vanish instantly, but they recoiled, shriveling slightly, their dark pulse faltering. The light flowed towards the jagged rift in the veil. As it touched the edges, the flickering distortion calmed. The glimpses of gray stone became less sharp, less intrusive. The light wasn't sealing the tear by force. It was weaving threads of warmth, memory, and belief back into the fabric of the veil. Maya saw images shimmering in the light, children laughing at unseen wonders, the quiet peace of a forest walk, the spark of curiosity in a human eye. She saw Lior's grateful eyes, the glowing moss, the singing flowers. She felt the connection strengthening. It was working, but slowly. The shadow vine resisted, lashing out with tendrils of icy shadow. Maya felt the cold seep into her bones, a wave of despair threatening to overwhelm her focus. Doubt whispered, "You're too small. This is too big. It's hopeless." Her hands trembled, the heartstone's light flickering. Then a soft chime echoed beside her ear. Lior hovered, their own small form glowing with a soft, silvery light. They pressed their tiny forehead against Maya's temple. "You are not alone, Maya," they chimed, their voice pure and strong. "We believe, the Weald believes, feel us with you." Maya felt it. A warmth not just from the stone, but from the very air, the ground, the ancient sentinel oak itself. She felt the gentle support of the Glimmerweald, the collective hope of its hidden inhabitants flowing into her through Lior. It wasn't a surge of power, but a profound sense of unity, of shared purpose. Her doubt melted like frost in sunlight. She drew strength from Lior's presence, from the Heartstone's song, from the vibrant life all around her yearning to thrive. Focusing all her will, all the love for this magical world and her extraordinary friend, she pushed the feeling through the Heartstone. "Remember," she whispered, not just to the veil, but to something deep within herself. "Remember the wonder." The Heartstone's light exploded outward in a final, silent pulse of pure, radiant energy. It washed over the clearing like a gentle wave. The shadow vine recoiled violently, shriveling into brittle, blackened husks that crumbled to dust. The sickly gray veins on the sentinel oak faded, replaced by a slow, returning iridescence. The jagged rift in the veil shimmered, its edges softening, weaving together seamlessly with threads of golden light until it vanished completely. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by the warm, vibrant hum of the Glimmerweald restored. Silence descended, profound and peaceful. Then the sentinel oak gave a deep, resonant groan, like a giant sighing in relief. Its branches, freed from the choking vines, began to glow faintly. A single enormous leaf, shimmering with renewed amethyst light, unfurled high above. All around the clearing, the dimmed moss flared back to life, glowing brighter than before. Flowers chimed a triumphant chorus. The air itself seemed to sing. Lior zipped joyful loops in the air, chiming like a cascade of happy bells. "You did it, Maya," the Weald sings again, "the veil is whole." Exhaustion washed over Maya, but it was a sweet, fulfilling weariness. She sank to her knees on the soft, radiant moss, the Heartstone now cool and quiet in her hand, its swirling depths calmer, deeper. She had come seeking escape from grayness and found a world of color. She had felt alone and found a friend who defied every expectation. She had felt insignificant and had played a part in healing something vast and ancient. She was changed not by grand deeds, but by connection, by kindness offered and received, by opening her heart to wonder. Time flowed differently in the Glimmerweald. Maya spent days, or perhaps moments, it was hard to tell, recovering her strength, exploring the renewed wonders with Lior by her side. She learned more of the Glimmerweald's ways, shared simple stories of her own world, and basked in the deep, silent friendship they shared. The Heartstone remained warm against her skin, a constant reminder of the bond between the worlds and the power held within genuine feeling. But Stonehaven and her aunt called her back. The thought of the gray city, of the lonely patch behind the shop, felt different now. She carried the Glimmerweald within her. On the morning of her return, Lior guided her back to the shimmering ivy curtain. The forest seemed to glow with a farewell blessing. "The Heartstone will always sing to you," Lior chimed, their twilight eyes holding Maya's gaze. "And the Glimmerweald remembers its friend. Visit when your heart whispers for the green." Maya knelt, and Lior landed gently in her cupped hands. Thank you, Lior, she whispered, tears pricking her eyes. For everything. Thank you, Maya Earthwalker, Lior replied, touching her nose gently with a tiny, warm paw. For remembering wonder. Stepping back through the silver ivy was like stepping through a curtain of cool water. The ordinary dampness and muted greens of the Whispering Woods felt both familiar and strangely dull. Maya walked back toward Stonehaven, her steps lighter. The echo stone nestled in her pocket was quiet now, just a smooth, beautiful stone. But when she touched it, she felt a faint, answering warmth, a silent hum only her heart could hear. Life in Stonehaven resumed. School, chores, the apothecary's dusty shelves. But Maya was different. She smiled more readily. She noticed the way sunlight caught the edge of a cloud, making it glow silver. She heard the hidden music in the patter of rain, the distant call of a bird. The gray cobblestones held subtle patterns she'd never seen before. She told no one about the Glimmerweald, knowing they wouldn't believe, but the magic lived inside her, changing how she saw everything. One evening, drawn to her neglected patch of earth behind the building, she knelt. The ground was hard, packed dirt. She pulled the echo stone from her pocket. It felt warm. Remembering the glowing moss, the vibrant life, she pressed it gently into the earth, whispering her feelings of hope, of connection, of the beauty she now carried. She covered it lightly with soil. Days later, tiny, impossible sprouts pushed through the dirt. They grew with astonishing speed, unfurling velvety leaves of deep green that shimmered with a faint, internal light under the moon. Delicate buds formed, opening into flowers unlike any in Stonehaven blossoms of pure, soft moonlight that glowed gently in the dark, their petals releasing a sweet scent of cinnamon and starlight. Moonflowers. Neighbors whispered about the strange, beautiful light coming from the apothecary's backyard. Children peered over the wall, eyes wide with wonder. Maya simply smiled. She tended her moonflowers, their gentle glow a nightly reminder of the hidden world and the friend who lived there. Sometimes, on nights when the breeze carried the scent of distant woods, she would sit beside them, the echo stone warm in her hand, and listen. And if she listened very closely with her heart wide open, she could just hear it a faint, joyful chime, like crystal bells on the wind, singing of friendship, magic, and the enduring power of a heart that remembers to wonder. She would smile, touch a glowing petal, and feel a profound sense of peace, knowing she was never truly alone, that magic was always just a heartbeat away, waiting for those willing to see. And with that comforting warmth nestled deep within her, sleep would come easily, carrying her into dreams woven with moonlight and the soft chimes of a distant, beloved friend. The fire crackled softly, the last embers glowing like tiny captured stars. Outside, the moonflowers glowed gently in the dark, a silent promise in the quiet night. Sleep well, dear listener. Dream of hidden wonders. Story 26. In the sleepy village of Glimmerdell, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of dancing rabbits and lamplight glowed like captured stardust, strange little disturbances began to unfold. It started with Mrs. Bramblewick's prize-winning raspberry tarts vanishing from her windowsill, replaced by perfect circles of morning dew. Then old Tomas's spectacles disappeared only to reappear, perched on the stone nose of the village fountain. Soft, musical giggles echoed down the cobblestone lanes after dusk, leaving no trace of the laugher. The villagers murmured over steaming mugs of honeyed chamomile, their brows furrowed not with fear, but with gentle bewilderment. 10-year-old Cora noticed the patterns first. With hair the color of toasted wheat and eyes that missed nothing, she'd sketched the oddities in her notebook. Monday, blue yarn from the tailor's shop braided around the maypole. Tuesday, every front gate swinging open at exactly noon. Her grandmother, Nana Alowen, wise as the ancient oak that shaded their cottage, simply stirred her pot of lavender-infused custard and smiled. Every mystery has a heartbeat, little wren. Listen closely. One misty morning, Cora discovered the most curious clue yet. Silvery footprints, no larger than acorn caps, glimmering on the dew-kissed path toward Whisperwood. They vanished beneath the great willow tree, where moonlight mushrooms glowed softly. There Cora met Pippin, a hedgehog with fur like polished chestnuts and spectacles made of twisted vines perched on his snout. "Ah," he huffed, adjusting his spectacles. "Seeking the midnight minstrel, are we? Been tidying up chaos they have. Rather messily, I might add." Pippin explained he was a keeper of small secrets, attuned to the comings and goings of shy woodland folk. The midnight minstrel, he revealed, was likely a young Glimmerkin, a rare creature of starlight and mischief, drawn to places brimming with kindness. "But they're terribly lonely," Pippin sighed. "When Glimmerkin feel unseen, their magic, well, it fizzles, like a sneeze in a library." Cora's mind whirred. The misplaced items weren't stolen, they were rearranged. The giggles weren't eerie, they were hopeful. That night, she laid a plan with Nana Lowen. In the village square, they placed a velvet cushion beneath the old clock tower. Upon it they set a thimble of warm milk, a spool of iridescent thread, and Cora's own treasured sketchbook, open to a drawing of the glimmering footprints. "An invitation," Nana whispered, her voice as soft as moth wings. Moonlight pooled like liquid silver as Cora and Pippin hid behind a cart of fragrant hay. At the stroke of midnight, the air shimmered. A creature no taller than a buttercup emerged, a Glimmerkin named Twig. Skin like birch bark, hair a tangle of glowing dandelion fluff, and eyes wide with nervous wonder. Twig scooped up the spool of thread, weaving it into a trembling constellation above the cushion. Then they saw the sketchbook. With a gasp like tiny bells, Twig traced Cora's drawing of their own footprints. "Why you saw me." Twig's voice was the sound of wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Even when I hid." Cora stepped forward slowly, Nana Lowen beside her. "We saw the magic you left behind," Cora said gently. "But magic's nicer when shared, isn't it?" Twig's lower lip wobbled. They confessed how they'd drifted from forest to forest, too shy to join the elder Glimmerkin colonies. Arriving in Glimmerdale, they'd been enchanted by the villagers' laughter and the scent of baking bread. The misplaced items. "I wanted to help," Twig sniffled. "But I got flustered. Your teapot looked cold outside, so I moved it to your cozy kitchen, Mrs. Bramblewick, and old Tomas's spectacles seemed tired, the fountain's a nice place to rest." The village gathered, not in anger but in awe, as Twig demonstrated their true gift, rearranging starlight into helpful shapes. With a flick of their wrist, tangled garden hoses coiled neatly. Faded shop signs brightened as if newly painted. The fireflies, drawn to Twig's presence, wove luminous guides along dark pathways. "You weren't making mischief," Cora realized. "You were practicing being part of us." And so, Glimmerdale embraced its smallest resident. Twig moved into a cozy nook in the oak tree's hollow, lined with quilts from the villagers. Every evening they'd perch on the clock tower, weaving starlight into useful wonders, mending frayed hems, guiding lost kittens home, even frosting cakes with edible glitter. The giggles that once echoed mysteriously now joined the villagers' laughter during twilight picnics. Old Tomas gifted Twig a tiny pair of brass spectacles, "For better starlight weaving, my dear," and Mrs. Bramblewick baked raspberry tarts with Twig's favorite silverberry garnish. Years later, Cora, now the village's chief note-taker of wondrous things, would tell children the tale beside the crackling hearth. "You see," she'd murmur as flames painted dancing shadows, "the greatest mysteries often bloom from lonely hearts hoping to be found. And if you ever spot a dewdrop circle or a braided gate latch," she'd wink, tucking the quilt around their shoulders. "Leave out a thimble of warm milk. Someone might be practicing how to belong." Outside, a trail of silvery footprints would gleam beneath the moon, leading toward the warm glow of Glimmerdale, where no one, however small or strange, ever had to hide their light again. Story 27. Deep in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight and sunbeams, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the moss grew thick and emerald, carpeting the earth in velvety silence, and the air hummed with the quiet magic born from perfect balance. This was the domain of the root keepers, small hedgehog-like beings whose fur shimmered like polished river stones and whose eyes held the deep, quiet knowing of centuries. Among them lived young Fern, his spine still soft as new ferns unfurling in spring. Fern loved exploring the damp, earthy tunnels beneath the great sentinel oak, his tiny paws whispering against cool, dark soil that smelled of secrets and life. His grandmother, Elder Moss, often spoke of the forest's deep harmony. "Listen, little sprout," she would murmur, her voice like rustling leaves. "The forest breathes. The sigh of the wind through the pines is its exhale, the gurgle of the hidden stream its inhale. And the magic, the magic is the pulse that binds it all." This magic wasn't flashy spells, but the subtle, vital energy woven into the very fabric of the woods. In spring, it manifested as shimmering dewdrops on spiderwebs that held miniature rainbows. Summer brought fireflies that danced in intricate patterns, weaving spells of warmth and growth. Autumn saw leaves not merely fall, but drift like golden feathers, guided by unseen hands to blanket and nourish the slumbering earth. Winter cloaked the woods in silence, but beneath the snow, a soft blue bioluminescence pulsed in the roots, a quiet heartbeat keeping the forest alive. Fern's favorite magic was the rain singers. These were tiny, iridescent beetles, no larger than a dewdrop, who emerged only during gentle summer showers. Perched on the broad leaves of water lilies in the moonlight pool, they would hum. Not a loud sound, but a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to sink into the very bones of the earth. Where their song touched, parched soil drank deeply, wilted leaves perked up, and the air filled with the clean, sweet scent of petrichor, wet earth, and stone. Fern would sit under a giant toadstool, feeling the cool mist kiss his nose, listening to the harmonious hum vibrate through his paws, a lullaby for the thirsty land. The harmony was maintained by the root keepers and their allies. Brightwing, a sparrow with feathers the color of sunlit moss, carried messages on the breeze between the treetops and the forest floor. Old Boulder, a badger whose fur was streaked with silver like moonlit granite, patrolled the deeper thickets, his slow, deliberate movements a reminder of patience and strength. And Silas, a venerable tortoise whose shell was etched with patterns older than the oldest oak, held the deepest memories of the woods in his ancient mind. He moved with geological slowness, but his wisdom was the bedrock upon which the forest's peace rested. One unusually hot and dry summer, the balance began to fray. The rains didn't come. The streams dwindled to mere trickles, their usual cheerful babble replaced by an anxious whisper. The leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of green, grew brittle and tinged with brown at the edges. The air lost its freshness, becoming thick and still, heavy with the scent of dust and worry. Worst of all, the rain singers remained hidden. Without the gentle showers, they couldn't emerge to sing the life back into the land. Fern felt the change keenly. The cool earth beneath his paws grew warm and cracked. The comforting scent of damp moss faded, replaced by a dry, papery smell. He watched Brightwing fly with weary wings, her usual cheerful chirp subdued. Even old Boulder seemed troubled, his digging for cool roots more frantic. Fear, sharp and unfamiliar, prickled along Fern's soft spines. He scurried to Elder Moss, finding her near the dwindling moonlight pool. The water level was alarmingly low, exposing muddy banks. "Grandmother," Fern whispered, his voice trembling, "the forest feels thirsty and sad. Where are the rain singers?" Elder Moss sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering. The great balance is strained, little sprout. The skies withhold their tears, and the earth cries out. Without the rain, the singers sleep. Their magic needs the touch of water to awaken. But what can we do? Fern asked, looking at the cracked mud where water lilies once floated. We remember, Elder Moss said softly, nudging him towards Silas, who was basking on a warm, flat stone near the pool's edge, though even the stone felt too hot. We remember the old ways, the connections. Sometimes harmony needs a gentle nudge. Fern approached Silas. The old tortoise opened one wise, amber eye slowly. Young root keeper, Silas rumbled, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. You feel the discord, the sky forgets its dance with the earth. How do we remind it? Fern asked, desperation making his voice small. Silas shifted ponderously. The forest speaks in many tongues. The sigh of the wind, the murmur of the stream, even the thirst of the earth is a plea. But the loudest song comes from unity. The rain singers need the rain to wake, but perhaps the forest can sing a song of longing so pure, so unified, that the clouds remember their duty. Fern pondered this. Sing a song. But the root keepers weren't known for loud noises. Their magic was quiet, earthy. He thought of the rain singer's hum, a vibration felt more than heard. An idea, fragile as a spider's thread, began to form. He sought out Brightwing. Brightwing, he chirped, can you gather everyone, not just root keepers, everyone who feels the thirst, by the moonlight pool tonight when the first star appears? Brightwing, sensing his earnestness, nodded and took flight, her wings a blur against the hazy sky. Fern then found Old Boulder, explaining his plan. The badger grunted, a sound that could have meant skepticism or approval, but he lumbered towards the pool. Fern scurried through the tunnels, whispering the invitation to every root keeper he met. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and bruised orange, creatures began to gather at the moonlight pool. Root keepers emerged from their burrows, their shimmering fur catching the fading light. Brightwing perched on a low-hanging branch, joined by other sparrows and a family of shy, wide-eyed owls. Old Badger settled near Silas, his presence solid and reassuring. Fireflies, fewer than usual, blinked hesitantly in the gathering gloom. Frogs, their skin looking dry, gathered near the muddy edge of the water. Even the trees seemed to line in, their leaves rustling with anticipation. A hush fell over the assembly. All eyes turned to Fern. His spines trembled, but he remembered Silas's words, unity. He took a deep breath of the warm, still air, tasting dust and hope. We miss the rain, Fern began, his voice small but clear in the quiet. The earth is thirsty, the trees are tired, the streams are whispering for help, and the rain singers, they sleep. Silas says the forest needs to sing, not a loud song, but a deep one, a song of longing together, a song the clouds might feel in their hearts. He looked at Elder Moss. She nodded slowly, then closed her eyes. A low, soft hum began to emanate from her, a vibration that resonated through the earth beneath their paws. Fern joined her, focusing all his worry, all his love for the forest, into a gentle thrumming in his chest. One by one, the other root keepers added their voices, their combined hum creating a soft, pervasive resonance that seemed to sink into the ground. Brightwing tilted her head, then began a soft, melodic whistle, pure and high, weaving through the root keeper's drone. The other birds joined, their calls blending into a harmonious plea that rose towards the darkening sky. The owls added deep, resonant hoots that echoed through the trees. The frogs, finding moisture in their throats, began a rhythmic croak that pulsed like a heartbeat. Old Boulder shifted his massive weight, creating a deep, grounding thud that punctuated the melody. Silas remained silent, but his presence was a steady anchor, his ancient energy amplifying the collective intent. The fireflies, inspired, began to fly in slow, deliberate patterns above the pool. Their tiny lights traced glowing arcs and spirals in the twilight air, mirroring the unseen currents of magic they all felt stirring. The trees rustled more purposefully now, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The very air seemed to vibrate with their combined song, a symphony of longing, unity, and deep-rooted love for their home. It wasn't loud, but it was immense, a wave of pure feeling rolling out from the moonlight pool, through the ancient oaks and up towards the indifferent stars. They sang for hours. Fern's throat grew dry, his small body tired, but he poured all his being into the hum, feeling the shared energy of the forest flowing through him. He felt the desperation of the frogs, the weariness of the trees, the quiet strength of Old Boulder, the hopeful flight of Brightwing, and the deep, timeless wisdom of Silas and Elder Moss. They weren't separate creatures anymore, they were the forest, singing for its life. High above, in the vast expanse of sky, something stirred. Clouds, thin and wispy at first, like forgotten cobwebs, began to gather. Drawn by the pure, resonant song rising from the whispering woods, they drifted closer, drawn by the unheard melody of need. They thickened, turning from white to gray to deep, promising purple. The air grew cooler, carrying the unmistakable, sweet scent of approaching rain. A single, fat raindrop splashed onto Fern's nose. He gasped, opening his eyes. Then another, and another. A gentle, steady rain began to fall, cool and blessed, pattering softly on the broad leaves, dripping from the branches, soaking into the thirsty earth. A collective sigh, a release of held breath, went through the assembled creatures. And then magic. As the rain kissed the surface of the moonlight pool, tiny points of iridescent light began to emerge from the water and the surrounding damp moss. The rain singers. Awakened by the life-giving water and the powerful wave of harmonious longing that had called the rain itself, they crawled onto the lily pads, now slick and glistening. They lifted their tiny heads, antennae quivering, and they began to hum. Their song wasn't separate from the forest's song, it was its culmination. Their deep, resonant vibration joined the sigh of the relieved trees, the grateful croak of the frogs, the joyful chirp of the birds, and the contented hum of the root-keepers. It sank deep into the soil, carrying the rain's gift to every root, every thirsty blade of grass, every hidden seed dreaming beneath the surface. The blue bioluminescence in the roots pulsed brighter, synchronizing with the rain singer's song. The scent of petrichor, clean and vibrant, filled the air, washing away the dust and worry. Fern stood in the gentle rain, the cool water soaking his fur, the rain singer's hum vibrating through his paws and up his spine. He watched the pool fill, the lily pads buoyant once more. He saw the leaves glisten, drinking deeply. He felt the forest sigh, a deep, contented breath of restored harmony. Brightwing shook the rain from her feathers and trilled a sweet melody. Old Boulder grunted softly, a sound of profound satisfaction, and began to dig contentedly in the softened earth. Silas slowly blinked, a look of ancient peace in his eyes. Elder Moss placed a gentle paw on Fern's shoulder. "You see, little sprout," she murmured, her voice blending with the rain's hush and the rain singer's hum. "Harmony isn't just given, it's tended. It's the song we sing together with every breath, every rustle, every beat of our hearts for this precious home. When one part suffers, we all feel it. When one part heals, we all rejoice. That is the deepest magic, passed down through root and rock and star." The rain continued, soft and steady, a lullaby for the restored woods. The fireflies danced in the raindrops, their lights refracted into tiny, fleeting rainbows. The combined song of rain, wind, creatures, and magic wove a blanket of peace over the whispering woods. Fern nestled against Elder Moss under the shelter of a giant, rain-washed fern, the scent of wet earth and life filling his senses. The hum of the rain singers, the drumming of the rain on the leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the deep, quiet pulse of the forest itself blended into the most comforting sound imaginable. High above, the clouds, their duty remembered, drifted peacefully on. Below, the ancient forest, bathed in starlight and rain, rested. Its creatures, bound by friendship, wisdom, and the shared song of belonging, knew that balance had been gently nudged back into place. And as sleep began to claim him, Fern understood. The true magic wasn't just in the singing beetles or the whispering trees, but in the quiet, unwavering love that connected every leaf, every stone, every beating heart in the deep, enchanted embrace of the whispering woods. The gentle rain played its soothing melody on the world, a promise whispered on the wind, a lullaby for all who listened, ensuring sweet dreams beneath the watchful, star-dappled canopy. Story 28. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered a little longer, and the air always carried the scent of warm cinnamon and damp earth. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with mossy roofs, smoke curling lazily from their chimneys. It was a place where the ordinary brushed softly against the magical talking squirrels offered weather advice. Sunflowers turned their faces to follow laughter, and the river whispered secrets if you listened carefully. Layla, the village baker with flour perpetually dusting her apron like fallen snow, noticed it first. Her prize-winning rosehip jelly, a jar sealed with a cheerful red gingham cloth, vanished overnight from her pantry shelf. Not stolen, she thought at first, perhaps misplaced. But then Widow Hemlock's favorite knitting needles, smooth as river stones, disappeared from her basket mid-row. Old Man Thistle reported his collection of unusually shaped river pebbles. One looked like a sleeping badger. Gone from his windowsill. Nothing valuable was taken, nothing essential. But the absence of these small, cherished things cast a tiny, perplexing shadow over Willowbrook's usual contentment. A quiet murmur replaced the usual cheerful greetings at the morning market. "My lavender sachet," whispered Millicent the weaver, "the one that smelled of summer meadows, gone from my pillow." "My lucky acorn cap," sighed Jasper the woodcarver, patting his empty pocket. The disappearances were puzzlingly specific, small, non-essential, yet deeply personal items. Lila, kneading dough with gentle determination, decided it was time for observation. She wasn't one for grand adventures, but she possessed a quiet attentiveness honed by years of watching dough rise and ovens glow. She started noting the details. The missing items were all small enough to fit in a hand. They were all things of quiet beauty or personal meaning. And curiously, they all vanished during the deep quiet of the night, between the last owl's hoot and the first robin's song. Seeking a broader perspective, Leela climbed the gentle hill to the village library. It wasn't a grand building, but a cozy cottage overflowing with books that hummed faintly when touched. Oliver, the young librarian whose spectacles always seemed on the verge of slipping off his nose, greeted her with a worried frown. "More vanishings, Leela. It's most unsettling. Not a single book, mind you, but Bertie's favorite quill feather is missing." He adjusted his glasses. "I've been checking the records, nothing like this in the village annals since the great button mix-up of 42, and that was just pixies being mischievous." "Pixies?" Leela asked, dusting flour absently from her sleeve onto a geography atlas, which shimmered slightly in response. Oliver shook his head. "Too neat, pixies leave glitter or turn things bright pink. This is tidy, silent." He sighed. "Perhaps Grandmother Willow might know something. She sees things others miss." Grandmother Willow wasn't a witch, not exactly. She lived in a cottage woven from living willow branches at the edge of Whisperwood, the ancient forest bordering the village. Her hair was silver as moonbeams, her eyes the deep green of forest pools, and her wisdom was as vast and gentle as the woods themselves. She listened to Lila and Oliver's account, her gnarled fingers tracing the whorls in the polished oak table. "Small treasures gone in the deep night," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "Taken, yet no malice felt, a quiet yearning, perhaps." She rose slowly. "Come, the Whisperwood holds answers, but we must ask with soft hearts and open eyes, and we must invite the little lights." Grandmother Willow led them not deep into the woods, but to a small, mossy clearing bathed in perpetual twilight, near where the village gardens met the ancient trees. Fireflies usually danced here, but tonight the clearing was unusually dark. Grandmother Willow hummed a low, soothing tune, a sound like wind through reeds. From the velvety darkness beneath a giant fern, tiny points of light began to emerge. Not fireflies, but luminous moths, their wings shimmering with soft blues, gentle greens, and pearly whites. They fluttered hesitantly, then gathered around Grandmother Willow like a living constellation. "Ah, my dears," she whispered, "you see the comings and goings when the world sleeps. Have you seen the small treasures leaving Willowbrook?" The moths pulsed softly, their light shifting patterns. They didn't speak words, but images and feelings flowed into the minds of Layla, Oliver, and Grandmother Willow. A sense of profound admiration, a deep appreciation for beauty, and glimpses the rosehip jelly jar glowing softly in moonlight, the knitting needles gleaming like silver, the badger-shaped pebble held with infinite care. They admire them, Oliver breathed, understanding dawning. They're not stealing to be mean, they're borrowing because they find them beautiful. But where do they take them? Leela wondered aloud, captivated by the moth's gentle light. The moths pulsed again, this time with an image of the clearing itself, but deeper within the mossy bank, beneath the roots of the ancient fern. A feeling of a hidden place, a secret gallery. Grandmother Willow nodded slowly. They are the moon moths of Whisperwood, creatures of purest starlight and shadow. They weave their nests from moonbeams and dew, and they have a deep love for beautiful small things that catch the faintest light, that hold quiet stories. They admire the care humans put into their treasures. They borrow them, to inspire their own weaving. Leela's heart melted. They think my rosehip jelly is beautiful. The absurdity and sweetness of it washed away any lingering frustration. Indeed, Grandmother Willow smiled. And Widow Hemlock's smooth needles and Old Man Thistle's whimsical stones. They borrow them, marvel at them under the moon, and weave their own beauty inspired by yours. Then, eventually, they return them. Oliver scratched his head. But they haven't returned them yet, and people are worried. The moon moths pulsed again, a soft wave of apology washing over them. An image came, a particularly stunning piece of moonbeam silk they were trying to weave, inspired by the vibrant red of Leela's jelly cloth. They'd gotten carried away, wanting to perfect it before returning the treasures. "Ah," said Grandmother Willow. Enthusiasm outpacing courtesy, a gentle misunderstanding. She turned to the hovering constellation of light. "Dear ones, your appreciation warms the heart. But these small treasures hold meaning for their human friends too. They miss them. Could you perhaps return them, and maybe we can find a way for you to admire beauty without causing worry." The moths shimmered in agreement, a soft, chime-like sound filling the clearing. They fluttered towards the mossy bank beneath the giant fern. With astonishing delicacy, using their tiny legs, they began to push objects out from hidden crevices beneath the roots. Out came Leela's jar of jelly, the red gingham cloth slightly damp with dew but intact. Out came Widow Hemlock's knitting needles, gleaming softly. Out came Old Man Thistle's pebbles, including the badger-shaped one. One by one the missing treasures reappeared, looking no worse for their lunar adventure. Leela carefully picked up her jelly jar. It felt cool, almost humming with a faint, pleasant energy. "Thank you," she whispered to the moths. Oliver had an idea. "Grandmother Willow, the library has many books with pictures of beautiful things. Jewels, flowers, intricate patterns from faraway lands, perhaps. Perhaps the moon moths could visit the library sometimes, at night. Oliver could leave a special book open on a table by the window just for them, and maybe villagers could leave small, extra beautiful things they don't mind sharing on a special shelf outside, like a pretty seashell or a particularly colorful button." Grandmother Willow's eyes crinkled with delight. "A gallery of generosity, a perfect solution, young Oliver. The moon moths fluttered excitedly, their lights swirling like captured starlight in a joyful dance. The idea of a designated place to admire human-made beauty without causing worry filled them with luminous happiness. The next day, Willowbrook awoke to find their missing treasures miraculously returned, each placed carefully near where they had vanished. Leela's jelly jar sat on her pantry shelf. Widow Hemlock's needles were tucked neatly back into her knitting basket. The badger pebble rested on Old Man Thistle's windowsill. And a sense of profound relief and wonder settled over the village. Oliver, true to his word, cleared a small, round table near the library's large bay window. That evening he placed upon it a large, beautifully illustrated book showcasing iridescent butterfly wings from across the realms. He left the window slightly ajar. Leela, inspired, placed a small, perfectly smooth piece of amber on a newly erected shelf just outside her bakery door, labeled for moonlight admiration. Soon others joined in. Millicent added a scrap of shimmering silk, Jasper left a tiny, perfectly carved wooden bird, Widow Hemlock contributed a single perfect pearl butt. That night and many nights after, villagers peeking from their windows would see a soft, ethereal glow emanating from the library window and gathering around the admiration shelf. The moon moths, their delicate wings reflecting the colors of the treasures they studied, fluttered peacefully. They admired the butterfly wings in the book, studied the amber's trapped sunlight, traced the silk's weave, and marveled at the wooden bird's detail. Their own moonbeam weavings, hanging like delicate lanterns in the whisperwood, became even more intricate and beautiful, sometimes incorporating subtle echoes of the admired objects, a hint of red like rosehip jelly, a smoothness reminiscent of polished needles. The mystery of the vanishing treasures had been solved not with shouts or fear, but with quiet observation, gentle seeking, and the wisdom of both the ancient woods and a young librarian's kind heart. Willowbrook learned that sometimes what seems like a loss is merely a borrowing by unseen admirers, and that sharing beauty, even with the silent creatures of the night, only made their cozy, magical world richer. As the villagers drifted off to sleep each night, the soft, cool glow of the moon moths admiring their shared gallery became a comforting nightlight, a gentle reminder that wonder was always close by, appreciating the small, treasured things just like they did. And the air, once tinged with perplexity, now carried the faint, sweet scent of understanding, mingling perfectly with the cinnamon and the damp earth under the watchful, gentle stars. Story 29. In the sun-dappled valley of Sunbeam Hollow, where rivers ran with lemonade and clouds tasted of spun sugar, lived a most peculiar little cloud named Twinkle. Unlike ordinary clouds, Twinkle wasn't content with just drifting. She collected fallen stars' tiny, mischievous points of light that tumbled out of the night sky and got lost in the dewy grass. Her fluff was perpetually speckled with their glitter, and she had a habit of sneezing little showers of stardust whenever she laughed, which was often. Twinkle's best friend was Barnaby, a snail whose shell wasn't just a home, but a meticulously organized post office. He delivered messages written on petals, acorn caps, and even butterfly wings all across Sunbeam Hollow. Barnaby moved at a snail's pace naturally, but he knew every route, every pebble, and every shortcut through the whispering ferns. His antennae twitched with purpose, and he wore a tiny cap woven from dandelion fluff. One crisp, apple-scented morning, Sunbeam Hollow awoke to a peculiar dimness. The usual golden light seemed faded, the colors less vibrant. The cheerful hum of the hummingbird mail carriers was replaced by worried chirps. Even the river's lemonade seemed a little flat. "The Starlight Festival is tonight," wailed Petunia, a hedgehog who knitted cozy sweaters for the Fireflies. "How can we dance under the stars if there are no stars? They all seem to have vanished." Panic, albeit a very polite and bewildered panic, fluttered through the hollow. That's when Twinkle, puffing anxiously, drifted down to Barnaby's moss-covered rock post office. Her usual sparkle was dimmed. "Oh, Barnaby," she sniffled, a tiny puff of gray cloud escaping. "It's dreadful, all the stars I'd collected for the festival. They've escaped, every single one. I must have left my star sack open last night while watching the glowworm parade. Now they're scattered who knows where, and the whole sky feels bare." Barnaby adjusted his dandelion cap thoughtfully. "Escaped stars, eh? That is a kerfuffle, but fret not, dear Twinkle. Vanishing objects are precisely our speciality in the Postal Service. We excel at finding lost things." He tapped a tiny map painted on a lily pad pinned to his shell. "We simply need a plan, and perhaps a little extra glitter for tracking." Their quest began immediately. Barnaby, with his intimate knowledge of the hollow, devised a search grid. Twinkle, floating gently above, used her cloud vision to scan for telltale glimmers. They checked under toadstool caps, finding only snoozing beetles, inside hollow logs, home to a grumpy badger who complained about the darn twinkling, and even amongst the petals of the giant moonflowers, who giggled ticklishly. Hours passed. They found 3 stars hiding in a robin's nest, mistaking the blue eggs for giant sapphires. They found 5 more playing hopscotch on lily pads in the Lemonade River. But hundreds were still missing, and the festival was mere hours away. The dimness deepened, casting long, sad shadows. Just as despair began to cloud Twinkle's fluff, quite literally, Barnaby noticed something odd near the library, a cozy burrow built inside a giant, hollowed-out pumpkin, run by Oliver, a very wise old owl who wore spectacles made of dewdrops. Tiny points of light seemed to be flitting into the pumpkin's open doorway. "Curiouser and curiouser," murmured Barnaby, craning his neck. Oliver doesn't usually host such luminous guests. They approached the pumpkin library. Inside, it was chaos. Hundreds of escaped stars were zooming around like hyperactive fireflies, knocking books off shelves, hiding behind scrolls, and making frantic patterns on the ceiling. Oliver the owl was perched on his highest branch, looking utterly flustered, his dewdrop spectacles askew. "My dear stars," he hooted, trying to sound stern but only sounding slightly hoarse. "This is most irregular. Books are for reading, not for interstellar hide-and-seek." Twinkle gasped. "They're here. But why?" Barnaby slowly inched his way across the floor, avoiding the zooming lights. He noticed something sparkling near Oliver's favorite reading cushion. It was a single, slightly crumpled stamp from Barnaby's own collection, a rare, shimmering Comet Express stamp. Then he saw another stuck to a book spine. And another. "Aha!" Barnaby exclaimed, a slow smile spreading across his face. "I understand they weren't just escaping Twinkle, they were delivering." He explained his theory. The mischievous stars, escaping from Twinkle's sack, had seen Barnaby's discarded practice stamps. He'd been testing new glue. Fascinated by the shiny pictures, they'd decided to become postal workers themselves. They'd zoomed off not to hide but to find things to deliver, hence the stars in the nest delivered to the eggs, on the lily pads delivered for the frogs, and now in the library trying desperately to stick Barnaby's stamps onto Oliver's books. They were imitating their hero, the snail postmaster. Twinkle burst into laughter, a shower of glittery rain sprinkling down. "Oh, you silly, wonderful little stars, you wanted jobs." Oliver hooted with relieved amusement. "Well, they certainly delivered chaos, but the intention, it seems, was rather stellar." The solution was simple and joyful. Barnaby gathered the stars, not into a sack, but into a specially prepared postal training wagon, a large, hollowed-out gourd decorated with glowworm lamps. He gave each star a tiny, invisible postal assistant badge made of moonbeam thread. "Right, recruits," Barnaby announced, adopting his most official postmaster voice. "First rule of the Sunbeam Hollow Postal Service, deliveries must be requested and coordinated. Your mission tonight is critical. Illuminate the Starlight Festival. report to Twinkle for deployment positions. The stars shimmered with excitement, buzzing orderly patterns inside the gourd wagon. As dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, the residents of Sunbeam Hollow gathered in the meadow. Doubt still lingered. Could the stars really be ready? Twinkle floated high above, Barnaby perched proudly on her fluffiest part. At Barnaby's signal, a loud toot on a honeysuckle trumpet, Twinkle gave a mighty, happy sneeze. K-H-U. Not a shower of stardust, but a glorious cascade of hundreds of perfectly positioned stars erupted from her fluff. They shot upwards not chaotically, but with purpose, arranging themselves into dazzling constellations requested earlier. A leaping frog for the pond, a knitting hedgehog for Petunia, a steaming teacup for Oliver, and a magnificent, glittering snail with a dandelion cap right in the center. The valley erupted in gasps of wonder, then cheers, as the missing light returned tenfold, bathing everything in soft, magical radiance. The dimness vanished, replaced by a sparkling wonderland. The lemonade river glowed, the flowers pulsed with color, and the air hummed with pure joy. The festival began with music from cricket orchestras and dancing fireflies. The stars, now official postal assistants, twinkled proudly, occasionally zipping down to deliver a sparkle kiss to a child's cheek or light the path for a latecomer. Twinkle, hovering contentedly, gave another small, glittery sneeze. Barnaby patted her fluff. Best delivery yet, though next time perhaps keep the star sack fastened. Less paperwork that way. As the gentle music lulled the hollow towards sleep, the stars shone brighter than ever before, a testament to the delightful chaos of good intentions, the magic of friendship, and the unexpected joy of finding your purpose, even if it involves sticking stamps to owl libraries. And high above, Twinkle and Barnaby watched over their glowing, giggling, perfectly illuminated home, knowing that sometimes the brightest solutions come from the quirkiest misunderstandings and the kindest hearts. The night wrapped Sunbeam Hollow in a blanket of sparkling peace, perfect for drifting into dreams filled with sugar clouds, snail postmasters, and the gentle, persistent twinkle of stars who loved their jobs. Story 30. The little cottage at the edge of Willowbrook always held a quiet kind of magic for Oliver. Not the flashy sort, but the kind that hummed in the scent of old wood and lavender, in the dust motes dancing in afternoon sunbeams slanting through the kitchen window. Oliver, a boy with eyes like storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, lived there with his grandfather. His favorite place was the cluttered attic, a treasure trove of forgotten things. One rainy Tuesday, while seeking shelter from the downpour, Oliver noticed something he hadn't seen before. Tucked behind a battered rocking horse and a stack of yellowed maps was a small, ordinary-looking copper teapot. It was tarnished, dented, and utterly unremarkable, except for the faint, warm humming sound it seemed to emit, a sound Oliver felt more than heard, like the purr of a contented cat. Intrigued, Oliver carefully lifted the teapot. It was surprisingly heavy, cool to the touch despite the attic's warmth. As his fingers brushed away a layer of dust near the spout, a tiny constellation of sparks, like miniature fireflies, flickered briefly and vanished. Oliver's breath caught. He carried the teapot downstairs, his grandfather dozing peacefully in his armchair by the hearth. Setting it gently on the worn kitchen table, Oliver examined it. There were no markings, no hidden switches. He filled it with water from the pitcher, wondering. As the water settled, the humming grew slightly louder, a comforting vibration in the quiet kitchen. Tentatively, Oliver poured the water into a mug. Steam curled upwards, carrying with it not just the scent of hot water, but the unmistakable, comforting aroma of his grandmother's honey chamomile tea, her favorite, a scent Oliver hadn't experienced since she passed away years ago. Tears pricked his eyes, not of sadness, but of sudden, overwhelming warmth and a sense of her presence. Oliver realized this was no ordinary teapot. It didn't just heat water, it conjured memories, distilled feelings into scent and taste. Pouring plain water yielded the scent of fresh rain on dry earth. Adding a single blueberry made the steam smell like sun-warmed summer afternoons by the river. The teapot held the essence of things, translating the invisible into the tangible. But Oliver soon discovered its true secret wasn't just conjuring scents, it revealed hidden paths. One afternoon, feeling lonely, Oliver poured water infused with the longing for adventure. The steam didn't just smell of pine forests and distant mountains. It swirled and condensed on the cool window pane, tracing a shimmering, intricate map of pathways leading deep into the whispering woods beyond Willowbrook. A path Oliver had never seen before glowed brightest. His journey began. Armed with the humming teapot tucked safely in his worn satchel and a heart fluttering with nervous excitement, Oliver followed the glowing map only visible when he held the teapot just so. The whispering woods were aptly named. Ancient oaks creaked and sighed, ferns whispered secrets to the wind, and sunlight dappled the mossy floor like scattered gold coins. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. Perched on a lichen-covered branch was Barnaby, a squirrel with fur the color of polished chestnuts and one ear slightly tattered. Barnaby wasn't interested in nuts. He collected lost buttons and misplaced sighs. "Hello, map holder." Barnaby chattered, his tail twitching like a question mark. The woods sense your intent. The teapot of echoes chooses wisely, but the path ahead is tangled. You seek the glimmering glade, where the world's hidden songs gather. Old troubles stir there. The echoes are troubled. Oliver, surprised the squirrel knew about the teapot, nodded. "How do you know, and what troubles them?" Barnaby flicked his tattered ear. "I hear the whispers carried on the wind, the sighs caught in spiderwebs. The glade holds the heart song of this forest. Lately, a sour note has crept in, a discordant hum. It silences the smaller songs, the laughter of brooks, the rustle of vole paws. The echoes dim. The teapot shows the path, but it cannot mend the song. That requires listening." Further along the glowing path, where the trees grew taller and the air cooler, Oliver met his second helper. She emerged from behind a curtain of hanging moss like a shadow given form. Ilara, a badger with fur like brushed silver moonlight and eyes deep and knowing as ancient wells. She moved with a quiet, deliberate grace. "Ah," she rumbled, her voice low and soothing as stones settling in a stream. The keeper of warmth approaches. The teapot hums true. You feel the discord too, child. It vibrates in the roots, chills the earth. Ilara nudged a fallen leaf with her nose. The trouble stems not from malice, but from a deep forgetting. Something vital has been misplaced, its absence causing a tear in the glade's harmony. Wisdom, not force, will mend it. Remember what the teapot teaches. Essence matters. Find the missing essence. Oliver felt a weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders, heavier than the teapot. The challenge wasn't a monster to fight, but a silence to understand, a forgotten thing to find. He continued, guided by the teapot's map and Barnaby's cheerful button-related chatter. That oak over there lost a splendid brass one last Tuesday. Sounded like a tiny gong. Ilara walked silently beside him, her presence a steadying anchor. The glimmering glade, when they finally reached it, took Oliver's breath away. It was a natural amphitheater, carpeted in luminous blue moss. Giant, translucent mushrooms pulsed with soft light, and crystal-clear water trickled over smooth stones, creating a delicate, natural chime. But Barnaby was right. The usual symphony of the woods, the bird calls, the insect hum, the rustle of leaves was muted here, replaced by a pervasive, low, discordant drone that made Oliver's teeth ache faintly. The light from the mushrooms flickered weakly. The air felt heavy, thick with unshed sorrow. Holding the teapot, Oliver closed his eyes, remembering Ilara's words. Listen. Find the missing essence. He poured a little water into the teapot, focusing not on a specific memory, but on the feeling of the glade itself, its peace, its music, its light. The steam curled upwards, thick and slow, smelling not of flowers or forests, but of cold stone and deep, lonely silence. It was the scent of absence. Where is the heart of the song? Oliver whispered, more to himself than anyone. Barnaby scampered up a glowing mushroom. The drone, its loudest near the old singing stone, but the stone hasn't sung in seasons. Alara padded towards a large, flat boulder at the glade's center, smooth as glass. This is the stone. It resonated with the glade's purest joy. But look. She nudged a small, dark crevice at the stone's base with her snout. It wasn't empty. Tucked deep inside, almost invisible, was a smooth, gray river pebble, cold and inert. This, Alara rumbled, is a sorrow stone, not evil, just heavy. Lost, perhaps, by a weary traveler long ago, it absorbed sadness and grew cold, rolling here by chance. Its weight, its silent grief, presses against the singing stone, dampening its song, stifling the echoes. The solution was clear, yet delicate. Force would shatter the fragile sorrow stone, releasing its pent-up sadness violently. Wisdom required compassion. Oliver knelt by the crevice. He understood heaviness. He remembered times he'd felt lost and cold inside. Taking the copper teapot, he poured a little water over its surface, focusing intently on the feeling of warmth, of comfort, of gentle sunlight after rain. The steam that rose was golden, smelling of fresh-baked bread and his grandfather's soft chuckle. He carefully directed this warm, comforting steam towards the dark crevice and the cold sorrow stone within. Nothing happened at first. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, the gray pebble began to glow with a faint, inner warmth. It didn't vanish, but its cold heaviness seemed to lessen. As Oliver continued, pouring warmth and comfort, the sorrow stone grew warmer, its gray light softening. The oppressive drone lessened, replaced by a faint, hopeful thrum. The discord didn't vanish entirely, but its sharp edge was soothed. Now, Alara murmured gently, it needs to be heard, not silenced. It needs a place where its weight is understood. Oliver understood. He carefully, slowly, used a smooth stick Barnaby found to gently nudge the now warm, softly glowing pebble out of the crevice. It rested in his palm, radiating not cold sorrow, but a quiet, melancholic warmth. The moment it left the crevice, the old singing stone gave a soft, clear chime, like a bell underwater. The discordant drone vanished completely. The blue moss brightened, the mushroom lights pulsed stronger, and the natural sounds of the woods, the chirps, the rustles, the trickle of water rushed back into the glade, sweeter and more vibrant than before. The echoes were restored, singing a harmonious song of relief and joy. Oliver held the warm sorrow stone. It shouldn't be forgotten, he said softly. He found a small, sunny hollow near the edge of the glade, cushioned with soft moss. He placed the stone there where dappled sunlight could touch it. Here, he whispered, you can rest, you can be warm, we hear you. The stone pulsed gently, a soft sigh of release. The journey back felt lighter. The path through the whispering woods seemed friendlier, the whispers more cheerful. Barnaby presented Oliver with a shiny blue button he swore he'd been saving for someone special. For remembering the small size, he chirped. Alara walked beside him until the cottage lights glimmered through the trees. You carried warmth, child, she said, her silver fur gleaming in the twilight. You listened with your heart, the teapot showed the way, but the wisdom was yours. Remember, even the heaviest sorrow can be warmed, even the quietest voice needs to be heard. Back in the cozy cottage kitchen, the copper teapot sat humming softly on the table. Oliver's grandfather stirred, blinking awake. Oliver, is that honey chamomile I smell? Oliver smiled, the scent of his grandmother's tea filling the room, mingling with the wood smoke and the lingering damp earth scent of the woods. He poured a cup for his grandfather. "It is, Grandad." He touched the warm teapot. It had shown him a path not just through the woods, but into understanding. He had learned that magic wasn't just in enchanted objects, but in kindness, in listening, in offering warmth to the cold and forgotten. He had discovered that the greatest journeys change you from the inside, filling you with a quiet strength and a deeper connection to the world's hidden heart song. As the fire crackled and the comforting scent of chamomile soothed the room, Oliver knew the teapot's true secret wasn't conjuring memories or revealing paths. It was a gentle reminder to look closer, listen deeper, and always carry a little warmth to share. And that, he thought, sipping his own cup of tea that tasted like pure, peaceful contentment, was the most extraordinary magic of all. Story 31. Story 31. The attic of Granny Sylvie's cottage always smelled of cedar wood and forgotten summers. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof as young Milo pushed aside a dusty tapestry, revealing a small chest bound with tarnished copper. Inside, nestled in velvet as soft as dandelion fluff, lay an ordinary-looking pocket watch. Its silver casing was cool against Milo's palm, engraved with tiny, swirling patterns that seemed to shift like minnows in a stream. But when he pressed the worn crown instead of ticking, the watch whispered. A voice like wind through barley fields murmured, "Find the place where time stands still." Milo's heart fluttered like a trapped moth. He'd always felt invisible in his bustling village, a quiet boy who preferred sketching wildflowers to chasing footballs. Now, this impossible whisper promised adventure. He tucked the watch into his waistcoat pocket, its gentle hum warming his ribs like a sip of chamomile tea. The next dawn, Milo slipped into the whispering woods. Sunlight dripped through the canopy, painting the ferns in gold and emerald. He'd barely crossed the mossy threshold when a twig snapped. A badger in a patched waistcoat stepped from behind an oak, polishing spectacles perched on his snout. "Lost, young sir," rumbled Thaddeus Trufflesnout, his voice as rich as forest loam. "The woods sense-seekers, that watch of yours, it hums of old magic." Thaddeus explained he was a keeper of quiet things, guardian of misplaced wonders. Where time stands still, that'd be the glimmering glade, but the paths tangled since the shadow size came. Milo soon met his second helper, Pip, a red squirrel with a tail like a question mark, who dropped acorns on Thaddeus's head. "Shadow size, Pa, just gloomy breezes that steal your giggles." Pip chattered, cartwheeling down a birch trunk. "They make you feel like your socks are soggy forever, but I know a shortcut, follow Pip." His boundless energy fizzed like lemonade. The journey unfurled like a tapestry. They waded through meadows where butterflies carried the scent of crushed mint, slept in hollows lined with owldown, and shared stories by firefly light. Milo learned Thaddeus collected lost sighs in glass bottles to brew into starlight, while Pip juggled cloudberries to make sky syrup. Yet as they neared the glimmering glade, the air grew heavy. Colors dimmed, and Pip's laughter dwindled to a whisper. Shadow size, invisible, cold tendrils coiled around them, leeching joy like frost-withering petals. The glade itself was breathtaking, a clearing where dew hung suspended in midair, frozen raindrops glittering like diamonds, and autumn leaves hovered without falling. At its heart stood a sundial carved from moonstone. But the shadow size thickened here, swirling from a crack in the sundial's base. A low moan vibrated in Milo's bones. Pip shivered, fur flat. "See, soggy socks forever." Thaddeus adjusted his spectacles. "The sundial's heart is cracked. Long ago, a lonely hourglass spirit shattered it, spilling timeless sorrow. Force won't mend it. Shadow size feed on struggle." Milo's fingers brushed the pocket watch. It pulsed warmly. Wisdom, he realized, not strength. He remembered Pip's cloudberry juggling, Thaddeus's sigh bottles. What if sorrow could be transformed, not fought? Pip, Milo whispered, can you gather laughter, the kind that sticks to acorn caps? Pip's eyes brightened. He scampered up trees, shaking branches till giggles rained down, children's chuckles, foxkits' yips, collecting them in his cupped paws like liquid sunlight. Thaddeus, Milo asked, can we weave those into the size? The badger beamed. From his waistcoat he drew a vial of starlight and a silver needle. A mending, not a battle, clever lad. Together they worked. Pip blew bubbles of laughter into the shadow size. Where they touched, the gloom sparkled, becoming firefly trails. Thaddeus threaded starlight through the needle, humming an old badger lullaby. Milo held the pocket watch to the sundial's crack. The watch's whisper grew louder, gentler. Sorrow shared is halved. Joy shared is doubled. He poured his own loneliness into the words, the ache of being overlooked, the quiet hope of being seen. As Milo spoke, Pip's laughter bubbles fused with Thaddeus's starlight threads, weaving a net of shimmering gossamer over the crack. The moaning softened, then stilled. The frozen dewdrops trembled and fell, kissing the earth with tiny plinks. Autumn leaves drifted down in a slow, golden dance. Time flowed again, sweet and clear as a woodland spring. From the mended sundial rose a wisp of light, shaping into the hourglass spirit. Her voice chimed like icicles melting. Thank you, she sighed, no longer lonely. You carried what I lost, compassion. She touched Milo's pocket watch. It chimed softly, its whisper now a contented hum. Keep it, it remembers kindness. Journeying home, Milo felt changed. The woods seemed brighter, friends closer. Pip rode his shoulder, cracking hazelnut jokes, while Thaddeus pointed out constellations only badgers could see. Back in the attic, Milo opened the watch. Inside, where gears should have been, swirled a tiny, perfect glimmering glade, dewdrops catching starlight, leaves forever falling in golden silence. He knew now that ordinary things held extraordinary secrets, and that quiet hearts could mend the loudest sorrows. That night, as Milo drifted to sleep, the watch chimed softly on his nightstand, a lullaby of timeless glades and friendships stitched with starlight. Outside, the whispering woods sighed contentedly, their shadows now just gentle rests between bursts of sun. And in dreams, Milo danced with hourglass spirits under frozen rain, forever unafraid of being unseen. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 43, Story 44, Story 45, Story 46, Story 47. The Whispering Lantern. Beneath a quilt of twilight stars, where the village of Willowmere nestled between rolling hills and ancient oaks, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Leela with hair the color of chestnut bark and eyes that held the green mystery of fern-shaded glades. Her hands were always stained with earth from tending the medicinal garden behind her thatched cottage, where she lived with her ailing grandmother. Though barely 12 winters old, Leela possessed a quiet determination that made the village elders nod in respect when she passed, her wicker basket brimming with yarrow and lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the last amber light bled from the sky, Leela discovered something peculiar in the roots of the great hollow oak at the forest's edge. A lantern, its glass frosted with age, lay half buried in a nest of acorns. But this was no ordinary lantern. When she brushed her fingertips against its dented copper frame, the interior sparked to life with a flame that burned neither red nor gold, but a curious silvery blue, like moonlight made liquid. As the light swelled, the world around her shifted. The bark of trees shimmered with hidden symbols, the air buzzed with the whispers of unseen creatures, and a path of glowing stones materialized before her, winding deep into the shadowed woods. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "is a wayfarer's lantern." Leela nearly dropped the artifact. Perched on a lichen-covered branch above her was a tawny owl, its golden eyes sharp and knowing. "It reveals what the heart truly seeks," the owl continued, tilting its head. "But mind the shadows it casts, child. Where there is light, there are always those who fear it." Before Leela could ask the owl's name, it spread its wings and melted into the dusk. Heart pounding, she traced the glowing path with her gaze. It led toward Blackthorn Ridge, a place villagers only spoke of in hushed tones, a realm of tangled vines and forgotten magic, where the air itself was said to play tricks on the mind. Yet the lantern's light pulsed warmly in her hands, and in its shimmer Leela saw a fleeting vision. Her grandmother, weak but smiling, sipping tea from a chipped blue cup. The image stirred something fierce in her chest. She packed a satchel that night, a woolen cloak, a wedge of honeycomb wrapped in waxed cloth, and a vial of dandelion salve for blisters. At dawn, with the lantern carefully tucked in her basket, Lyra slipped past sleeping cottages and followed the stone path into the woods. The forest transformed under the lantern's glow. Ferns unfurled silver fronds where the light touched them, and ghostly moths with wings like stained glass fluttered around Leela's head, their antennae brushing her cheeks with frost-kissed velvet. By midday she reached a brook whose waters ran backward over smooth black stones. A figure waited there, a boy no older than Leela, kneeling at the water's edge. His clothes were stitched from patchwork leaves, his hair a nest of twigs and dried moss. When he turned, Leela gasped. His eyes were entirely black, like pools of ink. "You're holding it wrong," he said, nodding at the lantern. His voice crackled like autumn leaves underfoot. "Holding what wrong?" "The light, you're gripping it like a shield. It's meant to be carried loosely, like this." He demonstrated with empty hands, palms cupped upward. "Trust it. It knows the way better than you do." Leela hesitated, then adjusted her grip. The lantern floated an inch above her hands, spinning gently. The boy grinned, revealing teeth sharp as hawthorn thorns. Better I'm Bramble, the stream's guardian. You'll drown if you try to cross alone. The current listens to sorrow, and yours is loud enough to wake the willow spirits. I'm not sad, Leela protested, though her throat tightened. She'd refused to let herself cry since grandmother took ill. Bramble's inkwell eyes softened. Courage isn't the absence of fear, little wayfarer. It's walking forward despite the tremble in your bones. Here. He plucked a reed from the bank and blew across its hollow center. The note that emerged was low and resonant, like a cello played deep underground. The backward current stilled. The bridge will hold now, he said, but only until sunset. As Leela stepped onto the stones, Bramble called after her, "Tell the weaver I sent you. She likes stories about hedgehogs." Deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of pine resin and something sweeter, roasting apples, perhaps, or cinnamon steeped in cider. The lantern's light intensified, casting long shadows that squirmed and twisted like living things. Leela hummed to steady her nerves, a lullaby grandmother had taught her. The shadows stilled. She found the weaver in a clearing where looms of living ivy stretched between the trees, their threads glimmering with dewdrops. The woman was ancient, her brown skin etched with wrinkles that mirrored the bark of the oaks around her. She wore a cloak woven from spider silk and starlight, and her fingers flew across the ivy threads, weaving patterns that made Leila's head spin. A flock of geese migrating over a harvest moon, a fox teaching her kits to hunt, 1,000 maple keys spiraling to the forest floor. Bramble mentioned hedgehogs, Leela blurted, then flushed. The weaver's laughter was the sound of wind chimes. Did he now, clever sprite? He knows I'd never turn away someone who appreciates a good hedgehog tale. She gestured to a stump beside her, its surface polished smooth. Sit, child, your lanterns told me much, but I'd rather hear your voice. Over cups of chamomile tea that steamed despite having no visible fire, Leela spoke of grandmother's worsening cough, the lantern's strange magic, her hope that Blackthorn Ridge held a cure. The weaver listened intently, her needle-thin shuttle never pausing in its dance across the loom. The lantern reveals truths, the weaver said at last. But some truths are knives. Are you prepared to see what others cannot? Leila thought of grandmother's hands, trembling as she stirred soup over the hearth. Yes. Then you'll need this. The weaver plucked a thread from her loom, a shimmering strand the color of Leila's chestnut hair, and tied it around the girl's wrist. The path ahead is lined with mirrors. Some will show your fears, others your desires. This thread will tether you to what's real, and take these. She pressed 3 acorns into Leila's palm. Plant them where the light dies. The mirror gorge was exactly as the weaver had warned, a narrow pass where jagged stones rose like broken teeth, their surfaces polished to glassy perfection. Leila's reflection fragmented as she walked, each shard showing a different version of herself. In one she stood triumphant, holding a glowing flower above her head. In another she lay pale and still on a bed of wilted roses. A third showed grandmother's cottage dark and empty, windows boarded shut. Just shadows, Leila whispered, clutching the woven thread. But her chest ached as the false images multiplied, a version of herself adored by the village, another wandering lost in the woods forever. Then came the cruelest mirror, grandmother, healthy and laughing, embracing a different girl who looked nothing like Leila. She nearly dropped the lantern then. The flame guttered and the shadows at her feet began to creep upward, cold as winter fog. But the acorns in her pocket grew warm. Remembering the weaver's words, Leila knelt and planted them in the thin soil between the stones. They sprouted instantly, roots cracking rock as 3 oaks shot upward, their canopies intertwining to block the mirror's sight. Sunlight, real sunlight, filtered through the leaves. "Thank you," Lyra breathed, pressing her forehead to the nearest trunk. A single acorn dropped into her hand, its shell veined with gold. At twilight on the third day, Layla reached the heart of Blackthorn Ridge. The lantern's light dimmed to a faint glow, illuminating a circle of standing stones draped in flowering vines. At the center stood a pedestal carved with runes, and upon it rested a book bound in moth-wing parchment. When Layla opened it, the pages were blank until the lantern's light touched the paper. Words bloomed like ink dropped in water, revealing a recipe titled Elixir of Unfading Dawn. Her heart soared as she read the ingredients: nectar from a frost blossom, which only grew in high mountain passes, the breath of a firefly swarm, and a single petal from the night-blooming selenia, a flower said to grow where starlight pooled in the roots of ancient trees. But at the bottom of the page, a warning: the elixir grants life, but demands balance. To heal one, another must offer what they cherish most. "I'll find a way," Leela murmured. But as she turned to leave, the ground trembled. The standing stones shifted, forming a cage around her. From the shadows emerged a creature both beautiful and terrible, a stag with antlers of twisted blackthorn, its coat shimmering like oil on water. Its eyes were twin voids, and where it stepped, flowers withered to ash. "Thief," it intoned, voice echoing as if from the bottom of a well. "The lantern is not yours to wield." Leela's mouth went dry. I didn't steal it, I found it." The stag lowered its antlers, each thorn glinting wickedly. "All light is borrowed, yours flickers with doubt. Surrender the flame, and I will grant you safe passage." The lantern trembled in her hands. Part of her longed to obey, to flee back to grandmother and forget magic and mirrors and stags made of shadows. But then she remembered Bramble's reed song steadying the stream, the weaver's thread keeping her anchored, the acorn now warm against her heart. These were not the tools of a thief. They were gifts freely given. "No," Leela said, straightening. "The light isn't mine to surrender, it's a promise, to see things through even when I'm scared." For a terrible moment the stag loomed over her, antlers poised to strike. Then it laughed, a sound like icicles shattering on stone. "Well answered, wayfarer." The creature dissolved into smoke, revealing a slender woman with bark-like skin and hair of living ivy. Her eyes, now a gentle russet, crinkled with amusement. "I am the warden. For centuries, mortals have come seeking magic to take. You're the first who understood it must be shared." She pressed a hand to the ground. Where her fingers touched, the selenia flower erupted from the soil, its petals silver-white and humming with starlight. "Take what you need, child, but remember the price." The journey home blurred like a half-remembered dream. Frost blossoms clung to alpine cliffs, their nectar sweeter than honey. Fireflies in a sunlit glade pooled their golden breath into her vial. And the selenia petal, wrapped in cobweb silk, glowed softly in her satchel. Yet the warden's warning haunted her. What do I cherish most? Leela wondered. Her herb garden, the lantern, grandmother's stories by the fire. She found her answer at the cottage doorstep. Grandmother lay unconscious, her breathing shallow. Leela prepared the elixir with trembling hands, combining the ingredients in a copper pot as the recipe instructed. The mixture swirled like liquid opal, its steam-forming shapes, a phoenix, a bursting star, a tree with roots deeper than time. As she lifted the bowl to grandmother's lips, the warden's voice echoed in her memory. Another must offer what they cherish most. Leela's throat tightened. She knew, suddenly, what the magic required. "Take my memories," she whispered to the steam. "The ones of us together, the stories she told me, the way she taught me to read the language of plants. Let her keep those instead of taking her life." The steam curled around her temples, warm as a caress. For one heart-stopping moment, Leela feared nothing had happened. Then grandmother's eyes fluttered open, clear and bright. "Lila," she croaked. "Why are you crying, little Fern?" But when Leela tried to recall grandmother's voice singing the lullaby, her mind grasped only fragments. The recipe's price was exact. Yet as her grandmother pulled her into a weak embrace, Layla found she didn't mind. Some loves were too vast to be confined to memory. Years later, when villagers asked how the old woman had miraculously recovered, Leela simply smiled and offered them rosemary tea. The lantern still hung above their hearth, its silver-blue flame now dormant. On quiet evenings she traced the symbols on its glass, a map of constellations, she realized, and wondered if Bramble still guarded his stream, if the weaver's loom still danced with stories. One midsummer night, a familiar tawny owl tapped at her window. Clutched in its talons was a single frost blossom, pristine despite the season. Leela tucked it into grandmother's braid as they sat by the fire, the older woman now gray-haired but vigorous, her laughter still the warmest sound in the world. "Tell me the story again," grandmother said, eyes twinkling. "About the girl and the magical lantern." And though Leela couldn't recall every detail, the words flowed as naturally as spring water, a tale of friendship forged in shadows, of courage kindled in the quiet spaces between fear and hope, of love that could outshine even the darkest night. Outside, the wind carried the scent of blooming selenia, and deep in the woods, 3 golden acorns glimmered in the moonlight, waiting. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. In the quiet village of Wixbottom, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Mira, who could hear the secret songs of buttons. Every morning as she sewed bright fasteners onto coats in her aunt's tailor's shop, tiny voices trilled against her fingertips, brass ones humming marches, pearlescent buttons singing lullabies, wooden toggles chanting sea shanties. But it was the silent button that changed everything, a tarnished silver disc at the bottom of Mrs. Bramble's mending basket, quieter than snowfall. One crisp October evening, when golden light pooled like spilled honey across the workroom, Mira pressed the cold metal to her ear. Instead of song, she felt a pull behind her navel, as if the button's shank had hooked her very soul. The world blurred into a swirl of cinnamon-scented shadows, and when her feet found solid ground, she stood in a moonlit meadow where willows wept silver tears into a brook. There beneath a tree wearing a scarf of moss sat a badger in a waistcoat, sipping tea from an acorn cup. Late by 17 years, but punctuality's overrated, the badger rumbled, patting the grass beside him. His spectacles glowed with trapped fireflies. "You've come for the stitching, I presume." Thus began Mira's tutelage under Thaddeus T., loom, badger emeritus of temporal seams. Each night the silent button whisked her to the meadow, where Thaddeus taught her to mend not fabric, but moments. With thread spun from dandelion wishes and a needle forged from a star's sigh, she learned to darn torn memories, patch frayed hopes, and secure loose ends of time itself. "The world's unraveling, stitch by stitch," Thaddeus muttered as Mira practiced binding yesterday's regrets to tomorrow's promises. "Someone's been snipping vital threads." The trouble arrived as frost painted ferns on the tailor's shop windows. A creeping chill seeped through Wixbottom, not the kind that reddens noses, but one that made bread refuse to rise and candles burn blue and cold. Villagers brought Mira garments haunted by fading, a baker's apron where dough forgot to swell, a midwife's shawl that no longer remembered lullabies, the mayor's gloves that shook with indecision. Through her button, Mira saw the truth, frayed silver threads connecting every person and place, snapping like overstretched yarn. "Time's tapestry is coming undone," clucked Nettle, a clockwork songbird companion Thaddeus crafted from sundial parts and a nightingale's heart. Perched on Mira's shoulder, her brass feathers whirred anxiously. "We need the weaver's comb." Their quest led them through the buttonhole gate into the hinterlands of memory. They navigated forests where trees grew rings like storybook pages, crossed rivers of spilled secrets that whispered around their ankles, and outwitted a melancholy fog that tried to stitch their shadows to the ground. In a valley of forgotten birthdays, they met their second ally, a patchwork girl named Calico, whose hair was ribbon scraps and whose laugh jingled like scissors. The combs guarded by the Unraveler, Calico warned, fingers flying as she repaired Mira's wind-tattered cloak with threads of twilight. He wasn't always cruel. Once he trimmed Time's split ends, but grief made him spiteful. Her button eyes gleamed. He needs remembrance, not defeat. The tower of hourglass stones loomed over a plain of broken clocks. Inside, the Unraveler spun on a wheel of snapped threads, his form shifting between a sorrow-eyed man and a monstrous tangle of scissors. Mira's fingers trembled, but Thaddeus nudged her forward. "Stitch the truth, child." "You were loved," Mira whispered, threading her needle with starlight. As she spoke, her button grew warm not with magic, but with memories pouring through the silver disc, the Unraveler teaching a small girl to knit, laughing as yarn cascaded around them, the same man sobbing over an empty cradle, his first vengeful snip at Time's fabric. With each stitch, Mira mended his story to the greater tapestry until his scissor hands stilled. "Forgotten hurts fester," the Unraveler rasped, now a silver-haired man holding out the comb, a simple thing of cherry wood and spider silk. "Keep the weave whole, little stitcher." Back in Wicksbottom, Mira pressed the comb to the village weather vane. With Calico's ribbons fluttering guidance and Thaddeus growling tempo, she wove dawn's first light through every snapped thread. Bakeries exhaled yeast-scented sighs, gardens remembered their colors, and children skipped rhymes twined through the streets. The silent button now sang a new melody in Mira's palm, a lullaby of mended moments. Years later, travelers would marvel at the town where tea stayed perfectly warm in cups, where arguments dissolved like sugar, and where every child received a button on their 10th birthday. But locals simply smiled, tending their shops as autumn leaves drifted down like clipped threads, knowing a flaxen-haired mender walked the cobbles, her pockets jingling with silver discs and her ears full of the world's quietest, most important songs. And if you listen very closely tonight, as the fire pops its secret language and your quilt settles around you like a drifted cloud, you might hear it too, the soft snick of a button finding its proper place, stitching our scattered moments into something whole, something warm, something forever. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 56. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots. A small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, But its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it, he explained. It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom. Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldric's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Stories of two. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Story 73. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, The villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "Oh, wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. "Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words." Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. "Listen closely," she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. "Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found." And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived. woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. "Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora," Bryn cooed softly. "It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued, a tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself, the whispering woods, and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight. A door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all. A reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elder Fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the whispering woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the Whispering Woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered with wind-blown secrets, there lived a boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. Smooth stones that hummed when held to the ear, feathers that shimmered like liquid starlight, and acorn caps that fit perfectly on his thumb. But his greatest discovery came on the eve of his 10th birthday, when he found an oil lantern tucked behind a crate of dried lavender in the attic. Its brass surface was dull with age, and etched into its base were words worn soft as a grandmother's hands, "Seek what hides in plain sight." That night, as the first cricket began its even song, Milo polished the lantern until his face blinked back at him from the metal. When he struck a match to light the wick, the flame leapt not in gold, but in rippling silver, casting patterns across the walls like moonlight dancing through willow branches. The air smelled suddenly of rain-soaked earth and something sweet, vanilla perhaps, or ripe plums. A path of glowing foxglove blossoms appeared beyond his window, winding into the ink-dark forest where villagers never wandered after dusk. Milo's boots crunched on frosted leaves as he followed the trail, the lantern swinging gently in his grip. Shadows stretched and shivered around him until he reached a clearing where a hedgehog in a waistcoat of moss stood atop a toadstool, tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "You're late," the hedgehog huffed, though his eyes twinkled like dew. "Bramble at your service. I suppose you've come about the weeping." "The weeping." Milo crouched, lantern light pooling around them. A sound shivered through the trees then, a mournful wail that made Milo's bones ache. Bramble's quills drooped. The guardian of roots, her heart tree is sick, and without its song the forest's memories are unraveling. Birds forget their nests, streams misplace their courses. Even the stars, he pointed to the sky, where constellations flickered like guttering candles, grow faint. The lantern's flame dimmed as the wail came again, closer now. Bramble scurried up Milo's sleeve, his whisper urgent. "The lantern chose you, but only kindness can mend what's broken. Remember, roots listen best when the world holds its breath." They pressed deeper into the woods, guided by a firefly named Glint, whose wings left trails of citrine light. "I'll illuminate doubts," she declared, zipping ahead. "Doubts in doorways and, oh, duck." Milo barely avoided a spiderweb strung with trembling pearls of rain. When they found the guardian, she was curled at the base of a massive oak, her bark-like skin split with cracks that oozed amber tears. The tree above her groaned, its branches clutching shriveled leaves. "It starves," the guardian mourned, voice rasping like dry reeds. "The roots cannot hear the sky's song anymore." Milo knelt, setting the lantern between them. Up close the tree's bark bore carvings, swirling patterns that told stories of seasons long past. He placed a palm against the trunk and images flooded his mind. A sapling drinking starlight, generations of owls nesting in its arms, the first time snowfall kissed its branches. But the memories grew fractured, fading like ink in water. The roots need to remember, Milo murmured. Bramble nibbled a threadbare root tendril. They're tangled, too much noise underground, grumbling stones, chattering worms. Glint settled on Milo's shoulder. What if we sing the tree's own story back to it, so the roots recognize their song? The guardian lifted her face, hope kindling in her hollow eyes. The tree gave its voice to the wind long ago. We've forgotten the tune. Milo studied the lantern's inscription, seek what hides in plain sight, and gasped. The stories are right here. He traced the carvings on the oak. These aren't just marks, they're notes. Unlatching the lantern's glass, he held the flame near the symbols. Shadows leapt across the grooves, transforming them into a musical staff dotted with notes. Glint hummed, translating the patterns into a melody as delicate as cobwebs. The guardian joined in, her voice deep and resonant as a cello string. Bramble drummed a rhythm on an acorn cap. Milo closed his eyes, pouring the lantern's silvery light into the song, imagining it seeping through soil to where the roots lay knotted and confused. Slowly, the ground warmed. The oak shuddered as roots untwined, stretching toward the melody. Overhead, leaves plumped emerald green, and a single blossom unfurled, a white petalled star that drifted into Milo's palm. The heart tree's gratitude, the guardian whispered. Plant it where memories grow thin, and it will whisper the world's stories back into balance. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Milo returned home, the lantern now glowing with a steady, butterscotch light. In the village square, he planted the blossom beside the well. By midday, elders swapping tales there found their voices richer, their laughter brighter. Children discovered they could suddenly recall every word of their grandparents' bedtime stories. Milo still collects curious things, but now he seeks objects heavy with unsung tales, a locket that hums lullabies when opened, a quill that writes in the scent of its memories, campfire smoke, rose gardens, fresh-baked bread. And on quiet evenings, when the lantern's light spills across his windowsill, he swears he hears brambles snuffly chuckle in the rustle of leaves, or glimpses Glint's spark leading fireflies in constellations no one else recognizes. The villagers say the boy with the lantern has a way of mending broken things, clocks that won't tick, friendships frayed by harsh words, hearts stiffened by loneliness. But Milo knows the truth. Every object, every person, holds a song beneath their surface. Sometimes all they need is a gentle light and someone willing to listen. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth. As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. In the quiet village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Clara, whose hands were always speckled with ink from mending books. Her days passed in the warm amber light of Mr. Bramble's curiosity shop, where cracked globes whispered of distant winds and porcelain dolls with chipped smiles kept centuries of secrets. But it was on the eve of her 12th birthday, while dusting a shelf cluttered with forgotten trinkets, that Clara discovered the teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Its porcelain surface shimmered like moonlight on a frozen pond, etched with constellations that shifted when touched. The spout curved like a swan's neck, and when Clara tilted it toward the window, the painted stars inside swirled as though stirred by an invisible spoon. A faint hum vibrated against her palms, resonating with the peculiar ache she'd carried since her mother's passing, a loneliness that clung like burrs to wool. That night, as Clara lay in her attic room with its sloping ceilings and moth-hollowed quilts, the teapot began to sing. It started as a murmur, low and honeyed, the sound of a kettle sighing on a hearth. Then words emerged, clear and bright as spring water. Seek the roots where memories sleep, where silver leaves turn secrets deep. The voice pooled in the air like melted caramel, and from the teapot's mouth bloomed a wisp of steam that twisted into the shape of an owl, its wings edged with starlight. Without thinking, Clara reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the phantom feathers, her room dissolved. She stood in a forest of towering grandfather clocks, their pendulums swinging in unison like metallic heartbeats. Moonlight dripped through the canopy of gears above, casting sprocket-shaped shadows on a path paved with worn piano keys. A breeze carried the scent of aged paper and bergamot, and somewhere in the distance, a cello's mournful note trembled. First time, is it? Chirped a voice. At Clara's feet sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from autumn leaves, its quills dusted with cinnamon. It adjusted tiny spectacles and sniffed. You've got the look, all wide eyes and wobbly knees. Name's Thistle. I'd say pleased to meet you, but let's reserve judgment till you stop gawking. Thistle became her guide through the clockwork woods, where hourglasses grew like mushrooms and rivers of liquid mercury wound through the trees. He explained the teapot was a Nemesis urn, forged by star weavers to heal fractured hearts. It doesn't erase sorrow, he cautioned as they crossed a bridge of frozen songbirds, all harmonizing in their icy sleep, but helps you carry it if you're brave enough to brew the truth. Their journey led them to the grove of echoing stones, where every pebble held a laugh, a sigh, or a fragment of a forgotten lullaby. Here they met Lurail, a willow-thin woman with hair like cascading candle smoke and eyes that flickered between emerald and twilight. She tended the grove, pressing stones to her ear like seashells before placing them in rattling baskets. The urn's magic is fading, Lurail murmured, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. Its keeper abandoned it mid-song. To restore it, you must find the coda, the memory that was left unsteeped. She pressed a stone into Clara's palm. It pulsed warmly, releasing the scent of lavender and a woman's voice humming, "Sleep, my little starling." Clara's breath hitched. That's my mother. Lurail nodded. The urn chooses those with unfinished symphonies, but beware the hollow hour, a creature that feeds on abandoned memories. It'll try to tempt you with prettier pasts. The path grew steeper, the air thickening with the tang of unshed tears. Clock trees gave way to jagged mirrors reflecting Clara's loneliest moments, sitting alone at the village feast, staring at her mother's empty chair, watching other children skip stones while she mended books. Thistle nudged her ankle. Don't linger. Mirrors are liars. They show slices, not the whole pie. When the hollow hour appeared, it wore Clara's face, but smoother, brighter, a version untouched by grief. Stay with me, it crooned, its voice syrup-sweet. I'll give you a world where nothing hurts, no goodbyes, no empty chairs. Behind it shimmered a cottage with glowing windows, a woman's silhouette bending to pull cookies from an oven. Clara's chest ached. The teapot trembled in her hands, its stars dimming. Then she noticed the false mother's shadow didn't move with her. It remained stiff, painted wrong. Real memories have weight, she whispered, recalling her mother's hands, calloused from gardening, ink-stained from writing letters, alive. Even the sad ones. The hollow hour shrieked as Clara poured steaming tea into its mouth. The liquid wasn't water, but her own memories, mother braiding her hair by firelight, teaching her to stitch bookbindings, whispering stories until coughs stole her voice. The creature dissolved, leaving only the scent of chamomile and a single truth: love outlives breath. In the grove's heart they found the coda, a sapling with bark like aged parchment, its branches heavy with steaming teacups. Each contained a memory, father smiling as he fixed a broken doll, Mr. Bramble leaving gingerbread on her desk, Thistle's grumpy advice. Clara added her stone. The sapling bloomed into a tree of glowing liquid amber, its roots spreading through the forest. The Nemesis urn stars reignited as Clara returned home. Now when she pours tea, the steam carries comfort to others, a widow smelling her husband's pipe tobacco, a homesick sailor tasting his mother's soup, a child hearing lost lullabies. And in the curiosity shop's window, the teapot sits, always warm, waiting for the next heart ready to brew its story. As for Clara, she still mends books, but now adds something extra, a pressed forget-me-not in each cover, its petals holding a single sip of starlight. And when lonely nights creep in, she listens. Somewhere in the village, someone is sipping tea, remembering. Once upon a time, in the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Viridia. Viridia was renowned for its lush emerald forests and skies that danced with hues of azure and amethyst. It was here, amidst this verdant splendor, that the first of our companions resided, a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a Viridian, a species known for their ability to communicate with flora and fauna. Her long, silvery tendrils, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, allowed her to tune into the whispers of the forest. Her eyes, a deep shade of jade, sparkled with an understanding beyond her years. She lived in harmony with the world around her, tending to the needs of the forest with a nurturing touch. One day, as Leora wandered through the sun-dappled glades, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, metallic, and shaped like a small vessel. As she approached, a curious sound caught her attention, a soft hum, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any she had encountered. He was Zin, a traveler from the distant planet of Athera. The Etherians were a technologically advanced species, their bodies composed of shimmering, translucent energy. Zin's form glowed with a gentle iridescence, his eyes a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with his emotions. At first, Leora and Zin regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their worlds were so vastly different, their ways of life seemingly incompatible. Leora, with her connection to nature, found Zin's reliance on technology bewildering. Zin, on the other hand, marveled at Leora's ability to converse with the natural world, a skill that seemed as foreign to him as his technology did to her. Their initial encounters were riddled with misunderstandings. Leora's attempt to offer Zin a fruit from the forest was met with hesitation, as he was unsure if it was safe for him to consume. Zin's efforts to show Leora his holographic projections of the stars were met with confusion, as she struggled to comprehend the intricate devices he used. Yet, despite these initial challenges, a bond began to form between them. They found themselves drawn to each other's differences, intrigued by the chance to learn and grow. Leora was fascinated by the stories Zin shared of his travels across the galaxy, tales of far-off worlds and wondrous civilizations. In turn, Zin was captivated by Leora's gentle wisdom, her ability to listen and understand the world in ways he had never considered. One day, as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient Viridian tree, Leora and Zin faced a shared challenge that would bring them closer than ever before. A sudden storm, fierce and unyielding, swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees like a wild symphony. The forest, which had always been a place of peace, was now a tumult of swaying branches and swirling leaves. As the storm raged around them, Leora and Zin found themselves working together, their differences becoming strengths. Leora used her connection with the forest to calm the trees, whispering soothing words to still their frantic dance. Zin, with his technological prowess, projected a barrier of energy to shield them from the worst of the storm's fury. In that moment, as they stood side by side, they realized the true power of their friendship. Their differences had become their greatest asset, allowing them to overcome the storm's wrath through a blend of nature and technology, wisdom and innovation. When the storm finally subsided, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora and Zin sat together, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. They had learned that friendship transcended the boundaries of species and worlds, that it was a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Leora and Zin continued to explore the wonders of Viridia together, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light. They taught each other the songs of their worlds, shared the stories of their people, and discovered the beauty in their differences. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, beneath the sheltering canopy of Viridia's ancient trees, Leora and Zin found not only a friendship that defied the stars, but a home in each other's hearts. They learned that true friendship was like a garden, a place where differences could bloom into understanding, where challenges could be overcome through unity, and where the seeds of kindness and compassion could grow into something beautiful and enduring. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, their laughter echoed through the forest, a melody of joy and companionship that would forever be remembered as a testament to the power of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a young bookbinder named Sylvie, whose hands could mend torn pages, but whose heart feared torn routines. Each morning she traced the same path through the cobblestone square, past the baker's cinnamon-scented chimney, under the clock tower's bronze chimes, into her workshop where leather-bound volumes sighed like old friends. Change came softly that autumn, not with a storm but with a single maple leaf that fluttered persistently against her window pane, its edges glowing like molten copper even in moonlight. The leaf led her eyes to what she tried not to see, the ivy on her workshop walls curling inward protectively, the inkwells drying up overnight, the faint tremor in her fingers when she tried to glue a spine. "It's just the season shifting," insisted her neighbor, a retired cartographer named Oren, who now grew luminous mushrooms in teacups. But Sylvie noticed how the village children's laughter now carried a silvery echo, how shadows pooled differently under the willow trees, how the world seemed to hold its breath between one moment and the next. One twilight, as Sylvie organized her dwindling stock of parchment, a book fell from her highest shelf, a volume she didn't recognize, bound in cloth that shifted from moss green to dawn pink depending on the angle. Its pages unfolded into a map of their valley, but not as it was. Here, the river branched into spirals, the forest formed concentric circles, and where her workshop stood bloomed a great tree with roots like woven thread. A pressed maple leaf marked the northern woods, its veins pulsing faintly. "Ah," said Oren the next morning, tracing the map's contours with a mushroom-stained finger. "The veil of unspooling, they say whatever you carry too tightly, regrets, fears, even talents, gets unraveled there so you can weave it back wiser." He poured her mint-steeped tea that swirled itself into constellations. "But you'd need a guide who remembers both tangling and untangling." The guide arrived at sundown, a fox with fur like ember smoke, one ear tipped with white. It pawed gently at her bootlace until she followed, past the last lantern's glow into woods, where ferns unfurled guidance in bioluminescent curls. The air tasted of elderflower and possibility. Yet with each step Sylvie's worries crystallized, her father's unfinished manuscripts gathering dust in her attic, the way customers increasingly sought printed books over hand-bound ones, the terrifying freedom of blank pages. In a clearing where trees formed a cathedral arch, the fox halted. Moonlight pooled in a stone basin filled with liquid starlight, or perhaps it was the other way around. "Drink," came a voice neither male nor female, older than the hills and as fresh as new sap. Sylvie realized the fox's shadow now held the shape of a woman spinning thread. "Taste what you've been afraid to swallow." The starlight water carried shocking warmth, not burning, but like sunlight held tenderly in palms. Visions flickered, her father laughing as she inked her first clumsy letters, the comforting weight of a bone folder smoothing paper, the hidden thrill she'd felt at 12 when rebinding a water-damaged novel into something wholly new. But layered beneath were darker threads, sleepless nights fearing irrelevance, resentment toward bustling printers, grief for pages no longer touched with reverence. When Sylvie opened tear-damp eyes, the clearing had transformed. The stone basin now overflowed with ribbons of every hue, no, not ribbons, but bookbindings, silk, leather, even woven strands of dandelion fluff. The foxwoman gestured to a loom made of birch branches. "What will you make from the unraveled?" Her first weave was clumsy, all tight knots and clashing colors. The loom rejected it, the threads snapped, falling as autumn leaves. The second attempt tried too hard to recreate what she'd lost, a perfect mirror of her old workshop. It crumbled like overcooked gingerbread. The fox watched patiently as twilight deepened into a velvety purple, fireflies blinking like scattered punctuation marks. On the third try, Sylvie let her hands remember instead of her mind. She wove the silk of spiderwebs taught by her mother, the resilience of oak bark paper from her apprenticeship days, threads spun from the luminous mushrooms Oren grew. When she reached for the fear, the cold dread of obsolescence, she found it had softened into something pliable, almost sweet, like beeswax waiting to seal a letter. The loom hummed approval as the tapestry grew, not a recreation, but an evolution. There were spaces left open for unknown futures, patterns that changed when viewed from different angles, a central panel that glowed gently, awaiting new stories. Dawn found Sylvie back in her workshop, but nothing was quite the same. The ivy had retreated to reveal walls embedded with smooth river stones that glinted like hidden secrets. Her tools had rearranged themselves, a jar of iridescent beetle wing veneers beside the traditional marbled papers, a new shelf holding empty volumes bound in bark and starlight-infused resin. Outside, Oren stood admiring a mushroom spiral that perfectly mimicked the map's concentric forest. He offered her a steaming cup. Chaga and lavender, for boldness softened by grace, I think. As weeks passed, the village discovered subtle shifts. Children found storybooks where the endings changed to match their hopes. Gardeners traded vegetables for handcrafted journals to document sprouting miracles. And Sylvie's workshop became a crossroads, for elders wanting their memories bound in scented cedar, for artists experimenting with animated pop-up pages, even for the maple tree that shed leaves inscribed with gentle riddles. On the first snowfall, the fox returned, accompanied by a young apprentice printer nervous about his craft's soulless reputation. Sylvie served him rosehip tea and spoke of how press type could dance with hand-drawn illuminations. Outside, their mingled laughter sent up a puff of breath that crystallized into temporary constellations, a fleeting masterpiece like all living stories. The brook continued its lullaby, the pines their whispering. But now, when the wind turned, you could hear the rustle of pages being tenderly turned, and the soft, contented sigh of a world learning to hold its stories both loosely and lovingly. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Vale. In a village nestled between silver birch forests and meadows of twilight blue flax, there lived a girl named Layla, whose hands could mend anything broken. Her fingers, quick as minnows, wove splintered chair legs back together, patched torn quilts with threads spun from dandelion fluff, and even fixed the cracked music box old Mrs. Bramble kept above her fireplace. But Leela's true gift lay in listening, not just to people's words, but to the secret language of creaking floorboards, sighing tea kettles, and the way the wind hummed through the chimney at dusk. One evening, as the last amber light bled from the sky, Leela discovered a peculiar object half buried in the roots of the ancient oak behind her cottage. It was a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with filigree patterns that seemed to shift like living vines under her touch. When she pressed the clasp, it sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny prism that cast rainbows on her palms. A voice, soft as moth wings, whispered from it, "Seek the vale where shadows dance, and mend the tear in twilight's trance." The hidden path. Guided by the locket's prism, which glowed brighter when she faced north, Leela packed a satchel with gingerbread stars, a jar of firefly light, and her grandmother's woolen cloak. The forest deepened around her, birches giving way to pines that murmured in harmonies older than time. Just as the first stars pricked the sky, she stumbled upon a stone archway veiled in ivy. Through it she glimpsed a world where trees bore lantern-like fruits glowing peach and lavender, and streams trickled upward into floating ponds. "You're late," said a dry, crackling voice. A fox with fur like smoldering embers sat atop a toadstool, tail flicking impatiently. "I've been waiting since the third chime of the twilight bells." "Waiting for me." Leela blinked. "Obviously you've got the whispering locket, haven't you? That means you're the mender." The fox hopped down, revealing a crooked left paw wrapped in cobweb bandages. "Name's Ember, and before you ask, no, I didn't get caught in a trap. I tripped over a particularly melodramatic weeping willow root." Ember explained that the moonlit veil, a realm where dreams took physical form, was fraying at the edges. "The night spinners, those are the spiders who weave moonlight into silk, say the tear's getting bigger. If it isn't mended, the veil will dissolve into chaos. And you're the only one who can fix it, apparently." The fractured realm. The veil was both breathtaking and unsettling. Meadows of stardust clover dissolved into patches of void, where colors leaked away like water down a drain. They passed a hill where clockwork songbirds looped the same three notes endlessly, their gears rusted, and a lake where reflections showed not faces but memories, a baker laughing as she burnt her first loaf, a child tenderly bandaging a sparrow's wing. "The tear's influence," Ember muttered. "It warps everything it touches." Their first test came at the Bridge of Whispers, a fragile span of crystallized mist. As Leela stepped onto it, the locket flared, and the bridge solidified beneath her feet. Halfway across, shadowy figures materialized, a boy with her eyes and smile, a woman humming a lullaby Leela felt she'd known in infancy. "Stay," they crooned. "Stay, and we'll be a family again." Leela's breath hitched. Her parents had vanished when she was 4, leaving only a lullaby fragment in her memory. The shadows stretched their arms toward her, their edges blurring into the abyss below. Ember nipped her sleeve. "They're just echoes. The tear preys on longing." Steeling herself, Leela focused on the locket's warmth. "I choose what's real," she said firmly. The shadows shattered like glass, and the bridge carried them safely across. The night spinner's request. In a grove of diamond-barked trees, they found the night spinners, enormous spiders with abdomens like opal marbles, their legs moving in hypnotic patterns as they spun strands of liquid moonlight. Their leader, Aurelia, descended on a silk thread, her 8 eyes gleaming sorrowfully. "The tear began as a pinprick," she said, pointing to the eastern horizon where a jagged rift pulsed like an infected wound. "It feeds on loneliness, grows stronger with every unspoken grief. We've tried to weave patches, but the threads unravel." She gestured to a tapestry nearby, a beautiful landscape fraying at the center. "Only a mender can heal it permanently." To repair the tear, Leela needed 3 things: a feather from the stormbird nesting in the peaks of Sorrowspire, a teardrop from the solitary river guardian, and a thread from the very first loom of the veil. "But beware," Aurelia warned. "The tear will try to turn your own heart against you." The stormbird's gift. Sorrowspire's cliffs were sheer and icy, the wind howling like a wounded beast. The stormbird, a colossal creature with crackling violet feathers and eyes like lightning, screeched at their approach. "Leave," it thundered. "My chicks need me." Leela noticed the nest beneath the bird, 3 chicks, their wings clipped by glowing chains. The tear's corruption had manifested here as fear, trapping the stormbird in endless protectiveness. "You're hurting them by staying so close," Leela called over the gale. They can't learn to fly if you never let go. The stormbird reared back, but Ember added, she's a mender. She knows about these things. With a shuddering cry, the bird allowed Leela to snap the chains. As the chicks soared into the clouds, their joyful cries melting the frost, the stormbird plucked a feather. You've mended more than you know, it rumbled. The river guardian's sorrow. The river was a serpentine ribbon of mercury, its surface reflecting Leela's face as an old woman, then a toddler, then a stranger. The guardian emerged, a translucent figure with waterweed hair and a crown of broken promises. Why should I help you? She hissed. No one stays, everyone leaves. Leela sat at the water's edge. I lost people too, but holding on to the hurt just makes it heavier. She opened the locket, showing the guardian her own reflection, not as a victim of abandonment, but as a girl surrounded by friends, Ember stealing a honey cake, the stormbird's chicks perched on her shoulders. The guardian's rigid posture softened. A single teardrop crystallized in her palm. You've shown me a different current, she murmured. The first loom. Deep in the veil's heart lay the first loom, a massive frame of interlocking roots. But guarding it was a figure Leela never expected, a shadowy mirror image of herself, eyes cold and hands clawed. You'll fail, the shadow sneered. You're just a lonely girl playing hero. Leela's chest tightened. The shadow voiced every doubt she'd buried, the fear that she'd never find her family, that she wasn't truly needed. But then she noticed something. The shadow had no locket. You're right, Leela said quietly. I am lonely sometimes, but that's why I understand the veil's pain, and why I have to try. She reached out, not in anger, but pity. The shadow shrieked and dissolved, leaving behind a shimmering thread. Mending the tear. At the rift's edge, chaos reigned. Time looped and stuttered, a butterfly became a caterpillar mid-flight. Leela combined the feather, teardrop, and thread into a needle. As she stitched, memories flooded her, not just her own, but the veil's. A child's first laugh echoing through the trees, a spider's pride in her first web, the stormbird's awe at her chick's first flight. The tear fought back. Visions of her parents beckoned, their faces blurring. Come with us, they urged. But Leela whispered, I'll always love you. But my story isn't yours anymore. With a final pull, the rift sealed, leaving a scar that glittered like a constellation. Homecoming. The veil blossomed. Meadows sprouted flowers that chimed when touched. The river sang lullabies. Aurelia wove Leela a cloak of moonlight silk, while the stormbird gifted her a feather that would always guide her home. At the stone archway, Ember pressed his nose to her hand. You'll visit right, I've gotten used to your terrible sense of direction. Leela laughed. Always. Back in her cottage, she hung the locket by her window. Some nights when the moon was full, she'd wake to find a fox-shaped shadow darting through the garden, or a feather glowing on her pillow. And though her parents' absence still ached, it no longer gnawed, for she'd learned that love could take many forms, and that every mending, no matter how small, wove the world a little closer together. As the village slept, the locket's prism cast rainbows across the walls, and if one listened closely, they might hear the faintest whisper of a fox's chuckle, or the distant hum of a loom spinning starlight into silk. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. The soft hum of the emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. you know about fungi. Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Gratharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Gratharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Tongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Leela, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world. Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. But how? I'm just a girl from a small village. You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way. With those words, the presence faded, leaving Leela with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Leela set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering wood seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart.